Ellis now. Charlie, final practice session underway. Looking a bit early, the temperature's around 10 to 14 degrees today. It feels much colder trackside. Seen a few karts sliding off in the practice sessions, and I think we could potentially be in for a tricky day with the tyres and getting the track dialed in.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, we've lost the summer now, unfortunately. Time for the winter time, and that's the winter, you know. In the morning, the track's going to be really cold, really damp as well sometimes with all the moisture. So it's going to be really hard for the drivers to get the tyres working in the first couple of laps. But hopefully we should be in for a good day of racing.
Looks excellent today. The final practice session underway with the Rotax 177s. We'll be starting very shortly with our first Cadet groups. Usual format of 2 races and the finals later on this afternoon. And also the Northern Karting Federation here today with the final round of the KZUK Super 4 Championship, where just 1 point separates Charlie Cole from races. And you were at the previous round at Shennington and it all got a bit tasty there, so it could be in for a good one.
Yeah, that was really exciting, that one. Into turn 1 in the final, top 2 coming together. Driver who was actually leading the championship, Oliver Stewart, getting disqualified. So yeah, puts them right close together. I think we're going to be in for championship. But of course, we've got loads of different races going on. We've got cadet categories, junior categories, senior categories, where there's championships that are still going on all throughout them series. So you know, as we're getting into the final rounds, it's going to be very close between the not just the championship, but trying to get them wins as well. And I think we're going to start cool gameplay going on. You know, people are going to be thinking more about the results and trying to stay consistent and actually trying to go for them late moves. I think we're going to be in for a good end here. Yeah,
it could be quite good. I think we're into the sharp end of the motorsport season now. Most of my involvement has been with the motocross in recent weeks, where many of the championships, this crucial stage of the season where drivers have been running well throughout the season and looking maybe to just get it over the line, really. It's where the permutations of, if I win the race, he's got to finish 7th and whatnot. It's these championship permutations where maybe not necessarily going out, but just making sure you know where you are and just making sure you can get it over the line, because especially here, we've only got 2 more rounds to go after this until the finale in December. So we're getting to that crucial stage now where there's maybe 3 or 4 drivers in each class, and I think in the title could be on the line here. Yeah, exactly. I mean, consistency is key in this game. And of course, we're going to be going into our first races shortly to get this weekend started. Honda 200's coming up first. Big championship battle going on there. 2 drivers mainly involved in the championship. Sawyer Henderson, Mason Becker. Both really close in points as well. Not as close as probably the rest of the pack. I mean, Sawyer Henderson sort of drove enough
point gap, but that can easily be closed in these races. I mean, we've got plenty of points to play for today, and of course with the rounds coming up. So all I think Soy needs to do is just stay consistent. That can get him them results. But yeah, a bit further down the field, second, third place, Mason Becker, Arthur Murphy. You know, we've got Marcus Cooper, James Murphy. It really came on as a driver the past few months, and has started providing some really good results. That's obviously moved him up the championship. But I think we have got a few drivers in contention for this.
Yeah, this is looking good. So the first randomised grid, we've got Keane Dinley from Marcus Cooper, Henry Colburn, Sawyer Henderson, Arthur Murfitt, and then a bit further back, Shalane Skritian, Bradley Sutton, Ben Bowers, Harrison Maxwell, amongst other drivers, Cian Doherty, Preston Howard. In the Hondas, there were James Windsor, George Tees, Phoebe Shelton, Finn Hollis, Conor Ratter, Raith Owen on row number 12. Underway with their first race very shortly indeed. Thomas Layler, Zach Andrew, Shiv Neal, William Davison, Hendrix Fellat, Mason Munter, Harley Merrison and Benjamin Schliver on 32nd position. 16 rows taking to the cadets very shortly indeed. And like many of the classes here, entry of drivers.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Honda grid's really grown over the year. Of course, we spoke about Mason Munster there. Micromax Championship leader. Has a really good points advantage over Oliver Brunt. Only 20 points separates the two, so they're still going to be battling out till the very end in third place in that championship. Jensen Dar, few points off the rest of them too. As we said, Keane Delaney, who starts from pole position, really this year has just improved overall as a driver. Of course, starting on novice plates. This is well, first weekend off novice plates, but even when he was on the novice plates, still fighting up for them podiums. He's going to be trying to look for a... Of course, Sawyer Henderson, who starts in the mid-pack there. Probably not the best qualifying he's done all year. You know, he's definitely had some good results in qualifying, but, you know, in these races, anything can happen. You know, you can move about, you can either go backwards, you can go forwards as well. But Sawyer really needs to think more about the championship now, get them... Although in second place, who he's got in front, Mason Becker, both battling for the championship. This is going to get interesting as we hopefully try and get away for the first time of Askin down into turn one. Will we get a go for the first time? No, it's a full start and we're going around again. Yeah,
wave around there. The grid not very good. Sawyer Henderson, the driver carrying the coveted K-plate. And he lining up.
Oh, it was a spinner.
Oh, it was a spinner already. There we are, talking about how things are a bit tricky this morning. We'll see who that is.
That was James Windsor, it may look like. So not ideal for him, that.
The Hondas and the Metricate just going over the line a little bit further back. 2 races in one. We'll try and cover those, both races, of course, some of the results as the race develops. This is the first of 31 races today. We've got the 2 blocks of heat races plus the KZUK Super 4 Championship. The first race coming up right after this one, actually. That's the first of the shifter kart. So very fast and furious start to the day, and kicking things off we have our... the front, Keane Delaney, kart number 91, alongside the number 56 of Marcus Cooper, rounding up the front row. Mason Becker, 52, Henry Colburn, 75. Sawyer Henderson, we mentioned, with the K-plate, alongside Arthur Murphy, number 88. And here they come, Charlie, up to the straight.
Time to get this weekend underway as they head down into turn one. Off and racing, and we head to turn one. Delaney still on the inside. Will he hold on? You can see them cold tyres really coming to effect. They're all sliding across into the first sector, but they still carry on going. Delaney, oh, into the barriers, big hit for Mason Becker. Now, I do hope he is okay, but you see the tyres bouncing in the middle of the track there. Still leads the way with quite a big gap now to Sawyer Henderson, who's there in second place. Oh, drivers going off in the backfield there. Look like Harry Parker Ray may have got involved in that one as they come round. This may be a Battenberg flag. We'll wait and see what the officials think. Yellow flags are out for them drivers, of course. Ask them in just a moment. Battle for third place still going on. 2 drivers nearly making a bit of contact, but Delaney still leads the way as they finish the first lap of the race. It's Sawyer Henderson down in second place. Moves for third place going on.
Oh, that's
not overtake flag sector.
Third had a very good start moving through the field. Number 27, up towards the line now. So the Harrison Maxwell, Harry Parker, Ray, Cian Doherty coming up towards Derek's corner. This is where the incident happened on the first lap, and now looks like that's all been cleared up. So
that's a great job from the marshal.
Yeah, fantastic job there. It was all carnage on the first lap. So a bit further back we've got the Metros. Hendricks fell out to William Davison, Benjamin Slibar and Thomas Laidler in fourth place. They're a little bit further behind, making their way through the willows as the leaders make their way down towards Kim Bolton Corner. You can see how slippery it is as the leader struggles for traction out to the final corner. And this could allow a battle, so still the number 91 of Keane Delaney leading the way. Keeping that pressure on, though, as they make their way down to Kim Bolton Corner. Has a peek down the inside. But yet again, Charlie, you can see them scrabbling for grip out here. It's a tricky first race here.
We'll just say it's an 11-car battle for the lead. What on earth's going on in this first race? But Delaney's still holding on. We saw him making a couple of mistakes there, just sliding a bit too much in the rear. Bit of track temperature, not getting them tyres heated up. You see Arthur Murphy there in second place. Arthur Murphy's been, on the pace this year, had some ups and downs, but is looking good so far. We've seen him really good in the heats and then struggle a bit in the finals. That's just somehow how weekends go. Delaney now trying to be as smooth as he can on that steering wheel. Final corner. Move's gone on for fourth place. Who was that trying to go rounding outside? That looked like Ben Bowers, it may have been. He made a great move there in that green and blue and white car as they head into turn one. You can see them all fighting the steering wheel as they get onto the brakes. That's just because they can't get them tyres warmed up. They need to work the tyres as hard as they can. Look a bit further. Max leader. It's actually Zach Andrew who leads the way. Hendricks Fowler in second place. William Davison in third. Mason Munster just in the top five there, but I think he's also thinking more about the championship as they head into obviously the final couple rounds of the championship. I think he's going to get a bit of pressure now from Murphy. That looked like a move for a lead, but just wants a bit too far back. But I think in the next lap or so, this could be a lead change. Yeah, nice little bit of driving here from Arthur Murphy. You can see the driver's just getting a bit more confident going down in towards the Kestrel corner. It's been difficult to get the braking manoeuvres as they make their way down towards the first corner. Keane Delaney's been holding smoothly so far as the drivers, nice move on the inside there though from Arthur Murphy, making their way through the willows, although Delaney's got the line, so holds on there, but Murphy just starts to have a peek again, looking on the inside as they make their way down towards the Derrick's corner, this bus stop style chicane, up towards Dan Weldon corner, the circuit here. Keane Delaney still leading the way, whole train of drivers behind him here, doing very well indeed as Henderson drops back slightly, making their way down towards Kestrel corner. Line choice very important indeed. The kart looks a lot more settled as he makes his way through, as Arthur Murphy again just tries to peel on the inside. And very close indeed as Keane Delaney leads the way. I think Delaney is really trying to think about, this could be a lead change here for the lead. Murphy on the inside goes a bit wide. That could open up an opportunity for the 75. Saw Henderson finding his way through. Ben Bowers having a look as well as they come through. That's very close as they head through the wheel and into the bus stop. Murphy, now your race leader, second place. Sawyer Henderson, who runs a tiny bit wide, tapped a bit of the grass, nearly went round there, but managed to hold on. But I think Murphy then, before he got into lead out, was in the worst position. He had to make that move because also when you're in this sort of train of about 10 cars, person can get by, opens the opportunity for many, many more to come through. But Sawyer Henderson under pressure here from Keane Delaney. Now I don't think Delaney knows, I think he knows he doesn't have the pace to lead the race, but was trying as hard as he could, using different lines and trying to carry that speed through the corner. But still at the front, we've got 2 minutes left. An 8-car battle for a lead, anything can happen. Yeah, it's all very close here, and like you say, 8 drivers potentially in contention here, so you'd have to think they want to try and maybe work together over the next lap or so. We've got just over 1.5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining, so still plenty of time as one driver goes a little bit wide going out of Derrick's corner. New race leader coming under a lot of pressure from the K plate holder, Sawyer Henderson, winning at the Kimbolton Festival, hence why running the K on that kart here. They come down towards the final corner. Murphy, very smooth through Kestrel corner. And Henderson keeping that pressure on in second place. These two just starting to break from Keane Delaney, the previous race leader, in third. Henderson holding back as they make their way down towards Kimbolton corner. Looking at the lines, trying to find a way through in the final part of the race, and Delaney looking very quick indeed through the willows, just trying to tag on to these 2 leaders here. You can see the group of 8 drivers just meant a bit here now. We're looking at the clock, just under 1 minute to go, so drivers lapping around 48, so when they come round next time it'll be 2 laps to go here. And Delaney, he is tagging on here, he's pulling away from the 4th place driver now, Marcus Cooper. Looking a little bit further back with the Metro kit. Hendricks Fowler leading the way from Zach Andrew. Keane Doherty.
That's outrageous.
Jason Munter and Ray Owen. But here we go. This looks like there's going to be 2 laps to go here, Charlie. And Delaney charging hard to make something of this race.
Yeah, we've definitely got a 3-car battle here for the lead. But I think Henderson at the moment thinking just about pushing along with Murphy. And I know that Sawyer knows the championship and how it's playing. To be a bit more consistent with the results. Think a bit more about what he's doing. You know, when he gets to this stage, you do have to think about, you know, will I go for that move? Will this move stick? Because if it goes wrong, he's going to lose vital championship points to, of course, Mason Becker, who's there in 2nd place. Look at, nice very good as well. We said about it being a very late move, but I think Sawyer now throwing hands to Delaney, saying, come on, let's work together here. We can get past him. But Murphy on the defensive line, I think he's starting to realise that may have been a bit of a mistake to defend into the last corner. Henderson had a look, couldn't get alongside as they head into the last lap of the race. Henderson trying to go round the outside. Would it cut back to the inside? No, it won't, or it might do. It can be a side by side. Murphy on the outside, but manages to hold on to the lead. They head down into the bus stop chicane.
It's drawing 4th and 5th in a bit now. Henry Colburn and Ben Bowe starting to close up here. Arthur Murphy gets the elbows. Henderson putting under a lot of pressure. Here they come towards the Dan Weldon corner for the final time. Keane Delaney still right in this one as well. But look out for Henry Colburn and Ben Bowe. 5 drivers making their way down towards Kestrel corner. And this is going to be very important for Arthur Murphy into the final corner.
Arthur Murphy defends. Will he be able to hold on the cut? Side action. Henderson, will he get the overlap? No, he doesn't. Murphy takes victory in the first race of the weekend. And Henderson in 2nd place.
Henry Colburn snatching 3rd place on the line from Keane Delaney. Bit unfortunate there for the number 91, but Henry Colburn keeping it planted, got out very quickly after the final. A race to the line there, Ben Bowes and Marcus Cooper. So it's Arthur Murphy that wins the first heat race of the day in the Cadets. Looking further back towards the Metrikit. And our winner, Hendrix Flat, going through there in 19th place, number 15. Conor Ratter will be 2nd. And Keane Doherty in 3rd from Nicholas York, as the rest of the field make their way through. So 32 drivers in total. A bit of a incident-filled start there as well, but they all seem to get round. Once again, credit to the marshals, because that was quite a hairy opening lap. We were wondering if the Battenberg flag would come out there. So that's the almost like a virtual safety car, isn't it, where the drivers have to slow right down, but wasn't required. So Arthur Murphy winning the race overall in terms of the Metrikit. So we see a little bit further down there the winner being the 15 of Falat there, winning from Zach Andrew, and Raythorne also as well in that class. But Arthur Murphy, the winner, from Sawyer Henderson, Henry Colburn, Keane Delaney, Ben Bowes rounding up the top 5, Marcus Cooper in 6th, Bradley Sutton, Skritan in 8th position, Alice Saunders 9th. The top 9 drivers covered by less than 2 seconds, incredibly close. And in the race, it all looked a little bit edgy there. Drivers just struggling to find their braking points. The grip wasn't quite there.
I think we're going to see a lot of that in these next few races, but we've got the big one next up. KZ UK Super 4, and I don't know about you, but I am super excited for this one. So obviously, as I said, new championship sort of, that's coming to... of course, they do run all over the world, all over the country, shall we say, ran by NKF, who used to do a lot of the Rotax X30 racing, now just run this class. And of course, we've got the championship standings here, because we have to say it's super close. We were talking about the accident at Sheddington. That's really bunched up the pack. Well, shout-outs, first of all, to a couple of drivers who have come all the way from Scotland to race this weekend. Rhys Duffy, the number 37, Ben McLeod, Alex McKay, they've all come, Greg Moyer as well. They've all come, and Oliver Stewart, who's up at the front. He actually won a championship in KZ. They've all come from the north of Scotland, which is
fair old way. That's
a bit of a drive.
I remember with the mini bikes and the motocross racing, there's a hardy contingent of riders from certainly in Scotland, and their local rounds up in the northeast by Newcastle. That's their local round, and that's still about 2.5 hours out there to.
Well, you can see someone is
see the salt tire on there. So this is a national, well, say national, this is essentially the most southern round. We start with a track that we both know very well, Three Sisters up by Wigan. That was back in March and May. Famous Rowra circuit in Cumbria. Arguably one of the most scenic circuits in the UK, up there with Glanny Falls, I'd say, for scenery. left the East of Scotland Kart Club in September, and the one that you know, Shennington, a couple of weeks ago, finishing off here at Kimbolton. So Jake Weston, Jessica Edgar, Derek Morgan, Alex Mackay on row number 2, Oliver Stewart, Ashley Lewis on row number 3, Jack Simpson and Ellis Portier on row number 4.
So as well as that, we're actually crowning a champ.
Yeah, this is going to be the championship on the line here. James Eyre from Dan McKeown, Ben McLeod, Ryan Garvey, Josh Price, Nat Thomas, Sam Johns and Ralph Youngling on row number 8. And looking further back to row number 9, James Glenister, Miles Murphy, Charlie Cole, one of the championship big hitters, Lee Ward, Rhys Duthie, Harry Walsh, Alan Kenyon, row number 12. So they continue their warm-up laps, slightly different with the KZ UKs as Charlie turnarounds up the grid on row number 13. So they cut out Derek's corner run straight down the straight and a little bit more time just to get some heat into the tyres and the brakes.
Yeah, definitely. We have got to say though, KZ this weekend, we do have 2 classes, KZ UK Super 4 and the KZ. So you may see some drivers doing both categories. Super 4 is more your, say, upper level. This is where some of the best drivers in the country in KZ karting are racing. As we said, championship battle going on. I say 3 chance of this championship. Charlie Cole, Dan McKeown and Oliver Stewart. Of course, Oliver Stewart won the championship last year. He could be on for another championship victory. To be fair, the battle for third just goes on. I mean, Miles Murphy, Ben McLeod, Greg Moyer, Ellis Berger, Lee Scott Edgar, they're your top 10. But the battle, of course, for third in the championship could go to anyone. So
yeah,
that's going to be something we need to watch out for. But of course, Charlie Cole, Dan McKeown, Oliver Stewart, top 3 to watch out for because they're the ones going for the championship.
And potentially with the drop points. So they do drop their lowest 3 heat score. Charlie Cole dropping 115 points and Oliver Stewart only dropping 75 so far. So whether the drop points will come into play today, looking at some of those scores, I think they've all scored relatively consistently. I think Cole may have dropped their points at Rowley.
Cole was one that was had a bad result, and of course Stewart with the DSQ, that's going to have lost him a few points as well.
In that sense, he's dropped most of his points already, so he can only gain points from here. So all these permutations, as you can see, the KZ, much like the club championships we have here, starting with a standing grid. So they're just getting is on the grid into position, and up at the front, number 7 Jake Weston, 17 Jessica Edgar on the front row of the grid, Alex Mackay and Oliver Stewart. The lights, watch the lights on the left hand side. Oh, go to lights out there away. I'm sure it looked a bit of a disorganised start there. Early old trouble on the first corner, they all outbrake themselves and a bit of carnage towards the back as number 36 caught up in that. That's James Glenister. Got caught up in the melee and the kart looks a little bit battered and bruised there. And already there is a investigation for number 3 Miles Murphy and a warning for 3 Miles Murphy then, and number 7 under investigation Jake Weston. So would that be one or two of those seemed a bit keen off the start there?
Yeah, that looked a bit jumbled up, that stop. Of course, as well as that, we saw turn 1 cold tyres still in effect. Some drivers having a few issues. One of them, that's a late move for second place. And 6 inside the 5. Ashley Lewis, full set.
I'll tell you what, Charlie, on a tricky circuit, that was brave.
That was very brave, using all the curb as well. As we said, Super 4, this is where they all get the elbows out as the last chance to get them points for the championship. But leading the way now, of course, we've seen Jake Weston across the whole year here at Kimbolton, one of the fastest drivers around this circuit. So, of course, going into this round, he's going to be quite looking forward to this one because he knows he's got the pace round there. It's just got to put that to good use. As of course, Drew's been made a throw back to 4th place. Now, Porter may have made a move for 4th place. We'll watch as they all come through.
There's Derek Morgan in 3rd place with the Ayrton Senna inspired helmet. I always think that you've got to be a fast driver to carry that off, haven't you?
Yeah, you've got to have a few balls, definitely. Oliver Stewart running behind Morgan, of course, the 1 plate, trying to take that 1 plate yet again, but very close as well with his DSQ for the last round of the championship. Did move him back a few points, so that was not the most ideal situation for him as well. A couple of drivers to mention as well: Ryan Garvey, Greg Moyer, James running in the over 35 category, the Masters category. So just to show that you can get into this on whatever age you want to be. But the battle was at the front. Still look late. Oh, that's a late move from Oliver Stewart on the inside. Gets that move done on Derek Morgan. Derek Morgan's going to have to try and cover off now from Morgan Porter. But yeah, geez.
He parked the car to that final corner to block the repass there, so bunched them all up again. As we see the number 5, Derek Morgan down the inside, battling there very close with Dan McKeown as they make their way through the willows. Jake Weston still continuing to lead the way down the Yamitsu straight. They go to the full length of the straight, towards 100 miles an hour at the top, and they make their way towards the Dan Weldon corner. And number 75, Dan McKeown, still fighting there with Derek Morgan, and just tagging on in there. We've got Josh Price, Ralph Youngling, not too far behind either. At the moment, though, Jake Weston controlling the race quite comfortably. Over the line he goes. We'll have a look at the gap as second place goes up. Still in second place, increasing now to 1.2 seconds. Stewart still fighting there for third. Derek Morgan's dropping a little bit there. Josh Price, Ralph Youngling, Nat Thomas up to 8th position from Ben McLeod, Charlie Turner, and McKeown having a good race here, making up 6 positions. Charlie Turner from the back of the grid, currently position right now. 4.5 minutes to go in this opening KZ UK Super 4 Championship round. And despite being under investigation, Jake Weston still leading the race quite comfortably.
Oliver Stewart up in second place there. You saw Dan McHugh making a couple of moves. He's second in the championship, so trying to find as many points as in there as well. Moving a bit further back, Charlie Cole on the inside, of course, Charlie Cole, and that's Charlie Turner as well. Both drivers trying to make up as many places as possible, both trying to score points in this championship as well. There's Dan McHugh on your screen. Is that red kart with the white suit, trying to find a way past Ashley Lewis. Josh this weekend on the Sony kart, so a bit different to what he was using beforehand. And obviously trying to get
Josh Price, the number 28, there he is with the red-black striped helmet, making some inroads here. He's already made up 8 positions and setting the fastest lap of the race last time round, 35.42. That has now gone to Oliver Stewart. The lap times continuing to tumble here. More temperature in the track, more grip out there. It's been a treacherous morning. Quite a few karts spinning off, but it's just starting to come to the drivers now as they make their way down the Yamitsu straight. And number 4, a little bit further back there, Charlie Turner, who's made some good inroads through the field, continuing that leading group of drivers as they make their way out of Kimbolton corner. So still Jake Weston from Oliver Stewart, Ashley Lewis in third, Dan McKeown, Josh Price in that climb up to 5th place, Derek Morgan, Ralph Youngling up to 7th. He's another driver on the move, making up 9 positions. Charlie Cole, Ben McLeod, Charlie Turner, the driver we're looking at right on the tail of Ben McLeod as they make their way through the willows, battling for that 10th position.
Saw on your screens there, Jessica Edgar. She's been really showing herself this year. Really has pushed on this year. Had to miss a round of the championship a bit earlier in the year, but she's running inside the top 10 in the championship. Very good to see. Edgar having to miss a round racing cars. They know the name through maybe the F1 Academy. Also established F4 driver as well. So you'll see a lot of these drivers as well. May have gone off to race Formula Racing, coming back to KZ Karting. The name, say, obviously Josh Price, British touring car star, to KZ Karting. Driver off there, just off shot. We'll see and work out who that is. Oliver Stewart as well. He was a very dominant GB3 driver, and of course, it's a mixture of many things. You know, financial backing, just people who prefer the karting, but Formula Racing more easier and affordable to get into. There is Oliver Stewart on the screen, trying to chase down Jake Weston. The gap hasn't really changed, has it?
No, he has reeled him in slightly, but Jake Weston still maintaining that cushion as they make their way through. 140 on the clock. They've still got a couple more laps to go here as they make their way down the T. Let's have a look at the number 1 here of Oliver Stewart in second place. Oh, just closing up under braking as they make their way through the Kimbolton corner, heading down towards Stowe, and here they come. So Jake Weston maintaining that gap. It remains around 0.4 of a second through the first corner. Stowe, named in honour of going through the willows and onto the Yamitsu straight, and you can see Oliver Stewart tucking down there, just trying to get a bit of an advantage as they make their way up towards the Dan Weldon corner. Nice tight line through there. He made that work, and that's allowing him to close up yet more down in towards Kimbolton corner. Some good lap Stewart on the inside line coming out of the Dan Weldon corner. Just seem to find that grip. Better exit speed, I would say, as they make their way down towards the final corner. 45 seconds on the clock, so they'll squeeze in another lap here before the last lap board goes out. And Oliver Stewart putting some nice lines together here. The gap going down to 3/10 as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. They had a nice tight line coming through there. It goes wide into the entrance. And again, you see nice and smooth out of the corner, keeping the pressure on number 7, the race leader, Jake Weston. And this is really, he is finding some good lines here, Charlie. I think this could be, let's have a look on the clock here, 12 on the clock, so yeah, still wide open.
I've got to say, Oliver Stewart needs to think just a bit about what he's doing. He's going to try to go to the outside, got to cut back, a bit of contact, but he's into the lead of the race. That was a brilliant move from Oliver Stewart. I was about to say, he's got to have a bit of a think about what he's doing, trying not to do anything silly, because this also puts him into the lead of the champion. Nicole, who is a bit further down in 8th position at the moment, he will now be in 2nd place. It will be a tight battle between Charlie Cole and Dan McCune. But as they head around the final corner, start on the final lap, just looking at Oliver Stewart's front nose cone, did look like it was pushed in a bit. It's hard to try and see, but if the officials see that afterwards, that could lead a 5-second penalty. That would move him quite far back, actually. Move him down to 6th would still put him in front of Charlie Cole. So I think we're just going to hope for it.
I'll have to wait and see there. Stages of this KZUK, last 2 corners to go here of the first race of the day for this group. And one last little look there for Jake Weston, but it's not going to be enough as Oliver Stewart takes the first heat win of the day. Jake Weston 2nd, Josh Price battles up to 3rd place, Dan McCone in 4th, Derek Morgan eventually finishing in 7th, from Ralph Youngling, Nat Thomas and Miles Murphy running up the top 10. Charlie Turner up to 12th, just behind Ben McLeod. So Jake Weston under investigation after the start of the first lap. Oliver Stewart looking at the nose cone there. So just to explain there, of course, Charlie, if these on the front, so if they shunt a kart in front a little too hard, that drops and it's an automatic penalty.
Yeah, of course. I mean, obviously we're trying to make races as fair as possible, and it was seen many years ago, people just firing into the back of someone else, pushing them wide, not getting done for it. So that's a way they can control it. Sometimes it can be just unfortunate events, some people maybe maybe coming to the pits, getting hit from behind, on the race starts as well, getting hit from behind. It comes with its leaps and bounds, but I think overall it adds done really well for the karting scene. But to start off the first heat, that was very...
Some good racing out there as well, so certainly looked like it was something to look out for. We've got the grid here actually for the mini inters coming up to the race coming up in just a few moments. Those drivers on the grid right now, 31 races in total throughout the afternoon, and we are right underway with race number. Next a few moments time, the mini inters will be taking to the grid. In a few moments we'll have the KZUK club race a little later on the block. That is race number 7, so that's part of the HKRC Championship, separate to the nationals, as it were, with the Northern Karting Federation that we just saw. They have heats throughout the day. The drivers just preparing now for the mini inters, race number 3 of the 31 race calendar, and racing throughout the season here at Kimbolton. It doesn't really stop as such. Races on the 2nd Sunday of every month. Causes from the championship with such things as the National Karting Championship, but this championship going right the way through into December. And as you can see, looking at the trees alongside the track, it's all looking a bit more autumnal now. There's a little bit of yellowing in the leaves. Fortunately, the track is dry. It's sometimes in the paddock around here, but it's all not been that much rain recently, so the track looking good. And no real forecast of rain, at least, of anything. It's just one of the stricken carts being towed away back to the paddock before we get things underway with the mini inters. We should be out on the course in just a few moments. The drivers just making their way out for their formation lap. So we see Derek's corner back in operation. We should see the carts making their way through onto the right-hand side of your screen right now, headed by Lewis Herbertson from Elliott Bork, Jensen Sale, Noah Hammond on row number 2, James Roots, Rian Townsend at the K-plate on row 3, Jack Freeman and Toby Wortley on row. Number 5 is Finley Beals from Odiessa's Hole, Alex Dosinskis and Edward Munns. Seiki Komatsu and Will Eden on row number 7. Jake Hansford and Rima Komatsu on row number 8. Row number 9, Will Eden, Jake Hansford, a bit further, George Wielden, Teddy Higgs and Ella May Bumford as they make their way over the line. And Mini Inters, heat number 1 is good to go.
Lewis Hubson then still leading the way as he comes through. All control was spinning off. And that looked like one of Komatsu, but that was second Komatsu, number 27 there, having a little spin. Let's see how Elliot Bork gets on in this one. Elliot Bork there, they're in 3rd place at the moment. You may have heard the name from the Honda Cadet class. Of course, we're spending most of the time in Honda Cadets. Now having a little go in the Mini Inter class. Jensen Sale now leads the way. Of course, Jensen Sale been up there all throughout the year. Of course, running the K-plate, Rian Town in the championship. Something to talk about here. That man making a move for the lead. That is the championship leader at the moment. Jensen Sale on the cutback. This is exciting racing after the first lap. Who will be leading away as they come through? Let's have a look into turn 1. Sale on the inside. Bork trying to push him through. Bork trying to take 2nd place in the world. Oh, that's 7%. Oh, 3 wide action.
That's
turn 2.
Rian Tanzin having a go there, going through the willows on that 2nd lap. So after that, we'll shuffle around here. Lewis Herbertson and Jensen Sell battling hard at the start of the first lap, and emerging in the lead now is the number 40 of Jensen Sale as they make their way through the corner, heading down the TKM straight and up towards Kimbolton corner. And at the moment, we'll have a look at this lap time. Jensen Sell dropping the hammer here, you might say, as he makes his way, just starting to pull away in these early stages from the K-plate holder, Rian Townsend. And 3rd place, Elliot Bork, James Root, Luke Herbertson right in there. But Jensen Sell, 44.5. A good opening full lap there, you would say, as he starts to break away. He's still got 5 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap in this race, though. So at the moment, Jensen Sell just trying to break that gap. These sprint-style kart races tend to be very close and competitive, and although a 2nd gap wouldn't say, it's just enough to break the toe from the drivers behind. So that's what Sell's trying to do here. He's really motoring in these opening stages. Townsend and Bork 2nd and 3rd, just trying to keep up. Rest of the top 10, James Roots, Herbertson, Wortley, Noah Hammond, Jack Freeman, Finley Bills and Alex Osinskis rounding out the top 10. Let's have a look at the gap as they go over the line. In the corner of the screen, 3rd place Elliot Bork just pointing down the road at Rian Townsend. So let's have a look at the gap. It's around 7/10 of a second. And what he's saying there, Elliot Bork, he's just pointing down the road at his rival. He's saying, let's work together here to try and keep up with him.
Yeah, of course. I mean, of course, they're not going to be teammates, but there is still play with each other. And I think Townsend as well is going to think, you know what, I might not have the pace to win the race, but if you can push me along, that might just help both of us out. So I think we'll see what happens these next few laps, see if they work together, or the iconic thing is just making a move and having a little fight for 2nd place. But I think for place in the championship, this is a redemption weekend for Townsend, because he's 36 points behind championship leader Lewis Herbertson. He needs to be scoring these high points and these high results to have a better chance going into the final couple of rounds. Herbertson, he needs to hope that Herbertson has a few bad results. You never know what's going to happen, but I think, you know, they're starting to close in now. This could be a move for the lead coming up shortly. Yeah,
just starting to work together here, so they are closing up slightly. Essentially what Bork's saying is, I'm not going to try and go for a pass at this stage, just concentrate on your own lines, let's pull each other along here, and that's what they're doing right now. They do this is the Jensen Sale as they make their way through Kimbolton corner and over the line. I'm just going to check the lap charts here when they go through, so the gap, well, it remains around 6/10 of a second here, so they're just closing up ever so slightly. Or just having a look on the inside, not really going for the overtake there, just exploring some. James Roots has set the fastest lap of the race, number 21, just a little bit further behind in 4th place, 43.7, 1.6 seconds down, and just trying to get involved in this battle for 2nd place. Toby Wortley and Noah Hammond also in there as well. Edward Munns a little bit further back has made a move on, and Ryuma Komatsu up to 11th position right now, making up 5 positions as the race goes on. Now, Komatsu, that's a... if you're into your Formula 1, of course, you may recognise that surname, and there is a bit of a F1 connection in this race.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously the Komatsu name has F1 team principal Wild Komatsu in the F1 has F1 team principle. So, you know, there's drivers from, and lots of drivers got team personnel from all over the world here at Cadet. I mean, earlier we saw Darryl DeLeon, who was the Jack Sears Trophy winner in the British Kart Championship. He's here today, I think, supporting Jessica Edgar. So, and of course, Darryl used to well. So, you know, I think I was having a chat with someone this morning, and you'd be surprised how many people actually come through Kim Bolton as a move for second place. Now, we knew that wasn't going to happen for much longer, that battle and trying to work together, pushing for second place. Now, I wonder if Elliot Bork is sort of saying there, you know what, I might be a bit quicker here. Let's see what this is how... But,
yeah, just
fourth place, if that's Noah Hammond, he's closing in as well.
Yeah, they're getting involved here. James Root setting the fastest lap of the race, 21 once again, so they're determined to get involved in this battle for second place. So we've just seen Elliot Bork decide to have a little nip down the inside as they go into Kim Bolton corner. Didn't lose any time going for the overtake, and now having a go him as, oh, nice line coming out. Oh, a bit unfortunate there for Rian Townsend, but James Root's had it planted coming out of the Dan Weldon corner. Nice smooth line on the inside. Seems to be a bit of grip on that inside line as down the inside.
That's Herbertson. Herberson's back.
Herbertson's having a go, isn't he?
Well, I say the lead in the championship, because that's going to help him out big time. He was looking comfortable at the front, dropping all the way down. I think he's back in sixth place. Herberson now looking for a podium spot, of course, into third place now.
There just seems to be a line. We'll see the drivers now coming up towards the Dan Weldon corner. This is the long, essentially a long hairpin at the top of the circuit. There's a grippy line on the inside here. We saw it in the KZ kart. If you get the line right coming out of the corner, no one really going for it this time, but it just seems to be sacrificing a bit of a line on the entrance to the corner, going wide on the entrance and then cutting across. Now that inside line does seem surprisingly grippy.
Well, you can sort of see where all the rubber's laying out. I mean, it's like where you see the ruts, and you can see where the ruts are
very similar,
laying it out. It's the same here, but with the tarmac. But you've seen all the extra rubber being pushed to the side of the track. So you sort of know not to go near that. And yeah, you can sort of see. I mean, that's what swimming with the winter condition does, especially with the moisture on the circuit. You can start to see form. So yeah,
it almost looks a bit like, to paraphrase motocross, we say squaring the turn off, where you go deep and wide into the corner, turn sharp, and then make it up on the exit speed. And that seems to be one or two occasions seen drivers trying to do that with the grip at a premium in these early races. It is coming to. It's a good line choice, very important in these early stages as we head on towards the last lap of the race. Jensen Sale has controlled this race very well so far, but Elliot Bork 141 in second place with a late rally here, trying to get involved. Herbertson third, James Roots, Rian Townsend, Toby Watley, Noah Hammond, Jack Freeman, Tazinskis, Finley Beals, Rima Riestas Hole and Teddy Higgs making up the lead group of drivers so far. Jensen Sale has pretty much controlled the entire race here, Charlie, but Elliot Bork, he's not giving this one up.
Elliot Bork has just moved into this class, looking to try and get a first win. Now, will he be able to... He's just a bit too far back. It'd have to be a late move. Round the final corner then comes the reigning champion. Jensen Sale takes victory here in the first heat. Bork in second place. He's a bit happy with that one. That's all good to see. Lewis Herbertson rounding out your top three as well as the rest of the drivers can fly. Plenty of drivers in this field as well, which is always nice to see. Of course, James Roots in fourth from Townsend. Consistent top five. That will keep his championship hopes still alive. Still trying to chase down Herbertson. Toby Watley is sixth from Noah Hammond, Jack Freeman, Alex Dieskis from Finley Bills and Ramu Komatsu. Rounds out Lee Higgs and a nice drive up to 12th. Willis Hull, Edward Munns, Jake Hansford, Adam Causer, Will Eden, Seki Komatsu, George Wilden, Elliman Bumford, rounding out your field.
So that's how it was. Less than 0.3 of a second between Jensen Sale and Elliot Bork at the drop of the flag. Senior Rotax getting underway in just... And interesting to hear about some of the connections here at Kim Bolton. It's a very historical circuit. I notice once again that there's quite a few viewers from the United States watching this as well. So if you're watching stateside... what will it be now? It'll be good morning or afternoon, depending on whereabouts you're from. But welcome to any American watching this program. There is a bit of a US connection here. This Kim Bolton site emerged as a karting circuit in the late 50s, and it's actually the former site of a US bomber base from World War II. So there is a real stateside influence still in place. We see the next month in November, we quite often see the memorials to the fallen soldiers in pilots in World War II, and every year they have a commemorative service just down the road here at Kimbolton. The link still very much indeed in place. Senior Rotax is about to get underway, and the karting history as well. There's a whole host. I mean, Dan Weldon, the late IndyCar champion, Indy 500 winner, commemorated with the corner at the top of the circuit. He raced here, and who's who really? Lewis Hamilton, Nigel Mansell, Jensen Button, all these names, they'll have all raced here at some point in their karting career.
Exactly. We're looking at the future generation as well, especially with these cadet groups. Some of these drivers may go on to do big things, and you know, they'll look back and say, yeah, I raced that circuit. Senior Rotax then coming up. Jake Fisher, Josh Smith on your front row. Josh Smith, mega driver, of course, junior Rotax champion from last year. Second row, James Tester, Archie Flynn. Let's get racing here in Senior Rotax. Down. Let's see how they hold on. Watch that Dan Holland racing kart. That is Jake Fisher. On the inside goes James Tester. What do we get? Yes, he does actually. From James Tester from third on the grid into lead of the race. A couple of drivers trying to find their way through. One spinner, Michael Morgan, a bit further back, but James Tester leads the race then. Of course, James Tester is one of trying to take another one this weekend. Ethan Martin with the new team that he has created, EM Improvements, coming along quite nicely. Has a few drivers in his team now. Really, really good to see his progression. Josh Valance there in fourth place. I think Josh, an underrated driver. I think you know we've seen him there throughout this year, but never really estimated his true potential. Has a lot to show as the rest of the drivers come flying through to end the first lap. That's a late move there. Nearly going 3 wide. That looked like Declan Fluff. Actually, he was trying to find a way through, but at the front it's still Ethan Martin in first. Leads the way. Yeah,
James Tester with a very good start there, making his way through to first place on that first lap and just trying to break away in these early stages. Jake Fisher, Ethan Martin, Joshua Valance right in there as well. Joshua Smith and Harvey Williams making up the lead group. So it's almost a repeat here of the mini inters where we see a driver a break here, just trying to pull away. We'll have a look at the lap charts when they go through. It's about half a second between Tester and the number 78 of Jake Fisher in second place. Ethan Martin, Joshua Valance and Joshua Smith right in there as well. Harvey Williams, Declan Luff, Archie Flint, William Rea and Tom Pryor making a technical flag a little bit further down the field for Daniel Gehav of number 63 technical flag. So I'm assuming there's some sort of damage to the car, which means it's in an unsafe condition, so he'll have to retire from the race. So James Tester braking towards the front very early, trying to get involved. One thing I noticed here, Charlie, the start to this race, the first row seemed very slow indeed when they made their way out of the corner. Sometimes you see the drivers almost racing to the line out of Kimbolton, but this time they were almost walking pace coming out of the corner. Is that a bit of tactics from that lead row just to try and break the start a little bit?
Yeah, a lot when you do the safety car restarts in F1, and they're always trying to go that bit early or that bit later to try and get that upper edge. But of course, another thing with the winter conditions is it's very easy to overload the engine with fuel, and especially when you're trying to get that nice fuel load in. If you accidentally do that, of course, it bogs get going. So that may have been what the front row maybe had an issue with there. But battling your screens here, fourth place, Josh Smith, Ethan Martin. These two, I'd say, one of the fastest drivers around the circuit. Of course, like I said, Josh Smith won the Junior Rotax Championship last year. Haven't seen him do much this year, but has recently joined the GW Racing team and did a bit of development work with them. James Tester, as I said, still leading the way. He works drives for JDR, but also has his own dyno that he does. So, of course, doing a lot of engine work, and I think that's really good to see that all these drivers getting involved side of it. You know, it's always nice to be mechanically minded with these karts. Because that can help you performance-wise. Yeah, certainly that mechanical engineering intuition can go a long way in terms of setting up the kart and making it work for you, especially when you look at how things are today, when it's a little bit more difficult to get the prime setup with the cooler condition. As the leaders now making their way through the Derrick's Corner, that bus stop style complex, up towards the Dan Weldon Corner at the very top of the circuit here. And Tester just trying to maintain that gap. The number 27, Jake Fisher, keeping the pressure on in second place as they make their way through Kestrel Corner. You see them just concentrating
under braking as they make their way through Kimbolton Corner, and over the line it's As You Were, James Tester from Fisher, Valance in third, Smith in fourth, Ethan Martin ran up the top five, Harvey Williams and William Rea in seventh position, Tom Pryor, Archie Flint, Declan Luff rounding out the top 10. The leaders now making their way through. No real change at the front here. Just over 2.5 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap remaining in this senior Rotax heat number 1. And things are still finely poised at the moment. I would say that half a second gap from James Tester, it's just enough of a cushion here to keep him away from the chasing pack. We've still got Fisher in second place. Here they come up. I'm just going to check the timing charts here when they go through. The gap was around 4/10. It remains about the same. I would say here, Charlie, 4/10 of a second doesn't sound very much, does it? But in karting terms, that's actually a little bit of a gap for him.
Exactly. When you look over the lap, it's 45-second lap time. That is at 4/10 of a second. You know, when you may contact there, do drivers into the wall, pull off in turn 1.
34, Ryan Sayers 30.
Looks like there's been a bit of discomfort there with his arm now. Another driver cutting the grass, going into turn 1 now. I wonder what this may be right at the moment, but may turn into a Battenberg. We'll just wait and see. Yellow flag still out.
The kart is off the side of the track here, and they've just managed to get the driver off the circuit, as you can see. So it looks like he's hurt his wrist or his arm by the looks of things. The kart's still in the barriers, so the yellow flag is out. I don't think they're going to go to the Battenbergs by the looks.
Team yet again to obviously get the kart. I want to get the driver off the circuit, and they'll get that kart off in just a moment. We do have to shout out the marshalling team. You know, they do a great job as always. Not just the marshalling team, the medical crew as well. All the officials, everyone who works here at the Kimbolton circuit. They've all got their little part to play, and of course help keep these races. But of course, big thank you to the Orange Army, who do a great job as always.
Definitely. The yellow flag is still out there, just retrieving the kart. We might see it in a moment. Wave yellows here because the kart has just been pulled off the circuit. There you can see on the right hand side the marshal getting the tow rope out and getting that stricken kart off safely to the infield. So we are racing condition now. The yellow flags have gone back in, and now we've got 33 seconds on the clock. James Tester continuing to lead the way as we look at the 78 of Jake Fisher in second place. Not really able to close up right now. The gap remaining around between 4/10, half a second. Joshua Valance still keeping the pressure on in third place, number 28 from just a little bit further behind. So we've got 14 seconds on the clock as they cross the line. 2 laps to go in this race. Down in towards the first corner, and still the number 28 in third, Joshua Valance. Just keeping that pressure on the distinctive green and white Tony Kart livery. The old school name in the world of karting, Tony Kart, and those distinctive colour schemes very noticeable out on the track. And number 78 there, Jake Fisher. See Valance actually using that inside line once again. Neither driver though closing up on James Tester, who's controlling the race quite nicely with 1 lap to go.
Josh Valance actually has a fast lap of the race, but I think, you know, first heat of the day, you know, you just want to take it nice and steady. You've got other races coming up. You need to think more about the long game. But third place is still a brilliant result. Second place, of course, Jake Fisher. Be a good result for him to start the day off. But at the front, still James Tester. Of course, he's going to be trying to look for another final win. Now, Jake Fisher, Declan Luff into the wall there at turn 1. That is not the most ideal situation going into your final lap. That's going to drop him way down the field. Saw Jake Fisher there going a bit defensive for second place, and maybe you're feeling like Josh Valance trying to set up a move. Route is going to come James Tester, and James Tester sets off on another final victory, takes the first win here in Heat 1. Fisher in second place from Joshua Valance. He rounds out your top 3 as the rest of the pack comes flying through. Joshua Smith in 4th. And Ethan Martin rounds out your top 5. Rest from William Rea, Archie Flint and Archie F. Top Pryor rounds out your top 10. Sam Cook, Harvey Williams, from Adam White, Liam Date, Brian Hedge, Dan Renton, Michael Morgan, Joseph Bolton, who rounds up, makes up 10th place to 18th. Alex Gerges, Charles Sutton rounds out your top 20. We lost Declan Luff, Angelica Kennard, Elliot Rice, Ryan Sayers and Daniel Kenyon, who of course had the technical flag. Good racing in that one. I think it pretty much went to the end, but of course James Tester, who took advantage of the start and led just from the get-go. I think drivers tried to next couple of laps, even when they're leading the race, just to edge that gap. Because as you feed in more into the race, it can make or break your race.
Yeah, it's just trying to get those first 2 laps nailed, I would say. Just trying to get a good couple of opening laps, good smooth lines there, just to break away. I mean, he only won by second, which doesn't sound very much, but in karting terms, it's just enough to stop a driver just going for the move down the inside. There's the number 32. That's Ryan Sayers. I think that was the driver who hurt his wrist. So hopefully it's nothing serious. Perhaps just maybe got a bit of jolting from the steering wheel, or when he walloped the... Hopefully it won't be anything too serious. We've got the TKM Extreme in the dummy grid right now. They'll be underway for race number 5 in the programme. Getting underway in just a few moments. Just noticed William Rea was in that previous race. That's a famous old surname. I don't think he's any relation to Chris Rea, who, or better known as a musician, of course, but he's actually a fairly decent clubman car racer as well.
You never know. You never know. TKM Extreme then coming up. Championship looking good so far for Thomas Shaw, number 42. Charlie Whitehouse there in second place, just 30 points behind him. 30 points behind is William Bloom, who's had a year so far. Keen Bennett in 4th. Johan Canichurn around at your top 5, putting in some consistent results. But I think at the moment, just Thomas Shaw, Charlie Whitehouse to watch out for. Chris Whitton will start from pole position. Of course, reigning British champion in the TKM Extreme class from Thomas Shaw, Jake Cox, Johan Canichurn, Charlie Whitehouse, William Bloom, Keen Bennett and John. Rounds like your first 4 rows. Sam Cope and William Bryant rounds out your row 5. Not the biggest grid we've seen so far here in the TKM Extremes, but there's definitely plenty of action. And I think Chris Whitton, the man who seemed dominant so far yesterday, as you said, reigning British champion.
Right, Si, what's
done many laps around this circuit.
Si, what's
so I'll be excited to see how he gets on. But of course, Thomas Shaw trying to hold on to that championship battle with Charlie Whitehouse. As you said, we're going into them final rounds. Points will matter. Results will matter as well.
One thing I would say here as well, with the smaller grid, with the grids are randomised, as it were. So a driver starting towards the front in Heat 1 would be towards the back in Heat 2 and vice versa. When you're looking at a 30-driver grid, that puts a lot of pressure on the favoured names, as it were. If they're starting towards the back in one of their grids, they've got to really make the most of getting through the field. But with less, it's not so much of a factor, just more of a case of getting a good start and just trying to get through that first 2 laps so they can very quickly get towards the front.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, with TKM Extreme Racing, they're always known for the slipstream effect, so it'll be exciting to see. It's a bit different than winter condition, get the tyres and temperature set up. Not everyone's going to be together after the first couple of laps, but it'll be exciting to see how this gets on, because I think everyone sort of knows Whitton's pace, but that could not work in his favour, because people are going to think, right, we've got to send it early on him, try and get the overlap on him, try and get him fend that line. I mean, we can say everything, but we're not going to know till they start racing. So of course, your front row, Chris Whitton, Thomas Shaw. Let's see how they get on. We've got 7-minute heat races, and then there'll be a few minutes longer for the finals. And I think we're going to be set for taking it nice and gently as we come round the final corner. Here they are on your screens. Watch out for Keen Bennett a bit further back as well. Thomas Shaw, Johan Canichurn there in that second row as well. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Down into turn 1. Whitton on the inside. Thomas Shaw's going to try and send it round the outside. He actually gets that one done, or does he, because he run very wide near the barrier. Way down the field behind Keen Bennett, but at the front is Johan Canichurn, who leads for the first time in a few months. It's been a while since we've seen him at the front. And of course, Jake Cox there into second place. Whitton drops down to 3rd, Bloom there in 4th, and Charlie Whitehouse ran out your top 5.
Yeah, brilliant start there for Johan Canichurn, a driver who was in form towards the start of the season, and early stages here, perhaps returning to some of that early season pace as well, as the leaders now make their way around the final few corners, heading up towards Kim Bolton and the end of the first lap. So E-plate on there, leading the way from Jake Cox, Christopher Whitton, number 1 in 3rd. And we just saw again that first corner there, the grip, it's coming towards the drivers. You just saw the kart basically understeering off the circuit there, so still that first corner going to Stowe Corner, potentially very treacherous indeed on the first lap. trying to find that point between leaving the braking as late as possible, not to get out-braked into the corner, and not running out of circuit either. It's a demanding morning here for the drivers, but Johan Kalachern leading quite comfortably at the moment. We're going to keep an eye on second place here, number 26, Jake Cox, who's just starting to break away. Witten in third place. Here they come over the line. We'll have a look at some of the lap charts here. So Kalachern leads by just over 0.8 of a second from Jake Cox, who in turn is pulling away nearly by 0.8 from Witten in third. William Bloom, Charlie Whitehouse, Thomas Shaw all in there as they make their way through the willows and straight into Derek's corner. And Christopher Witten, number 1, just starting to come under pressure here now from William Bloom, number 56, as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. You can see that tight line. The rubber on the track now is really the grip coming towards the drivers here. Kalachern setting a 44. Around fastest lap of the race. It all gets a bit tight. Oh, nice move there. Down the inside from William Bloom as they battle for position. And as this third place battle goes on, it's all going to benefit the two leaders, Kalachern and Cox at the front.
We'll talk about getting the temperature in the tyres. These Maxxis Sports tyres, these cars are using. Championship has different tyres that they use. So you see the Rotax categories, they're using the Mojo tyre, X30 using the Comet tyres, these guys using the Maxxis Sport tyres. It's a really hard tyre to use. It takes definitely a lot of time to get some heat generated in them. So you're going to see a lot of drivers putting a lot of steering lock on and be really aggressive. Throw it about more like. It may look like they're more out of control of it, but really they are in control. It's just trying to throw it around, move for... Down the inside goes William Bloom on Chris Witten. That was for 4th place. As they head down into turn 1 again. My apologies, that's actually for 3rd place. Let's try what I was using. That's lap. So about 3rd, still raging on Witten and Bloom. But you'll watch them into here, watch into the bus stop, watch the steering inputs as they head in. Watch Chris Witten. You see him throwing the car in, using all the steering lock that he can. But then,
it's
of course,
just
being
that
nice and smooth round here.
A little bit more forceful than usually would say. As he normally is to be very smooth at the steering operation, but yeah, like you say here, Charlie, you can see if we watch the drivers coming through in towards Kimbolton Corner now, they do seem to be a bit more aggressive today. Yeah,
especially with these karts as well, and the tyre that they're using, you have to be a bit more aggressive. I mean, these drivers will learn from kart to kart. As Tom Shaw, championship leader, goes on the inside of Chris Witten. Of course, you may look your Rotax X30, you're a bit more smoother, even in these cold conditions. But with the TKMs, you can afford to be a bit more harder. And of course, that just comes down to the tyre and trying to keep momentum up as well. Trying to throw it in early, power the through. But this man on your screen is 42, Thomas Shaw. He's been at it all year long. He's really been up at the front end. Of course, that's why he's championship leader.
Just watching
going on, wasn't there?
This one here as well. The number 28, Jake Cox, has slowly, 26, Jake Cox, I should say, slowly but surely up on the leader, Kalachern, and setting another fastest lap here, 43.9. He's finding some pace here. The gap goes down to 0.3 of a second with just under 2.5 minutes to go. And again, he's just chipping away at that lead. Kalachern has controlled the race so far, but Jake Cox finding some nice lines here to the kart, and not quite close enough to go for the pass just yet, but I think very soon he's going to start asking some questions here of Kalachern, the race leader, as they make their way down the TKM straight, heading towards Kestrel Corner. Kalachern, I think, knows he's there, so a bit defensive there into Kimbolton Corner. Life a bit difficult for the second place Jake Cox. Here they come down towards the first corner to Stowe, and again Kalachern guarding that inside line.
We were talking about the tyre pressures as well as the move for the lead comes around. 26 on the inside, that's perfect for Jake Cox into the leader race. We were talking about tyre pressures as well. Johan Kalachern may have pushed a set, so the first few laps the tyres really came on. He got that gap and they'll start to drop off now. That's probably why he's struggling just a bit, because he seems to have lost a lot of pace, especially on the times as well. Losing a few tenths of a second, which as we talked about earlier, does take a lot out of your lap. Jake Cox now into the leader race. Now he's going to try and use this way. Of course, we know Johan Kalachern, we know he's a battler, but if he can't keep up, then he can't make them moves. William Bloom, they're in third place now. I think Kalachern now, he's going to try and stick on his rear bumper. He's got to worry about them guys behind. I don't think they'll catch up, but it'll be really close.
Looking at the stopped here from Johan Calichurn. I think he's losing about 0.4 of a second per lap on Jake Cox. We'll have a look this time now. He's just trying to find some lines here as well. He just seems to be tagging on to the back of the number 26, the race leader. The battle developing behind, though, as William Bloom starts to break the peloton, as it were, for fourth place. Oh, look at that, one wheel off the ground there for Jake Cox. Very committed into Kestrel Corner. And Calichurn just starting to find some pace here. We see Cox, he knows he's there. Very aggressively covering the line, guarding the inside line. That could leave him open now into Stowe Corner as Calichurn goes. But no, Cox has got the pace and has the line covered. We've got 5 seconds coming up on the clock now. So next time round will be the last lap. And just keep an eye out here for 56 William Bloom in third place, who has set the fastest lap under 43 seconds here, 42.9. He's going to really have a tall order to get involved with the two drivers in front. But he's giving it his all, and perhaps if these two start fighting on the last lap, then William Bloom could yet get involved here. As Johan Calichurn, one more lap to go. William Bloom is under investigation, but he's still motoring. Here they come down to the final corner. Jake the inside line. Calichurn again wide into the corner, trying to get the switch back. Down the inside he goes. It's going to be tight through the willows, but Cox has got the pace and makes it stick with 1 lap to go.
It was only a lap ago that William Bloom was on the back bumper for Thomas Shaw. Oh, late move there, Calichurn on the inside. That was a perfect move from the E-plate. Trying to hold on now. He knows he hasn't got the pace, but he's got that racecraft and he's using it to full effect. Jake Cox will start to think now, right, it's the first heat. Should I really go for this move if I need to into the final corner? Let's see what he does. Will he go to the outside? Will he go to the inside? Goes to the outside. Tries to go for the cut back, but I think Calichurn takes victory here for the first heat in TKM Extreme in a race that we thought he was not going to be able to hold on to that one. Managed to, through a few mistakes,
fought back very well there. So Calichurn taking the win, Cox in second, Bloom in third, Thomas Shaw and Christopher Witten running up the top 5. Charlie Whitehouse, Kim Bennett, William Bright, John Stafford, Cope to round out the field. I wonder maybe even not the pressures, but maybe Calichurn just seemed to find some better lines when Jay Cox got through. Perhaps he's just able to copy those lines and bring it back a bit as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a mixture of the both. Of course, as I said, Calichurn using a couple where follow his line, see what he was doing, and we saw the times as well. He started to build up a bit of speed, but of course that one sort of mistake that he made coming into the second to last corner, of course that sets him up for the last corner, and the slipstream effect, especially in the winter conditions, actually gets a lot more stronger when you're right behind someone.
Cold weather as well.
Yeah, exactly. Watch out for. Of course, full effect helps Johan get that victory. Moving into Junior X30 now. Zach McDonald, championship leader. He will start from the pole spot. Dorian Powerbrick in second place. In third, Alexander Benedict with Finley Allen, Jack Baker from Onion Meta, Harley King, Lily Shaw, Tom Fox, Louis Barker, Finley Cass and Isaac Chan rounds out your field of drivers. As we said, championship leader is Zach McDonald there on your screens. The purple kart starts from the pole spot. Adam Bourne in second place, but Adam Bourne not here this weekend. He's actually off to race in a European round. Going for the first time asking, yes we do. Down into turn 1, watch out for Powerbrick on the outside. I said, oh, looking for Alexander Benedict into a spin. It was very, very lucky to not get collected by anyone. But that is not the start that Benedictus wanted. As they head down into turn 1. Nice from Zach McDonald in second place in that right car. That is Finley Allen, who's had a mega start into second place. Powerbrick now trying to hold on to third as they head on through. Now into the final couple of corners. Zach McDonald still leading the way. Of course, you may know the name Zach McDonald as a Powerbrick on the inside, all making contact, but Finley Allen trying to go for the cutback, can't get that one done. Powerbrick up into second place. Now you know the name of Zach McDonald. You may have heard from the Sky F1 Kids, of course, one of the lead commentators in the F1 Kids broadcast. And we'll try and get an appearance in the commentary box rounds. He'll be quite excited to see what he can do up here in the box. But Zach McDonald, definitely the man to watch. Not just here at Kimbolton, but overall in the British Championships as well. Very strong, very competitive, up in the side of the top 10. So, leading the way. Lily Shaw having a good drive. She's up into the top 5. And we haven't really seen Lily Shaw in GX30 here this weekend. Of course, we haven't really seen her much in the championship. But she seems to be doing very well inside the top 5. Great to see some of our female drivers up at the front of the field. Always great to see more female drivers getting into motorsport. And of course, if you are a female wanting to get not just into racing driving, there's many more opportunities available, not just with racing driving. There's a lot of marketing, a lot of social media as well that can get involved in motorsport as well. Mechanical jobs, you know, being mechanics, being engineers, loads and loads of stuff that can be involved in. If you want to find out any more, definitely head over to the Motorsport UK website. They will guide you with what more opportunities there are. Of course, being a marshal as well, scrutineering as well. Great scrutineers, more female marshals getting involved as well. Great battles throughout the whole of the field. This is actually the battle a bit further down. That looked like a battle between Finley Cass, Tom Fox up at the front of the field then. Parabec in second place. Now, it's not really closing in on Zach McDonald. First couple laps, your proper time to get those moves done when all the tyres are cold and you really have to work the kart. Now all these three drivers settling it into quite a nice rhythm. But of course, still first heat of the day. You don't want to do anything silly on that first heat. Just got to take things nice and gentle. Do anything silly. But Zach McDonald, of course, last time out, won in proper style. I think in the end it was about a 9.8 second lead that he had in those wet conditions. They're on fourth place, Louis Barker. Louis Barker's had a mega season so far. The last few rounds really coming on as moves being made. A bit further down the field, that's one of the MS karts that looked like the number, it might have been number 90, Isaac Chang, being overtaken there by maybe an Onion Meta. Or try. It's actually, it might be James Backworth in that blue and white kart. Yeah, that was Isaac Chang who losing the place. There he is on your screens. The JDR MS kart drops down a place, loses out to. So that moves him down outside of the top 10. But great to see battles going on all throughout the field. Of course, we always end up watching more the front end of the pack, but in this race seems to be the middle of the pack finding some great action. There is James Backworth on your screens now, trying to close in up, and Lily Shaw waiting for making the move, and of course he's trying to come back after what was a not ideal first lap. Of course, locking up the front, so locking up the rear tyres, going into a bit of a and as I said, yeah, great to see Lily Shaw getting involved as well. And great to see some of our great sponsors on your screens just at the top right. Vroom Lubricants, used OTK. Of course, we have some amazing sponsors at the circuit, and great to have them on board. And of course, if you're interested in their products with some lubricant, want used OTK parts, head on over to their website. They've got plenty of stuff to sell yet. Zach McDonald still leading the way. Of course, Zach McDonald on an OTK. If you want some proper equipment like he has, head on over to used OTK. And of course, he might be using some of that Vroom lubricant. But Zach McDonald still leading the way as we come around the final corner. Of course, we were speaking about the track. I think it's still cold. Definitely drivers struggling in the first few laps to get some temperature into their tyres. Arabic there in second place on your screen. That yellow and black car running with the Veloce Racing Engines team. Finley Allen there in Wright kart team, of course. He was joined with Max Wright. Max not here this weekend, but great to see Finney Allen still running the Wright kart. Louis Barker moved over to the Tim Wilson Motorsport team a couple of months ago. Of course, he used to run as privateer, now in. See that with a few drivers now. Some drivers moving over to the team. It's always nice to get that team back in, because it just helps you out more with a race weekend. You know, there's a lot more pressure that goes in when you're a privateer and working on your own. So always nice to get a bit of team support, a bit of team backing. McDonald still at the front of your screen, still at the front of the field. Battle on your screens from Louis Barker and Jack Baker as well. Jack Baker really quick this year. He's been up at the sharp end, having a few podiums last weekend as well. But Greens, Zach McDonald who leads the way.
Yeah, Zach McDonald with an incredible 2.7 second gap. It's by far the clearest gap we've had today in any of the races so far. But McDonald leads Powerbuck second place, 74, as we focus on the battle here. Clear in third place, and Louis Barker and Jake Baker 48 and 45 respectively, as he has a little peek down the inside going into Derek's corner, and that might just start to draw in the number 24, who's just a little bit further behind there of James Backwith. 24 on your screen, just starting to close up as we go to the checkered flag, and taking the win quite comfortably in the end is Zach McDonald. Powerbuck second, Finley Allen third, and in the battle for fourth place it's Louis Barker, Jack Baker, Backwith, Benitez just a little bit, but in the end Junior X30 was quite a comfortable affair.
Exactly that, and Zach McDonald leading the way he ended. Of course, last round, that 10-second gap that he got in the end in the wet conditions, taking victory, and a great drive as well for the man who's second place. Great to see him up at the front end as well. Watch out for him. Definitely in the next heat, trying to fight up on that first couple of laps. Try and get in front of Zach McDonald. There are some final results on your screens. Of course, provisional results after taking effect. Of course, maybe front nose fairings. And of course, any technical issues that may happen in. But Zach McDonald takes a victory. First heat junior X30. Now we're going back to the gearbox racing, back to KZ UK. As we said, maybe a few drivers that you may have spotted in the Super 4s. Of course, the man who's going to be leading this race and starting from pole is Josh Price. Of course, we saw Josh earlier on in the KZ Super 4 category. He will be starting from pole in the KZ category. Leah Robinson, who starts from second place, struggling to get going. But yeah, that's it. Ivor Smith starts from third in KZ category. Bradley Calder, Luke William Ashay, George Barker, Zingis Kovac, Jim Harvey, Dick Caitkin, Hugo Haynes, Luke Fleming, and Phyllis Tavatis.
One or two of the drivers, we'll check the grid here when we see them. One or two of the more fancied names starting further back on the randomised grid. Hannah Lang down in the midfield on row number 6. And row number 7, the 199 of Lucas Ellingham. So they'll have a bit of work to do in this first heat. This is the Club Championship, the Championship for the KZ UK cards. This is separate from the Northern Karting Federation S4 Gearbox Championship, which we also have today as a guest category. But some of the drivers, you say, they are doing the double duty today. Young, one of them, and Josh Price as well. Does have its benefits sometimes as well. I've done that in motocross in the past, where you race in 2 race classes on the same day, and sometimes you've got the physical exertion as well of racing twice as much, but it can be a benefit sometimes because you're just keeping warm, keeping out on the track and getting the how the circuit's running.
I think it's definitely a bit more easy to do it maybe a junior or a senior car, because with the KZ you've got a million things to think about. And as I said, it's some of the most physical racing you can actually do in the world. I mean, that's why most Formula 1 drivers, you see them testing a KZ car in the winter, because there's that physical and drive. Of course, as I said, the kart can be used in both categories. Of course, they are the same kart. Nothing really changes about them. It's just a difference between doing both championships. So Josh Price, front row. Now Josh, as we said, because he's doing double duties, we'll have a better track, maybe going into the next race, as they will start to get the revs up. Leo Robinson, one to watch out for. He's been up at the front end all year long. Charlie Cole in this one as well. We're going to get lights on in just a moment's time. Lights are on now. 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. And it's lights out. Away we go. Robinson with a mega start. Now, was that a bit too mega, though?
It's going to be tight there. I thought he had it planted. We'll wait and see what the officials have to say about that. One cut going off on the first corner, but that was a brilliant start there. We'll have a look.
Well, he's actually done that. That's insane.
Good technique, though. He very smooth off the line. So this is Leo Robinson with a fantastic start. We're going to wait and see. Oh, he's under investigation, though. Just seen on the virtual marshal on the finish line. So perhaps the stewards think that was a little bit too good. Nonetheless, he leads the way. Have to wait and see what happens with the results on this one. But Josh Price second off. Youngling with a very good start to up to third position. Alan Kenny and Isaac Smith in fifth place. Ella Stevens, Bo Phillips, James Beecroft in eighth. Nino Piccoli with a good start up to ninth position right now. And Lucas Ellingham in the midfield. So Leo Robinson still with that clear 1.2 second gap at the front. Josh Price just trying to tag on in there and get involved with the race leader. So it was 1.2 last time round. Let's have a look when they complete the lap. It's somewhere around the same region, I would say. Over the line they go. 1.2. And second place, Youngling up to third position now. Alan Kenyon, Isaac Smith, Ella Stevens, Bo Phillips and James Beecroft all running well. Ralph Youngling, brother to Timo Youngling, two very experienced karting drivers from the southeast. They German father, and no prizes for guessing where the names Ralph and Timo came from when they were named. Here we go, our race leaders then, and Leo Robinson leading 1.2 seconds last time round, and 35.8 fastest lap of the race for Josh Price. He is starting to erode that gap.
I had a look, couldn't get a big gun behind is Ella Stevens. Of course, Ella Stevens, twice British champion, and of course, Ella Stevens is high up in the championship here at Bolton as well. Has missed a couple of rounds though, so may have dropped down. But we know Ella Stevens quick round here. We've seen it time and time again, winning final rounds here, just because up at the front. Look at Josh Price starting to close in now on Leo Robinson. So Leo, who got that very good start, we're not calling it a jump start yet. We'll let the officials decide on that one. Josh Price, hard on the brakes out. You see him doing a different driving style to maybe a sort of Rotax rate 30 kart. Sort of driving into the, well, in that turn one, driving into the corner, getting a turn at the apex and powering out. Of course, you want to try and get on the power as early as you can, but of course with these karts in a straight line, it's very hard to try and balance both
just
at
looks
the same
a bit
time.
tidy going through the Dan Weldon corner. He's making up some serious time through there, Josh Price, as he lines up for a move here, not quite close manoeuvre, as they make their way through the Kimbolton corner down towards Stowe, the first corner of the lap, and Robinson guarding the apex as best he can there going into the first corner. Doesn't want to be too aggressive down the inside to sacrifice the speed through the willows. Here they come up towards the Dan Weldon corner once again, down the mid by side, and wow, brilliant move there from Josh Price, timing it and flies through the corner. Now back down the TKM straight. So some good exit speed through the willows. Not too often we see a driver making a straight line pass like that.
Yeah, that was definitely a big balls moment. Definitely something to keep an eye on. Of course, Josh Price, very experienced KZ driver. Of course, done it for a few years now. Of course, very experienced racing driver as a whole. As of many touring car, motorist touring car racing. Of course, came back into the KZ car. And of course, Leo Robinson, second in the championship. Lucas Ellingham leading the UK championship. Leo Robinson, I think, just trying to score as many points as he can. He is about 120 points off, which sounds massive, but for the amount of points you can grab over the course of the year, of course, these last couple of rounds, it may bring them back together into the last round. But I think at the moment, Lucas Ellingham consistent as he can be. To these like around Charlie Cole, that's like Jade Beecroft on the inside of Ella Stevens. So Ella Stevens not having a pace like we've seen her the last few times she's been racing here. But Josh Price on that Sony kart. So different kart for Josh this weekend. He's been running on the kart. He's gone over to a different brand. Ralph Luggening into third place as well, having a pretty decent solid result there. And of course, as we were saying, both drivers doing both categories, so of course gives them a better track opportunity. They get more used to seeing how compared to some of the other drivers.
Interesting to see a Sony Kart chassis leading the way as well. That's a name that's very big, certainly in the world of corporate karting. Most of the fleets in the UK using the Sony chassis, but on a much faster level here, of course. The KZ UK chassis seems to be running quite well here for Josh Price.
And of course, the World Kart Championships, Sony, another name who are up there. And of course, Timo Younglin was a driver who raced for the Sony factory team, obviously provided great results. Great to see George Robinson actually in this as well, maybe for James Beacock on the inside. That's a good move on Alan Kenyon. Gets that one done, never seen him trying to one done. But George Robinson on your screen, a bit further back. He, of course, senior Rotax driver, but having to go into KZ karting as well. I think we've started to see a lot of drivers who come from maybe the Rotax S30 category trying to have a go in the KZ kart, because it's a whole kettle of fish to drive, and I think you learn a driver, so then when you maybe go back into a Rotax, you might end up driving a bit better, because you might, get a better feel for the car, because, with these cars, you've got to be on it all the time, and then Kenyon moves.
So it's the two Birmingham drivers running very well here. So that's Ella Stevens going for the move there, number 2, 48. Perhaps you could explain here, Charlie, we've got some different chassis manufacturers here. Certainly with the bikes, you get certain preferences for certain manufacturers. We've got slightly different chassis manufacturers here. Do the drivers have a preference to a particular chassis sometimes?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, of course, drivers can do setups and obviously on the chassis itself. Some drivers like a really stiff chassis, some drivers like a nice and smooth one. Just, of course, depends on their driving style. Some drivers like to be really smooth and consistent. Some like to be really aggressive and just throw the kart around. And of course, chassis do tend to match their driving. But of course, these chassis different weather conditions. So some are better. Oh, this is mega battle going a bit further down the field. But of course, some of these chassis might be a bit better for the summertime, maybe the winter time as well. Of course, I think the Sonys are really good. Oh, move for third place. Nearly going to the wall, that was, for Charlie Cole.
Looking at third to go. Leah Robinson is tagging her in there. Josh Price looked like he's going to pass and pull away, but Leah Robinson has got the toe here. And certainly Josh Price can't afford any kind of a mistake here with half a lap to go, because Leah Robinson is making a race of it in the closing stage. Looking further back there with a battle with George Barker, Richie Schmitz and Luke Fleming. Dice in the midfield, but at the front, looks like Josh Price has got enough in the bags. He makes his way out to the final corner and takes the first race win. Josh Price winning the KZ UK heat from Leah Robinson. Those two well clear of the chasing pack. It looks like it's James Beecroft in third, Ralph Youngling, Ella Stevens, Dick Smith, Bo Phillips, Lucas Ellingham up to 9th position, and Hannah Lang rounding out the top 10.
Very good drive that from Josh Price, consistent as well. Leah Robinson, okay, second place on the road. Will he go to hold on to that one is another question. But even if he gets a time penalty, if it's 5 seconds, he'll still stay in second. But a very good drive from the KZ drivers, as always, because they always put on a great show. Going to go into the junior categories next. One of our, I'd say, most established categories that we've got here this weekend, Junior Rotax. Now, plenty of action goes on in Junior Rotax. We know that time and time again, because they always that we will never ever see again.
Yeah, it's a very established old Austrian manufacturer, Rotax, 2 wheels and predominantly in 4 in the world of karting. And Rotax, one of the main, with TKM and the Army and so forth, one of the main engine manufacturers. And the likes of the Italian manufacturer so involved in karting as well. But the Rotax formula certainly seems to be the proving ground of many young drivers who make their way up from cadet racing, moving up towards the senior categories. But Junior Rotax, in association with the Drift Limits London Motor Circuit, about to get underway. There we see the number 60 Callum Sims and Blake Southam, who will lead them away in just a few moments' time. This is race number 8 of the 31 race program. 3 more heat races to go. Junior Rotax about to get underway. They will be followed by the Senior X30 and the Rotax 177 to round out the first block of race. Back to the cadets in a few moments' time. These heat races 7 minutes plus 1 lap, so the drivers race for the 7 minutes. When the clock goes down to 0, next time the leader goes over the line, that's when they get the last lap board. So here we go, out onto the grid. This is the Junior Rotax heat number 1, race number 8 of our 30. They go on towards the formation lap. Well, they'll get into position, and this first Junior Rotax heat will get underway. So Callum Sims from Blake Southern, Stanley Williams and Logan Hartshorn, 3rd and 4th. Archie Ray Watson, Toby Farthing on row 3. Samuel Aston and Ryan Rapini on row number 4. Row number 5 is made up of the number 49 of Nathan Edwards from Alex Shepherd, Oscar Keane, Maximilian Braskoff and Hayden Fisher, row 7 from Max Wheatley, John Richardson and Lucy Wielden on row number 8. And a little bit further down, the 152 of George from Jacob Aston, Laurie McVeigh, Daniel Butcher, Miles Burton, Oliver Barton, Oliver Walker on row 12 from Izzy Wykes. And looking a little bit further down towards the back of the field, Aidan Hammond from Tobias Johns, Christian Kayoff, Theo Hamilton, Beau Winslade, Archie Buchanan, Jack Corser and George Cole as they make their way onto the start for the first heat.
Let's get going then. On the inside, Callum Sims really pushing Blake Summit over as the rest of the pack can fly through. Stanley Williams get a bit sideways, and Sam has decided he just doesn't want to do the start. As the rest of the drivers can fly through. Theo Hamilton on a bit of a spin. Of course, Theo Hamilton from the Honda Cadet category. Rotax having a great first race. Well, obviously not that great because he's obviously spun off in the first corner, but the rest of the pack comes flying through. And it's a great start from Callum Sims, that Evolution car. Mega gap from Logan Hartshorn there in 2nd place. Stanley Williams rounding out your top 3. So you head through to finish a couple of the first. Nice story about Stanley Williams. Was actually invited down to a McLaren event a couple of days ago. Got to drive Lewis Hamilton's old go-kart from, I think it was around 2007, 2000. Actually, a bit further back.
Probably the mid-90s, living for when Lewis Hamilton did the club. Then Lewis Hamilton was part of the McLaren Junior program in karting. It was a big deal, I would say, in the late 90s, certainly, as the generations go through here. And now, of course, we have our Junior Rotax with Stanley Williams having a good battle there. Callum Sims just trying to break away at the end of this lap 5 last time round. He had a good start, number 69, as they make their way through Kimbolton Corner, this leading group. So there you see your leader clear now with the rest of the field. Callum Sims over the line, 84, Stanley Williams up to 2nd place. Ryan Rapini in 5th behind Samuel Aston with the fastest lap of the race. 42. So the track's certainly coming to the drivers here, Charlie, and settling in some very fast pace at the start of each of these heat races.
Yep, and Blake Summon, who had not the best start, but of course Blake Summon leading the championship. Of course, the front row, Callum Simmons, Blake Summon, they were the 2 who are in contention for the championship. Blake Summon in front by points. Teddy Cooper in 3rd, he's just a few points back. Miles Burton in 4th. Ryan Rapini around like your top 5 in the championship. Of course, Ryan Rapini actually in 5th at the moment. So Ryan Rapini trying to clinch back some vital points for the championship as the rest of the pack is flying through. Great drive by Lucy Wilden on your screen. And Hayden Fisher at the moment. As he comes through, will actually go on the inside of Hayden Fisher. That's a great move from Lucy Wilden. Getting the advantage into 7th place. This battle is going on. Oh, that's ever so close. Hayden Fisher using the grass to get by. Well, that's definitely some 4 wheels on the circuit for sure.
Move down the inside there for Hayden Fisher. Just about kept it on the course, but using every line possible, as that will, of course, bunch the drivers up in that midfield. All getting a bit tasty here as they make their way down to the Kimbolton Corner. And you'll see this whole gaggle of drivers in the midfield there, all running very closely indeed. These drivers heading down from about 7 to, I'd say, around 18th position. Here they come. All too close to pull. There's number 99, Lucy Wielden, currently in 9th place, battling with Max Wheatley. Archie Ray Watson in there as well, number 95, and Oscar Keane. Those drivers battling very closely indeed. It means they're falling away from this lead group of drivers. Callum Sims the gap over 1 second. Stanley Williams, Logan Hartshorn in third, 1:21. And Samuel Aston, Ryan Rapini, Blake Southern with the fastest lap of the race in sixth position. Here come the lead group. Callum Sims with that all-important gap at the front, as we see. Just look at the helmet there of number 84, Stanley Williams, trying to get together here, but I don't think that the 121's paying much attention to that. Logan Hartshorn down the inside. Oh, and squeezing down there, Samuel Aston, damaging the nose. Now looks like it's gone back into position. So Stanley Williams' appeal to work together there, falling on deaf ears, because I think Logan himself here.
Yeah, that was a bit of front wheel to rear, well, front bumper to rear bumper contact. And in that situation, it's not. It's always that thing where they sort of click together, and you can't really get off each other. But Logan Hartshorn, they're in second place now. Doesn't have the pace to close down the race leader. It wouldn't say so. Now Stanley Williams having to go defensive from Blake Southern. Southern will try and fight away through. Southern who didn't have the best of starts. Now trying to pick up the pace on the inside of Stanley Williams. Now these two might work together now, try and catch up to Ryan Rapini, but that'd be a question that Rapini's tried, but Blake Southern just trying to get the head down now, get his focus on, trying to make up the move. Of course, got to try and stay consistent as possible. Can't make any silly moves, but of course has to try and hold on to Callum Sims. Callum Sims very dominant in the junior Rotax category. Of course, we saw him the last couple of months do as well, trying to do double duty, but just couldn't get the double victory done. That would be the first one. That one. Great to see Archer Ray Watson, best qualified of the year, up to fifth and started from. Dropped down quite a bit, but drivers having a bit of tumble as he came through the corners, but obviously the screen still Blake Southern for the JDR Racing team. I think JDR's two best drivers at the moment in the junior Rotax category, him and Hayden Fisher. Hayden, who recently joined the Rotax fleet in the juniors, really coming alive. For Blake Southern, but at the front, Callum Sims on your screens there, still having a nice comfortable lead, but Ryan Rapini, I think he's trying to look for a bonus spot here.
Yeah, Ryan Rapini is on the charge here, number 56, who sets another fastest lap of the race here, 41.2. Now starting to tail onto the back of number 21, Samuel. It's the move as they make their way towards Dennick's corner. So he's on the charge here. The leaders are starting to close up on one or two of the tail enders who've dropped back in the second part of the race. So whether that will be a factor, we'll wait and see. The marshals have the blue flags ready for the race leader. Just adds to the tension though as they make their way through. So the drivers towards the back right now. We've got Nathan Edwards, Lonnie McVeigh rounding up the 33 driver field. Indy 500 style there, 33 drivers on the track. But Callum Sims is leading them by 1.7 seconds. Logan Hartshorn with a quiet race in second place so far. Not really close enough to go for the lead, but comfortably ahead of third at the moment. Although Ryan Rapini, who was the fastest driver on the track, is still charging here. Just pulling a few tenths of a second away. We've got 15 seconds on the clock, so it's going to be tight here. I think it will be one lap to go. Not quite. It's going to be close here. 7 seconds left now as Callum Sims makes his way around towards the Kimbolton corner. Going through now, and the clock goes to 0. Oh, not quite. He goes over the line just before the clock goes down to 0. So by maybe a few tenths of a second, Callum Sims. Yeah, the marshals kept the board in. So 2 laps to go here.
Yeah, definitely close one there, but. About that one, I think he might have wanted that lap come around because you never want to do your extra lap because you've always got that extra opportunity of making a mistake. But the gap he's got at the moment, I mean, closing up to some of the back markers at the moment. 2 drivers a bit further down the field. That was like Nathan Edwards, who may have had a bit of a tumble. Nathan Edwards so I think that might explain just a bit of what went on a bit further down the field. But into the last lap of the race now, Sims still leading the way. Hartshorn there in second place, but the gap's a bit too big for Callum Sims, so he make a mistake, he won't lose much time. There's Archer Ray Watson on his screens. For the Aircart team, was actually moved over to the team to get a new experience. Really enjoyed his time there. Callum Sims is around the final sector now. I don't think he'll close up to Loyalty, so he's just going to come around for a final couple of corners now, and a very consistent drive from Callum Sims. Maybe he's found his form that he lost just not the case in the last few rounds. It could be his time to make that move. Callum Sims takes victory. First heat here in Junior Rotax. Very large short from Ryan Rapini, rounds like your top 3. Sam Aston makes it rounds like your top 5. And from 5th onwards, it was Oscar Keane and Max Wheatley. From Archie Watson, rounds like your top 10. John Richardson, Maximilian Bravos from Lucy Wilder, Dan Butcher, Mars Burton, Alex Shepard from George Cole, Izzy White, George Houghton, and Oliver Waterman. That's out your top 20. Great to see George Steve plays 17th from the back of the grid, so great to see a few drives throughout the field. But yeah, a consistent drive, let's say. That was Nathan Edwards, but damage on the front of that kart. Very good to, very lucky to get that around.
That was one who's tailing around at the back there. Nathan Edwards, who had the trouble at the race, ending up finishing in 32nd position. So, as you can see, a comfortable win in the end from Callum Sims from Logan Hartshorn. And Ryan Rapini, after that fast pace towards the start of the race, fighting up to 3rd position at the end there. So we now have 2 more races to go in the first heat. 31 races in total. And race number 9 coming up very shortly. It is the first heat for Senior X30. They'll be followed by our final group, the Rotax 177s, coming up very shortly indeed. The meeting today also incorporating the KZUK Super 4 Gearbox Championships with the Northern Karting Federation. As is here today, they'll be out in a couple of races' time for their second heat of the day. So in the meantime, the Senior X30s making their way out onto the circuit. It'll be Hayden Eldridge from Jack Dan, Monty Braithwaite in 3rd position, Peter Jurovic, Lucian Joyce, Katie Ashman, Jack Stewart, Josh Jones, James Reynolds and Sasha Bagley, Bailey Brooker, Reese Barber, Jessica Fitch Hall and James Workman rounding up the field in Senior X30 heat number 1. I think one driver span off on the formation lap there, so they'll join the grid. Hayden Evan from Jack Dan and the number 19 of Monty Braithwaite just a little bit further behind. Peter Jurovic, number 57 on the second row. We just saw the number 95 of Lucian Joyce with Katie Ashman 53 alongside, and away we go for Senior X30 heat number 1 into the first corner. Eldridge guard, they make their way through. Will they get through cleanly? One driver gets it wrong. I think that was the 95 Lucian Joyce, just losing the back end, but a relatively clean start there, Charlie.
Yeah, Jessica Fitchell had a few problems on the formation lap. She is out of the race already. But at the front, Aidan Eldridge, who still leads the way. Now the battle front on the championship is between these top 2, Jack Dan and Hayden Eldridge. Jack Dan leading the way, 50 points in front of Hayden Eldridge, so definitely a battle to watch out for. Hayden's really going to have to put in some strong result here and be very dominant coming into the end of the year to have a decent chance taking a victory in the championship, but it's never going to be easy. Great to see Monty Braithwaite back out. You can see these drivers really struggling on these cold tyres. I mean, cold tyres do take quite a while to get some temperature and some heat into them, but these drivers definitely struggling these first couple of laps to get some temperature in. We're going to see that a lot more next few rounds as we head into the winter, with drivers trying to get them tyres heated up, try different tyre pressures as well. But this battle on your screens for 3rd place. Katie Ashman on your screens, trying to move on. Monty Braithwaite, that's a bit of a late move, had to back out late, and might open up an opportunity for Peter Jurovic as they head down into turn 1. Ashman trying to find a way through, but really struggling with the front end of that car, trying to get it in, just can't get the pace, in the first couple of laps. Of course, as we said, this is the for these drivers to make up that time, try and make up as many positions as they can before everyone sort of spreads out. We've seen a lot more of that in these opening races. People after the first couple of laps, the gaps are already made, and that's an issue there for Katie Ashford and Monty Braithwaite.
Seemed to outbrake himself or going into the Kestrel corner, and there's some sort of mechanical trouble there. The car just went outbraked itself off the circuit there, and the number 19 Monty Braithwaite has abandoned the kart on the infield straight out of the race, so there's some sort of mechanical failure there. It's on off the course. No real damage though, but Braithwaite unfortunately is out of the race as we move on to our number 53 here, Katie Ashman, who now moves up to third position, coming under a lot of pressure from Peter Jurovic just behind. Two drivers in the identical karts here making their way down toward, and James Reynolds with a technical flag out of the race. And there you see on the infield there, that is standing up, that's Monty Braithwaite, who is out of the race. We just saw him out breaking himself off the circuit. As you say, whether it was some sort of mechanical issue, just made no attempt to get back into the race, so and stepped out. But Hayden Eldridge leads the way. Jack Dan, incidentally, fastest lap of the race, 40.35, running a very competitive pace out there as they make their way through. Still looking at this battle for third place, though, with Peter Jurovic and Katie Ashman still there in third position. So James Reynolds with the technical flag also will be out of the race. That is when the driver's disqualified for some sort of issue with the kart. That means they are unable to continue for safety reasons. I should see that very shortly. The race going on though between Katie Ashman and Peter Jurovic. Very well indeed. Although to me it looks like Josh Jones might just be starting to close the gap here.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit close for this battle for third. Really unfortunate for Monty Braithwaite. He was one of the lead drivers, I think, going into this weekend. I think, you know, Hayden Eldridge, Dan and Monty were in contention for the race win. So that's definitely not the way he wanted to start the weekend, but of course, has that second heat coming up shortly, and of course the finals. Anything can happen. So he's definitely got more opportunities, and I think in the worst case scenario that might be a new engine gone to that go-kart, because that looked like or it might just be something simple, maybe the chain coming off or something like that. I mean, hoping the best they can get out for the second heat, but that's going to be a big job from the Optimum Motorsport team. Of course, teammates here on your screens, Kate Ashman, Peter Jurovic, both driving for the Veloce Racing team. Josh Jones there in 5th place. Of course, Josh MS car is a privateer entry.
Jack Dan is setting another fastest lap of the race there, 40.19 last time round, 40.2. Very close to his personal best, and he's just starting to reel that gap in on Hayden Eldridge, who has led pretty much the entire race, and now coming under a little bit of pressure. The gap goes down to we shall see with just under 2 minutes on the clock plus the 1 lap remaining if 62 Jack Dan can just close that gap a little bit more towards the end of this race as they make their way down towards Kestrel Corner into Kimbolton. Jack Dan very aggressive under braking. Over the line they go into that final corner. Over the line they go. Let's have a look at the gap when they cross the line, all running very close between first and second, remaining around half a second between those two. And Jack Dan's just keeping that pressure on. There's quite a gap then between them and third place, still Katie Ashman. Although Josh Jones, the pressure pays off as it's back to the leaders now. And number 11, Hayden Eldridge, continues to lead the way. We've got just over 1 minute left on the clock. So there'll still be a couple more laps to go here. And the opportunity for Jack Dan, again you see quite aggressive turning in towards Kestrel Corner and into this final corner, just making a couple of tenths here. Try and close it to under half a second. Over the line they go once again, and the gap again just remaining under half a second. Jack Dan with another fastest lap of the race, 40.1, but Hayden Eldridge responding 40.18, and both of these drivers running a very strong pace at the front of the field.
I think it's going to be the all day long who will take the victory. It's going to be between these two, S8 Racing, Fullerton Chassis, you know, Hayden Eldridge, and Jack Dan, who's been working with the Ben Maxon development team. Of course, they've had a really strong connection over the year, and the results have been coming in. But it's going to be a big question. It's just going to be the two for the victory. A bit further behind, you know, you've got the drivers, you know, Katie Ashman, Jurovic, and Josh Jones as well. They'll be battling for the final spot on the podium, as well as Monty Braithwaite, who will be there a bit further on and later in the races. But yeah, this will be a big 1v1. Hayden Eldridge, I think, with the more experience in the X30, they've got a nice history of the TKM racing. Only really came into senior X30 racing a couple of years ago. Still getting to grips with it. I've got a lot of time spent with the different engine. Of course, both had their own time around the circuit. Both been here for well over a fair few years. head on to the final lap of the race.
Let's have a look at the gap. So looks like Eldridge responding at the moment, maintaining that gap at just over half a second. Jack Dan in second, still keeping that pressure on. These two now well clear of the chasing pack. Josh Jones has gone up to third position, getting past Katie Ashburn. But as you can see, they are behind, almost a quarter of a lap, you would say, as they make their way up towards the Dan Weldon corner for the final time. And keeping the pressure on, still in second place. Jack Dan trying to close up on Hayden Eldridge. They make their way down towards the final corner. And it looks like Eldridge and take the checkered flag. Dan chasing to the line. Brilliant race from those two.
Dominant victory there from Hayden Eldridge, very consistent as well. Jack Dan with the fastest lap, he takes second place. So definitely watch out for these two. Josh Jones rounds out your podium spots, of course, with the DNF from Monty. Will be interesting. Was back pouncing in the next heat. Josh Jones takes a nice victory then from nice podium, shall we say, from Kate Ashburn, Jurovic, Jack Stewart, and Lucian Joyce. From Baby Brooker, Reese Barber, Sasha Bagley, James Workman, and we lost James Reynolds. And of course, Jessica Fitchell on the first lap of the race. Of course, may not be the biggest grid that we've seen in the Senior X30s, but definitely providing great action. And soon enough, we'll be rolling into the 177s. Some of our, I say, more experienced Rotax drivers. Let's see how they get on. Of course, that'll be the end of the first heats as they roll into the second heats coming up shortly. Yeah,
race number 10 coming up very shortly. Just to recap then, Hayden Eldridge taking the win from Jack Dan, Josh Jones, Katie Ashburn, Peter Jurovic running up the top 5 from Jack Stewart. So our final race of the first block, race number 10 of the Rotax 177s, and very much you would say the Ken Warriors, you might say, in the 177s. These drivers, mostly the adult competitors, and Liam Ferguson, 165, leading the group through. Rotax getting underway in just a few moments. They will be followed by the Cadets, and then the KZ UK second heat of the day coming up a little bit later on for the Super 4 Gearbox Championship. Here they come then. So Liam Ferguson from Ben Hitch, Alex Jones, Chris Thomas, Sean Rudge, Adam Sadler, David German, Gavin Petty, Mark Taylor, the leading group of drivers. So there is the number 165 of Liam Ferguson on the inside line there from 41. Ben Hitch in second place. Alex Jones, number 78, in third from Chris Thomas, number 56. The drivers making their way of Kimbolton corner, very slow, keeping it nice and smooth up to the line. Grid looks good, and away we go down into the first corner. The start looks good, and here they come into Stowe for the first time. Great start there from Liam Ferguson. Oh, bit of trouble at the back there as two drivers tangle together. 21. Both drivers appear to be okay. That's Rob Church, and might have been either Chris Emerson or Johnny Kent may have been involved in that little melee. The kart's just losing a little bit of grip going into the first corner, but the race goes on. Brilliant start there from Liam Ferguson, who breaks the start of this first race. So the incident at the back, it was the 171 was the other kart caught up in that one. Lyndon knew it. But they're clear as they go over the line. So Ferguson leads. Alex Jones, second place, 78, having a peek down the inside, 56, going for the move. And following down the inside as well, the number 41, to make the move. But Chris Thomas gets up to second place. The gap 1 second between first and second. Trouble, I think, going through the willows for one driver towards the back of the field. That was the 26. Seems to have gone into the infield, out of the race. So a little trouble further back down the field with a few drivers there. I think it was Gary Bumford who has hit trouble. Rob Church, I believe, out of the race after that first corner melee as well. But none of that bothering Liam Ferguson, who breaks away at the front. The gap 1.2 seconds between Chris Thomas in second. Bends off Alex Jones and Ben Hitch. Third and fourth. Adam Sadler a little bit further behind. Sean Rudge and David German on the number 33, just starting to make inroads into the top 10 as well. And Gavin Petty just on the edge of the top 10, battling with Stavros as well on the edge of that top 10, so plenty of battles throughout the field with 5 minutes plus the 1 lap to go. But the 165 of Liam Ferguson leading the race at the moment with that gap just over 1 second. And there is the 56 of Chris Thomas. Alex Jones keeping that pressure on as Dan. Little move there from the number 40 of Sean Rudge. Going down the inside of Adam Sadler and makes the move stick as he makes his way through into the Willows. The leaders now making their way up towards Derek's corner and in towards the Dan Weldon corner at the top of the circuit now. Here is the number 56 in second place, who is just starting to break away from the battle for third place between Alex Jones and Ben Hitch for third. Here they come down in towards Kim Bolton corner, outbreaking down the inside for the number 41 of Ben Hitch, and he moves up to third position now. Ferguson leads the way. Thomas in second, Hitch now up to third. Can he? As he tries to respond there, Alex Jones, they're making their way through the Willows. So Liam Ferguson leading the way, and that 41.26 is the fastest lap of the race. Chris Thomas 41.29, the second fastest, so they're both running a very strong pace at the front. And Liam Ferguson front of the field at the start of this Rotax 177 heat race. This is the final race of the first block of heats. The cadets are coming up next, but Liam Ferguson in the Rotax 177s leading the way quite comfortably as the rest of the top 10 make their way through. Still 56, Chris Thomas second position so far. Ben Hitch setting the fastest lap of the race, 41.18. As we look at the 32 and 27 a bit further down there, Gavin Petty and Mark Taylor battling for 9th position. Back to Ben Hitch, 41. And Hitch just trying to get up there with Chris Thomas in second place. So Hitch now up to third place, fastest lap of the race last time round, 41.18. Didn't quite get the start, the number 41, but he's fighting back. Speaking of which, Lyndon Newitt, the driver who went off on the first corner, starting to make inroads in, with Johnny Kent and Chris Emerson up to 18th position. The leaders make their way through, so it's Liam Ferguson from Chris Thomas. Ben Hitch still in third place, not closing up quite as much as he would have wanted on that leading group. As we look at Hitch ahead of number 78, Alex Jones, Sean Rudge and Adam Sadler right in there. David German, number 33, up to 7th place, so 2.5 minutes just under, plus the 1 lap remaining of this Rotax 177 first heat, which is just starting to settle down into a bit of a rhythm here. Ferguson still leading by just over 1 second. And 5. Chris Thomas, fastest lap of the race, 41.15. And Ben Hitch just a little bit slow, 41.18 last time round. The gap 2 seconds between first and third. And they are starting to close up on the tail end. I think that might be Lyndon Newitt. He's dropped back a bit after fighting up towards the back of the field at the start of this race. The rest of the top 10 making their way through, and the leading group making their way down the TKM straight. Rotax 177 first race just starting to settle down a bit now as the leaders make their way out of. You see the 171 of Lyndon Newitt, the driver who got into trouble on the first lap, just been lapped by the leader, 165 Ferguson. And you can see when they make their way through the Willows, Newitt just seems to be struggling with the handling going through the Willows, the kart looking a little bit squirrely as he concedes the corner to the second place of Chris. Unfortunately for the leading group now, the back marker can't really go anywhere as they make their way through towards Dan Weldon corner. There you see Newitt very quickly moving off the racing line as he makes his way out of the Dan Weldon corner. Just trying his best to keep going and run his own race, but also let those leaders get by. Ferguson still leading quite comfortably as the race draws to its closing few laps here. We've got 40 seconds on the clock as Newitt, a bit unfortunate here for the 171, he's got nowhere to go really. 78 and 40 making their way through Alex Jones and Sean Rudge. We're too happy with Newitt, but he didn't really have anywhere to go as quickly as he could, managing to get out of the way as they make their way through Derek's corner. Now down the back straight, still Ferguson leading the way, and this is just starting to hot up now, this battle. Drivers make their way through. This is the battle for fourth place now, with the number 40 of Sean Rudge now moving into fourth place by virtue of being able to squeeze past the back marker. Alex Jones still in fifth place, Adam Sandler right in there as well. And there is the unfortunate 171. That's the kart of Lyndon Newitt that got into trouble on that first corner. One lap to go next time round for the Rotax 177 final heat of the first block, as Liam Ferguson leads the way down the TKM straight. They go. There's your race leader coming into Kimbolton corner for the penultimate. And the last lap board goes out for the 165 of Liam Ferguson, leading quite comfortably at this stage as he makes his way through Stowe Corner for the final time, through the Willows, that switchback chicane section, which is a really good rhythm as they make their way down towards the Kimitsu straight. They do incorporate Derek's corner. Chris Thomas hanging on in there in second place, the gap just over 1 second, but Liam Ferguson under no real danger here. I'm sure he will know that he's got a comfortable gap, has a quick glance over the shoulder just to check the progress of his rivals. He knows he can afford to run a good line into Kimbolton corner, doesn't need to defend. And it's been a brilliant first heat for the 165 of Liam Ferguson, who takes the checkered flag. 1.5 seconds then between him and Chris Thomas in second, Ben Hitch in third, Sean Rudge, Alex Jones running at the top 5, Adam Sadler, David German, Daniel Walker, Gavin Petty and Mark at the top 10 at the end of the Rotax 177 first heat of the day, race number 10 of 31 drawing to a close, and it was a brilliant race there for Ferguson. So Liam Ferguson wins by 1.4, Hitch in third, Sean Rudge and Alex Jones rounding out the top 5, Adam Sadler, David German, Daniel Walker, Gavin Petty, Mark Taylor rounding us down to 10th position, Richard Ball, Stavros Athanasopoulos in 12th position, Colin Walker, Adam Chenery, John Davis and Chris Emerson in contention. 1 or 2 drivers dropping out of contention later on though towards the end of that Rotax 177 first heat of the day. So the first block of heats has drawn to a close. We move straight on to heats number 2, and the cadets are coming up in just a few moments time. Race number 11 of 31 in time. Anyone watching the Northern Karting Federation S4 Gearbox Championship, that's coming up next after the cadets, so our second heat for the KZs will be coming up very shortly, but in the meantime cadets will be out in just a few moments for heat number 2 of the day. Arthur Murphy from Sawyer Henderson, Henry Colborne in third from Cian Delaney, Ben Bowers, Marcus Cooper, Bradley Sutton, Jaylan Splikan as Arthur Murphy spinning out as they make their way out of the dummy grid. Alistair Saunders, Oliver Ratton, James Murphy, Mason O'Connor, George Deep, Mason Beck and James Windsor on row number 8. Looking a bit further down, Harrison Maxwell, Finn Hollis, Preston Howard, Conor Ratta in 20th, Cian Doherty, Nicholas York, Harry Parker Ray and Hendrik Spalat, first of Metro Kits on row number 12. And the rest of the Metro Kit drivers who start a little bit further back: Zach Andrew, Thomas Laidler, Raith Owen, Mason Muncer, William Davison, Harley Merrison, Shiv Neal and Benjamin Schliver on row number 16. So we should see jumping up to the front here will be the number 88 of Arthur Murphy, who just lost the back when he left the dummy grid, but able to retake his position up towards the front alongside Sawyer Henderson as we get underway with racing into the first corner. Starts good, here they come. So Henderson leads as they pile into the first corner. So it's been a hectic start there for Arthur Murphy. Oh, trouble at the back. Get together. Everyone stays on track though, but it's Sawyer Henderson that leads the way. And 27 in second place. So Ben Bowes with a good start. He makes his way up towards Derek's corner, keeping Henderson under pressure. The Metro Kit drivers just making their way off the line, over the line to start their race. As we look at the Hondas making their way through, Arthur Murphy down in towards the Kimbolton corner, all very close at the front here. And they make their way over the line to complete the first full flying lap here. So Henderson leads, Bowes in second, Murphy in third. Alistair Saunders with a good start, number 58 in 4th position now, making up 5 places from Marcus Cooper, Bradley Sutton, Mason Becker and Schlein Strikan in 8th position. Henry Colborne and Cian Delaney, who ran well in race number 1, struggling at the start there, currently in 10th place. So Sawyer Henderson leads the way as the Metrikit drivers make their way out of Kimbolton Corner and onto the Heinz Straight, the finish line straight. Number 27 leading the way, Zach Andrew for that group. From Hendricks Fallat, Wraith Owen in 3rd, Thomas Laidler 97 in 4th, and Davidson as down the inside go Arthur Murphy going for the pass. It's a brave move on the inside and drag race down the start straight into the first corner. Has he gone enough to make the move stick? Well, Henderson's got the line into the first corner here and retakes the lead. Alistair Saunders nipping up to 3rd position there. Good race so far. Number 58, Alistair Saunders, putting the pressure on boards. We just saw the Metrikit drivers a little bit further behind as well as they make their way through Derek's corner. So Henderson back into the lead. With the Metrikits, it's still Zach Andrew from Hendricks Fallat. They're having a close battle over the line. Wraith Kim Davidson as the Honda Cadets make their way down towards the final corner. Arthur Murphy trying to go down the inside. Henderson holds on. And the K-plate holder, Sawyer Henderson, leads the way. Winner of the Kimbolton Festival, hence the K-plate on the cart. As the inside makes the move and is able to block the pass on the outside there. So a good move from Arthur Murphy to take the lead. But still any one of about 6 or 7 drivers well and truly in contention here as the Cadets go into the halfway point. The Hondas now making their way through Derek's corner and the Metrikits are making their way end of the lap. They cross the line, all running very closely indeed, with Hendricks Fallat taking the lead from Wraith Owen, Zach Andrews, Thomas Laidler. Action then throughout the field here as Sawyer Henderson holds on to the lead, coming down in towards the final corner. Oh, and down the inside goes side out of the corner. Murphy tries to cover the line and Henderson has to go completely off the circuit there, and Murphy's going, what are you doing there? Wasn't too happy about that one, and as those two tussle for the lead, it leaves the door wide open for Alistair Saunders to go into the lead now. Number 50, who's been battling for the entire race near the front, picking his way through the field and now takes 1st position. Sawyer Henderson has regrouped here, going back to try and fight for the lead. Nice move through the Dan Weldon corner, using that inside line to good effect. Alistair Saunders just gesticulating there to try and work together to try and break away. He's not keen to give up that lead lightly. So perhaps if these 3 drivers can work together, it might just pull them away from that chasing pack. We've got Marcus Cooper, Ben Bowes, Henry Colburn, Sutton all in there as Henry had another move for the lead here. So Saunders drops to 3rd place, number 58. Just look at that group behind. Got Marcus Cooper in 4th place right now. Ben Bowes, Henry Colborne all chasing away. And if these 3 drivers, if they start fighting for position here, this really could involve the rest of the chasing pack. The Metrikits over the line just to complete their lap as well, with Wraith Owen still leading the way from Hendricks Fallat. Zach Andrew in 3rd position, Thomas Laidler, Mason Munzer in 4th in that group, Benjamin Slivar, William Davidson and Shiv Neal rounding out the field as the leaders make their way over the line, and Sawyer Henderson just trying to break away here from Arthur Murphy. For the first time in this race, there is some kind of a gap at the front as Sawyer Henderson pulls half a second. It's not very much, but just light cushion he needs to stay out of trouble from that chasing group of drivers. So Henderson making his way through Derek's corner and into the Dan Weldon corner at the top of the circuit. The battle now starting to develop for 2nd place as Arthur Murphy trying to fend off the charging Alistair Saunders in 3rd. Ben Bowes getting involved in this one as well. They come down to Kimbolton corner. Over the line they go, and Sawyer Henderson continuing to lead the way. 1:16 on the clock, and a battle a little bit further behind here as down the inside goes the number 91 of Cian Delaney. Low 75 fighting back there. That's Henry Colborne. This is now the battle for 5th position. So Cian Delaney, who didn't get the best of starts, has fought back very well here. And with still a couple of laps to go in this race, could yet be a factor for a podium position, because Arthur Murphy actually is starting to close up once again on Sawyer Henderson. Ben Bowes keeping the pressure on for Alistair Saunders for 3rd place. So the top two just starting to break away now. The fight is on for 3rd. As Delaney has a look on the outside of the 88 of Arthur Murphy. Leaders now making their way over the line. So Henderson up to 2nd place. Saunders holds on that position, doesn't go for the pass, tucks in behind the race leader. Ben Bowes still in 3rd. The battle really close for 3rd place now as they fight for position. Look at those just behind the leaders going through the willows. Everyone trying to go for that inside line as they make their way through Derek's corner. Now the top two to pull away here. The clock going down to 0, so next time round will be the last lap of the race. And you can see here Alistair Saunders. Oh, a small mistake there from Sawyer Henderson. Just went wide, went over a bit too much curb. Saunders opting just to stay behind for now. Moment to make a move as he makes his way out of Kimbolton Corner. The last lap board goes out. Over the line they go, and you can see Henderson being defensive as best he can down the straight, preventing Saunders from going for the move going into Stowe Corner. Here they come through the willows for the final time. Onto Yamitsu straight again. You see Henderson guarding that inside line. Oh, and not enough move, not enough space there for Saunders to go for the outside again, trying to get the exit speed out of Derek's corner into the Dan Weldon corner for the final time. And Henderson very aggressive on the turn in there, guarding the apex as they make him straight for the final time. Heading into Kestrel Corner, this is the moment that Saunders has to go for it. Down into Kimbolton Corner, Henderson guarding the inside line as Saunders tries to go for the cutback. Here they come out of the final corner, and it's going to be close to the line, but Henderson holds on to take the checkered flag. Less than 1/10 of a second. Fight for 3rd. Way too close to call, but it's Cian Delaney who fights into 3rd. Bowes in 4th, Colborne, Becker, Sutton in 7th place, Murphy, Cooper, Srikantan rounding up the top 10 from Mason O'Connor. Looking further back now for the Metrokit drivers who've been running a very close race as well. And Rather looks like it's going to be a tight one to the line here, but the 27 of Wraith Owen holds on to take the win from Zach Andrew. Hendrik Svalat in 3rd, Thomas Laidler, Mason Munster, Benjamin Slivar, William Davison, Shiv Neal, and the number 35 of Harley Merrison, lead group of drivers. So Cadets, race number 11 of the day, 2nd for the Cadets, draws to a close. K-plate holder Sawyer Henderson takes the checkered flag by less than 1/10 of a second from Alistair Saunders, who put up a really good fight towards the end of that race. Then there was a bit of a gap. Cian Delaney in that incredible takes 3rd from Ben Bowes, Henry Colborne, Mason Becker, Bradley Sutton, Arthur Murphy, unfortunately for him, drops to 8th position. Marcus Cooper in 9th, just ahead of Shailan Srikantan. But as you can see, the gap between 3rd and about 9th position there, covered by less than 1. Very close battle of a 3rd place. And now you move on to the 2nd race of the day for the NKF S4 Gearbox Championship. This is one of our guest series, and only 1 point separating the points leader Charlie Cole from Oliver Stewart this round today, so all very close to play at the front. And this is how they line up. It's going to be James Gleinster from Ralph Youngling on row number 1, Nat Thomas and Ben McLeod on row number 2, Dan McKeown and James Eyre on row number 3, Harry Walsh and Josh Price on row number 4. Row 5 is Charlie Turner and Greg Moore. Lee Ward, Charlie Cole on row number 6, Alan Kenyon, Miles Murphy on row 7, and Oliver Stewart, Reece Duffy on row number 8. Row number 9 is the 77 of Jack Simpson and Ellis Bourchier, Alex Mackay and Jessica Edgar on row 10, Ashley Lewis and Sam Johns on row, Derek Morgan and Ryan Garvey on row number 12, and Jake Weston rounding out the field on row number 13, the 25th starter. One or two of the favoured names starting a bit further back in this race, the likes of Charlie Stewart in row number 8 as well, and Jessica Edgar down on the edge of the top 20 as well. So the drivers go out for an extra sighting lap here to get some more temperatures into the tyres and the brakes. Very cool day here at Kimbolton. The temperatures in the forecast believed to be around 12, but trust me, when you go trackside here at Kimbolton today, it feels a lot colder than that, and you'll see when some of the camera angles pan away like now, you'll see most of the spectators with some pretty hefty coats trackside because it is quite cold out there. For the drivers, it means that the has been a little bit greasy, a little bit slippery. We've seen quite a few incidents going down in towards Stowe Corner, the first corner of the Kimbolton circuit. The grip hasn't quite been there today for many of the drivers. There you can see the spectators making their way onto one of the gantries trackside going down towards Stowe Corner. And the clothing, to give you an idea, one brave fellow there wearing shorts, but pretty much everyone in some pretty hefty paddock jackets and thick coats because it is quite cool out there. Not too bad for the karts, though, you would say, these cooler temperatures. They should run pretty well, but we've seen the grip just starting to fall away for a few of the drivers. Corner now, as you remember, the S4s, KZUK karts have a standing start here. So they're making their way onto the starting grid right now. And for this second race, the 36 of James Gleinster is sitting on the inside line there, Formula K kart, and the Sodi kart alongside with the orange and black livery. Demon Twix back kart there for 25 of Ralph Youngling, who's just making some last minute adjustments to the visor, making sure the kart is correctly in position. Last few drivers is on the grid at the back, so it's your standard standing start procedure. The lights 1, 2, 3, 4. Look for the lights on the left-hand side. The lights go out, and we are away for KZUK heat number 2. Youngling with a good start on the second position into the first corner. Oh, 66 at first corner. Bit of a moment there for Charlie Cole. Looking to cement that championship lead, but he outbraked himself into the first corner. I think he got away with it, though, as the leaders make their way in towards the Dan Weldon corner for the first time, heading down towards TKM straight. Brilliant start there, though, for 25 of Ralph Youngling. Getting the jump on the field. Looks like Nat Thomas got away quite well. And number 4 into second place now. Brilliant start there for Charlie Turner. Up to second position. Oh, and trouble there for Gleinster, 36. The back end gets away from him. Underbraking into the sends. And just, I think he's lost the engine there. Just trying to get it restarted. Just goes to show how treacherous this Kimbolton circuit is today. Just lost the back end underbraking and pretty much out of the race, it seems. Real shame there for Gleinster, starting from pole position, but pushing the kart away. Driver okay, but it looks like he is out of the race. But the action carries on here as Ralph Youngling coming under pressure now from Turner into the first corner as they make their way through the willows. The top two just trying to break away here, but Thomas still there in third, hanging on in there. Dan McKeown and Josh Price fourth and fifth. Alan Kenyon, Charlie Cole a bit further behind. Ben McLeod and Miles Murphy with Oliver Stewart now fighting into the 10th position from Jessica Edgar, is also making inroads through the field up to 11th position right now. Youngling holding on though, starts to bunch up as they make their way through Kimbolton corner. 6 minutes plus the 1 lap to go. Over the line they go, and down the inside Charlie Turner takes the lead from Ralph Youngling. So Charlie Turner outbraking that classic inside line going in towards Stowe corner, and now goes to Nat Thomas, who goes into second place. Looking out here for the championship contenders here. Charlie Cole has made his way up to, it was 7th position, he may have got up to 6th. So look out for the number 66 here of Charlie Cole, continuing to fight his way. It matters in this championship. Down the inside in Stowe corner, there's the number 28 of Josh Price, doing double duty today, also in the HKRC Club Championships for the same category of kart. But Charlie Turner coming under a bit of pressure now. second place. Down the TKM straight they go into Kestrel Corner. And let's watch the number 8 in second place here, Nat Thomas, keeping that pressure on. Josh Price now moving into third place from Youngling. Big Cole now to fifth position as they make their way through the Willows. And there's the number 25 Youngling. Look out behind him because that is Charlie Cole. Oliver Stewart also on the charge. So the number 1 of Oliver Stewart, two of the main championship contenders, making their way into the top 4.5 minutes to go. And there's every possibility they could fight to the front because it is all very close at the front here. Charlie Turner holds on to that lead. Nat Thomas, Josh Price trying to get involved in this one as well. The touring car race in third position, number 28. Just with that small gap at the moment, although Charlie Cole has now moved into fourth place. Price having a peek down the inside on the Imitsu straight as they make their way to the Dan Weldon corner. There's Cole in fourth position. Oliver Stewart right on his tail as well. Youngling getting involved as well as they try to close up on the leader. Number 4 still leading the way. There's Cole in fourth, looking for Stewart. And there he is, he's in fifth position, number 1. So the two championship contenders making their way through the field as down the inside there goes Josh Price into second place now. They race that very fast-paced race so far here for the number 4 of Charlie Turner. Now facing a new fight here for second place as Cole tries to get through into third place. Stewart right on his tail though. Oliver Stewart making up 10 positions here. Done very well to make his way through the field. Alan Kenyon up to Miles Murphy and Jessica Edgar making up 10 positions. She is currently in 10th position as down the inside goes Stewart. So they're third and fourth now. Charlie Cole moves up to third. Oliver Stewart, great out-braking manoeuvre going into Stowe Corner, moves into fourth place. Leaders now making their way straight into Dan Weldon Corner. And look out for third and fourth, 66 and number 1. That's Charlie Cole and Oliver Stewart, the two main championship contenders. We just saw the abandoned cart there of number 73, Harry Walsh, who is out of the race up by the Dan Weldon Corner. Leaders over the line. Price second, Cole third, Stewart fourth. And tagging on to fifth place, Nat Thomas right in there as well. 5 drivers battling for the lead here with less than 3 minutes to go. Through the Willows. And Turner coming under a lot of pressure now as they all bunch behind, trying to find a way through. Price looking for an opening here. Charlie Cole and Oliver Stewart. They've had controls before at Shennington, just biding their time here, trying to find a way through. They know they need to stay close to each other, they need to finish ahead of each other though, crucially. Nat Thomas, Ralph Youngling, Alan Kenyon, Miles Murphy, Dan McKeown and Jessica Edgar all amongst lead. The fight for the positions there. Stewart and Cole neck and neck going through the Willows, wheel to wheel as they make their way through. And Cole holds on to third place. Josh Price, meanwhile, using that slingshot down the straight. He did that in the KZ race earlier on. Doesn't work this time as they make their way back down straight, heading towards the final 2 corners. And Charlie Turner doing a great job of holding on to the lead here, but still a bit of time to go. Let's have a look at the clock as they cross the line. It's 1:19 when they go over, so still a few more laps to go. The drivers lapping in the 35-second region, so I think there'll be a 3, possibly 4 laps remaining. There's a little bit of a tussle further on down the field between the 105 and 27. That's Lee Ward and Sam Johns currently battling for the 17th place, but at the front it looks like the pressure finally pays off for 28 and the inside. Oh, wheel to wheel into the final corner, and both Charlie Cole and Stewart, I believe, have both got through. No, they haven't, because Turner holds on to third. Previous race leader then, Charlie Turner holding on to that third position. Stewart desperately needs to get through though to in the battle for the championship, but Josh Price leads the way as they make their way down in towards the Dan Weldon corner. So Cole into second place, the driver who led by 1 point coming into this round. Oliver Stewart on 652 points coming into this final round of the championship. past the number 4. But I am sure that Charlie Turner will not give that lead up lightly. We've got 4 seconds left on the clock now, so next time round will be the last lap, but the pressure pays off. But Oliver Stewart, who gets through to 3rd place. Josh Price, 28, continues to lead the way with 2 laps to go here. We'll get the last lap. Charlie Cole still has visions, I think, of trying to win this race. Here they come down towards the Kimbolton corner for the final, well, penultimate time, I should say. And Josh Price continuing to lead. Here they come over the line. 1 lap to go as they cross the... Cole trying to go for the lead. Oh, Price trying to defend that line on the inside. Just about makes it work. We saw the back end locking up slightly there, but he keeps the kart on the racing line. Cole going for the move, Daniel Mitsu straight, and Stewart starting to get involved here. Down TKM straight for the final time. 2 more corners to go. And oh, they're fighting wheel to wheel there, coming in towards Kimbolton corner. Josh Price holding on. Round the final corner they go, and over the line. Josh Price takes the 2nd heat of the day. Charlie Cole in 2nd place, and so Oliver Stewart 3rd, Charlie Turner, Ralph Youngling, Nat Thomas, Miles Murphy takes us down to 7th place. Alan Kenyon, Jake Weston, and Jessica Edgar rounding up the top 10, but very close at the end there. Josh Price holding on to take the checkered flag. But a brilliant battle there with Charlie Cole and Oliver through to the line, so still very close in terms of the championship.
That was a great race, wasn't it?
Very close
indeed. I was watching from the sidelines there, having me lunch, and they were staying together till the very end. I mean, looking at the times here, about 5 seconds covers the top 14. I mean, Josh Price managed to hold on just by the skin of his teeth, really. That was very close, but that battle between Charlie Cole, Oliver Stewart, still going on till the very end. That's going to be very exciting to see how they get on in the final.
And of course, the added dynamic there, both drivers having to fight their way through the field. There was the race they would have to start back on the grid, so the dynamics there very much at play. Both drivers staying together, slowly but surely making their way through the field, but Price with the win in heat number 2 for KZ UK Super 4s. They will be next out on race number 21 at the end of this block. They have 4 heats throughout their final later on, so 3 heats plus the final, and the 3rd heat for KZ UK is a little later on, race number 21 at the end of this block. So race number 13, Mini Inters, are about to get underway for what will be their 2nd heat before the finals later on this afternoon. 31 races today of heat races plus the finals, and we are approaching the 2nd heat. The Mini Inters race 13 getting underway in association with Iron Remote Coach. They'll be underway in just a few moments' time with the number 40 of Jensen Sale, who ran so well in heat number 1. We're leading them away from in 2nd position. So the drivers now making their way out onto the grid, headed by the number 40 of Jensen Sale from Elliot Ball, Lewis Hermanson from James Roots, Brian Townsend and Toby Wortley, Noah Hammond and Jack Freeman on row number 4. Taking us down to row number 5, number 93, Alex Dasinskis and Ryuma Komatsu, Teddy Higgs, DSS Hole on row 6, Edward Munns and Jakes Hansford on row number 7, Adam Causa and Will Eden on row number 8. Row number 9 is the number 20 of Finley Beals from Seiki Komatsu, and Ella May Bumford rounding out the 20 driver field.
Exciting stuff about to go on then. Jensen Sale and Elliot Bork on that front row. Great to see Elliot Bork, of course, as we said, first time here this weekend in the Mini Inter class, and of course Lutz Hubson there in 3rd, going for that. But as we go lights out, we're off and racing down into turn 1. Sale on the inside, Bork trying to hold away around the outside, but looks like the inside line just getting that better run. As a spinner there, looks like Maxwell may have a little spin there, but they've all managed to keep it going as they head down to the bus stop chicane for the first time. Jensen Sale leads the way, and not from Townsend there in 2nd place, Hubson there in 3rd, Elliot Bork 4th, running at top 5. Looks like James Roots as well, who's in there as well. Might have a chance for a nice podium. That'd be a great way to round off the 2nd heat, but has to come round to finish the first lap. Still Jensen
It's the way. Townsend up into second place now. And he'll be trying to chase down Jensen Sale. Of course, these two had a nice battle for the lead in the first heat early on today. But Herbertson thinking he has different ideas. Into second place he goes. Or will it be because Townsend controlled on the outside for a bit and Herbertson into second. Up from the mini into class.
Very neat helmet design there for the second place. Almost the golf colours, you could also say there for Lewis Herbertson. It gets past the K-plate holder of Ryan Townsend into second place, but Jensen Sale with another brilliant start here, trying to control the race from the front. The gap was just under when they made their way through on the previous lap, so look at the number 40 when they make their way through out of the final corners. Nipping down the inside, there goes Elliot Bork making the move. Getting past the K-plate as they go over the line, so Sale leads by half a second from Lewis Herbertson. Bork in third now from Ryan Townsend. Oh, and having a peek down the James Roots, who sticks the back wheel in there and block passes the K-plate of Ryan Townsend. So Roots now up to fourth position. Townsend drops to fifth. Jack Freeman with a good start in sixth position. Just on the edge of that little gaggle of drivers on the edge of the top 10. Noah Hammond, Odysseus Hall, Edward Munns and Alex Sosinskis rounding up the top. Finley Beals and Ryuma Komatsu just a little bit further behind. But Jensen Sale continuing to lead the way here. But look out for the second place here. Lewis Herbertson is settling into quite a nice rhythm here. They go over the line to complete another lap. Sale charging. See him just adjusting with the cover on the radiator there. Herbertson maintaining that half-second gap, so he's still a factor in this race.
I mean, the main word in this race is just consistency. How consistent can you be as the laps start to tick down? Obviously, Jensen Sale making a couple of mistakes, it looks like, compared to Herbertson. And that might close Herbertson in. Actually, we're seeing a bit lap start to shorten. Of course, the leader, Jensen Sale, has the fastest lap of the race. Fastest first sector actually goes to Ryan Townsend. So he's obviously showing some pace. That might come into factor just a bit later on in the race. But up at the front. We've still got 4 minutes left of racing, so we've got plenty of time to this race. Edward Munns having a little battle there, a bit further behind. He's going to be trying to look in. And look at this for the lead. Herbertson right on the tail now, Jensen Sale. We're talking about consistency being key, and looks like Herbertson making full well of it. Into third place as well. James Roots, he might even have an opportunity coming up shortly. These two start to open up more opportunities for these drivers to close in. And it's not just third place that can close in. You've got 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th as well, all the way down to about Noah Hammond, Jack Freeman maybe, who all have a great opportunity. It's just going to be about who will, you know, take the flag in 3.5 minutes time. But Jensen still holding on, but of course slipstream effect in these winter conditions coming into play a bit more. Herbertson, what will he think to do? For the time being, Herbertson just stick behind, follow him through, just see what gap they can pull, and try to battle a bit later. But of course, you never know what the line of race the driver is like. Herbertson, second I say that, he goes for the lead of the race. That was a pretty clean move. Now, what will Sale try to do? Will he try and fight it back, or will he try to work together?
Sale a little bit screwy there going through the willows. Both drivers using quite a lot of the limits on the curbs here. So Herbertson taking advantage here, trying to break 2.5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. And Jensen Sale keeping that pressure on in second place. Looking out for James Roots, who's had a strong race in third position. Just starting to pull a little bit of a gap on the two leaders now, 21. It's going to be a tough ask for him to close that up on his own merits here. But Herbertson and Sale start fighting with the Roots could yet get involved. He's not giving this one up though. The number 21 in third place. They make their way through Derek's corner. And Lewis Herbertson continuing to lead the way. Nice smooth line out of Derek's corner in towards the Dan Weldon corner. And at the moment doing just about enough to keep Jensen Sale behind him. Just hanging on in there in third place, trying to get involved in this battle with just under 2 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining in this mini interheat number 2 of the day. Out of the final corner they go. Let's have a look at the gap when they go through. So it stays around 0.3 of a second. 1 second covering the top 3 drivers. Elliot Bork still in. We've got Ryan Townsend, Toby Wortley and Noah Hammond running very closely. Jack Freeman and Odysseus Hole, number 18, just a bit further behind in 9th position. Finley Beal starting to pick his way through the field as well, but Lewis Herbertson working hard here to stay in front, but looks to me like Jensen Sale is and putting the pressure back on the race leader. A little bit squirrely out of the Dan Weldon corner. This could be the advantage that Jensen Sale needs as they make their way into the final corner. Sale not quite close enough to go for the pass, and James Roots still involved in this one.
Sale's still using that, I say, slipstream effect, you know, behind and in the tail of Lewis Herbison. Of course, you know, he might be struggling through the corners, but as long as he can keep behind and keep in that range to use it, he's still going to be there or thereabouts. But, you know, it's going to be a late one, and Jensen had a look. That was always going to close off, and that nearly got the two drivers. And of course, Herbison needs to, of course, think again about the championship. Can't afford to do anything silly, because that's just going to lose him points that he'll need later on. Especially, of course, with this round and the next round coming up. Championships will be decided very shortly. As they come down to finish another lap, and closing in third place, James Roots.
Still carrying on in there as well. James Roots, who slowly but surely has been catching up on the two leaders. And now with them two starting to battle for the lead, it is allowing him in here. So James Sale's got to be careful here. If he goes too aggressive trying to pass Lewis Herbert, James Roots into it, who has hung on in there in third place. And here they come up towards Dan Weldon corner for the final time. Jensen Sale trying to find an opening out of the corner to line up going down the TKM straight. Here they come down towards Kim Bolton corner for the final time. Sale, is he going to try something coming out of the corner? Lewis Herbertson leads them out to the final corner and takes the checkered flag. So Lewis Herbertson wins.
Another lap.
Oh, another lap. Sorry, my apologies. Yeah, well, here we go. One more lap to go. That was just in time. So Herbertson still got it to do here. And Sale hanging in there. I think James Roots could get involved in this one.
Yeah, it's going to be close. And a couple more opportunities now to find a way through. He is in that close range, but he's in the worst position possible now, because if he can't make a way through, that's going to open up opportunity to James Roots as well, the number 21 in there as well. Three-kart battle then as we head down into the final couple of corners. Jensen Sale, he's got one more overtaking opportunity. Or will he stay behind? I think he's just going to think better of it. James Roots trying to get a good run. Around the final corner comes Lewis Herbson's going to be drag raced to the line, but Herbson still holds on, takes a checkered flag in fine style. Jensen Sale there into second place, and ran at your top three, of course, was James Roots. Elliot Bork from Rian Townsend, Toby Wortley and Noah Hammond from Jack Free. Finley Beals from Odious Hole. Edwin Munns, Will Eden, Teddy Higgs and Rowan Komatsu rounds out your top 15 drivers. All the drivers made it to the checkered flag, which is always great to see. So that's going to start through. That's just recording on the screens. Soon we'll have Ellie Mae Bumford coming down the start to finish line now. There she is. Great race there in the mini interclass, and Herbison really having to put the battle on there. All very close to the end there. Herbison winning by just over a tenth of a second from Jensen Sale. James Roots unlucky not to get involved in the battle for the lead, but takes third, only 0.3 of a second down, with Elliot Bork, Rian Townsend and Toby Wortley just that little bit of some great battling there as the race went on. Moving on to the 14th race of our 31 race program, Senior Rotax, getting underway in just a few moments time. Now, interested to see with the Senior Rotax is, speaking to James Tester just during my little lunch break, James have a chance of winning the championship here today. Now, it'd be quite a tough ask. He'll need to, I think, win all the other races, but this could be a championship winning day for the number 27, James Tester. James will start from pole position. Jake Fisher alongside from Josh Valance, Josh Smith from Ethan Martin, Toby Alvarez, William Charlie F. Grave rounds out your front four rows, and then we'll head a bit further back into the top 10. Humphrey Williams and Adam White from the Tay, Ryan Hedge, Dan Renton, Archie Flint, Michael Morgan, Joseph Autumn rounds out your 8 rows of drivers. Of course, watch out for Adam White, two very quick drivers who are a bit further down the field. Alex Gerges, Sam Cook from Charles Sutton, Isaac Reynolds, Arminus Sarikis and Thomas Pryor, Dave Williams and Finley George round at your 12th row of the grid. Had issues in the first heat, but started a bit further down. They've got a lot of work to do from the back of the field. The drivers heading out onto their formation lap now, and as I said, James Tester in hopes of course, trying to seal the championship today, but you know,
it's going into that part of the season It's if other drivers lose points, you could potentially win it today. But it's when you first see the first inklings of that title, could be in the potential, you would say, when other drivers losing the points. So closing stages of the season, and every race gets more and more important as they go by. It means there's less opportunity. Also, just adds to the importance of each of the races. So here we go with Senior Rotax Heat number 2 getting underway. James Tester already potentially becoming champion-elect on the inside line from Jake Fisher, Joshua Valance, Joshua Smith, Ethan Martin, Toby Van Alves, and William Ray from Charlie F. Grave making up the first few rows. Their way out of the Kimbolton corner again, nice and smooth, nice and slow over the line. They burst into life. Over the line they go, and we are underway with Senior Rotax Heat number 2 charging into the first corner. You can see them scrabbling for grip on that first corner. A bit of trouble at the back as one or two drivers bang wheels. James Tester has gone through in the lead.
Finney George there a bit further in the background, having a little jump as he headed into turn 1, but Ethan Martin into third place. That's a good drive from a bit further down the field. James Tester leading the way. Joshua Valance there in second place. This is a good opportunity now for Josh to chase down James and try and nick spot, because, you know, as we've seen it before in the last race, James is very consistent, a very quick driver as well. So the second he gets out into the front end of the field, he will just start to drive away. So as he head round to finish the first lap of the race, James Tester still leading the way. Valance there second place, William Ray, and a nice battle with Joshua Smith pushing up on the inside. What does he? Drives wild through. All the pack staying really close together. Amazing battles going on. A bit further down, like Charlie F. Grave having a little battle with Toby Alvarez. That's just inside the top 10 for 8th and 9th as they head through Weldon Corner. A bit of Joshua Smith nearly threw him off the circuit, manages to keep it on the circuit. Might have a look for William Ray in a moment's time. Yes, he does on the inside. That's a very nice move, a very late move as well. You see a lot of drivers tend to do that last corner move. It's always a great opportunity. Loads of open space on the entry to the corner to get that move done. Through the first sector. One of the hardest sectors to get right around here, especially trying to keep the momentum up. You see the Cadet drivers trying to keep momentum up, especially in them karts. But they're sort of, you know, they're a lot slower than you say your junior or senior kart, but that's when momentum and everything like that comes into effect. Technical to get right, always a struggle for the drivers. Everyone's good in their own bit. Very hard to get it all perfect, but no one's perfect at the end of the day. Around the final corner then, and another lap completed then here in the Senior Rotax Heat 2, and still plenty of battles going on.
Yeah, it's all finally poised here. Joshua Valance keeping the pressure on Jake. Putting the peak down the inside there on the number 200 was Toby Alvarez. William Ray number 14, just a little bit further ahead. You can also see the number 13, Adam White, and Charlie F. Ray, 74 in there as well. Also in that little group is the number 106 of Samuel Cook, who has had a good start from 21st. Now moving towards on the chart, both moving up 7 and 10 places respectively. James Tester continuing to lead the way here though, number 27. But the 28 of Joshua Valance keeping that pressure on, and Ethan Martin starting to get involved in this one as well. Over the line they go into the first corner, and it looks like Ethan Martin is so look out for the number 55 in third position here, trying to get involved with these lead group of drivers. Joshua Smith and William Ray are not too far behind. Tester now making his way through. The gap remains around 0.4 of a second. And those two drivers at the front pretty much on identical. But Martin has closed the gap slightly. There you just saw the tail end of the number 78 Jake Fisher also in there as well. Just over 3.5 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap in this race. Plenty of time, and Tester still with a bit of work to do as they cross the line down into the first corner. Valance still in second, but James Tester 40.43 as it goes up to half a second.
Joshua Smith's one to watch out for. He's starting to close in on Ethan Martin. As there's a driver going very slowly on the start finish from 46. There's a few issues. That's just Vorton who seems to be heading off into retirement. As I said, at the front of the field, there is 46 on your screens. Very, very slow. Really see what the problem may be with that kart, but something for the mechanics to sort out. But as I said, interesting to see actually Jake Fisher, because we've not really seen him much at the sharp end of the field this year. So great to see him on that downhole and racing kart. But it's interesting here, the top 6. Now, I was really Declan's really closed the gap in. It's really interesting to see this time as well. They're all very consistent, close to each other, which also shows the effect that senior Rotax has. Professionalism involved with it. All these drivers are professionals, you know, and they're showing that because they're so consistent the lap times and so close to each other. How close they are in the times. But Joshua Valance, I don't think he's going to be closing in anytime soon. James Tester, with that fastest lap as well, seems to be starting to pull a gap now.
All running very close on that previous lap. The top 6 drivers only covered by 1/10 of a second on their pace, so they're all running very fast. The number 14 of William Ray just starting to close up on Joshua Smith. The rest of the top 10 charging through. Charlie F-Grave, Adam White, Harvey Williams, Michael Morgan, Tom Price, Samuel Cook, all in there. And there is the 106 of Samuel Cook.
Yeah, good move there by Ryan Hedge, who went on the inside, but just a tiny bit. Let Declan through, and Declan's having a good race as well. Up 11 places to the top 15. Actually, we've taken 2 more now, so that puts him into 13th. But actually, looking back at this, Joshua Valance is closing in just tiny amounts. I mean, the times, let's have a little look at the times. See, he's only a 10th. Valance is quicker at the moment, but it's going to consistently be quicker as the laps unfold.
Yeah, seems to be ebbing and flowing here. Valance just pulling a 10th here and there, but then Tester paying that by pulling away once again. So still, I would say, around 4/10, half a second covering the top 2 drivers as they make the Dan Weldon corner. Rest of the top 10 charging through. The leaders now making their way down the TKM straight and into Kestrel corner once again. So there we see the 55 Ethan Martin currently in 3rd place. 2 leaders making their way out of Kimbolton corner. The rest of the top 10 charging through very close behind. 50 seconds on the clock, so do and get another lap in before the last lap board goes out. So still a bit of time here for Joshua Valance to close the gap. Oh, trouble there for the, I think that's the number 15. A bit further down, that'll be Alexander Gergris, who was in 24th, but just dropping out of contention as back towards the front. Jake Fisher, Ethan Martin still fighting away. There's the 115 Joshua Smith and William Ray, number 14, currently in 6th place. But James Tester and Joshua Valance, they're going to get through just before the clock goes down to 0. So here we go over the line. The leading group making their way through. 2 laps to go, and Joshua Valance for the lead.
Good battle there between Jake Fisher and Joshua Smith. And looks like William Ray's going to get way through. He's got past Joshua Smith. Had a look for Jake Fisher, couldn't get that one done. But a little bit of two-wheel action as Joshua came around the final corner on the inside. But at the front, good battles going on. Still, you know, got big gaps each other, not much going on. So still this battle for, I say, 4th place. That's the main battle we've got to watch out for. William Ray, who I haven't seen much here at Kimbolton this year in the senior Rotax class, he also was very up at the sharp end last year in the junior Rotax, and of course making his way into senior Rotax. He's done some other racing elsewhere. Came over to Kimbolton, still looking very sharp. So front end of the field, Joshua Smith trying to find a way through. He's free on a really good battle with Jake Fisher as well. Jake Nicole, Ethan Martin has just sat there and fired against time. And I think Ethan Martin, as well as Joshua Valance, no, there is still that one more final. There's always that final opportunity, and it's going to be yet again them first couple laps that count. You know, people don't usually say you win your race on your first lap, but for these winter races, it seems to be that's the key, that's the way. As they head on to the checker flag now, James Tester taking a very comfortable victory. Joshua Valance second. Nice little gap to Ethan Martin there in 3rd. Jake Fisher from William Ray run at your top 5. Josh Smith from Toby and Alvarez, Charlie F. Grave, Hardy Williams, Adam White, 2 rounds at your top 10. Thomas Pryor, Michael Morgan, Declan Love, who ended up in 13th. Archie Flint from Ryan Hedge, Charles Sutton, Sam Renton, Elliot Rice, Isaac Reynolds, Nina Tate, Aminas from Daniel Killov, Freddie George, Angelica Kennard, and then we lost Alex Gergis, David Williams, Joseph Orton, and of course Ryan Sayers, who we have to say isn't competing the rest of the weekend. Of course, he went off at turn 1, had an issue with his arm after. I say his arm is more his hand, his wrist, and has decided he's not going to continue with today, which is a very good shout. Of course, you don't want to injure yourself anymore. So a very good drive that the second heat there for the senior Rotaxes. And of course, we're dropping down the second heat. Soon the finals will come for round 9, the Club Championship. And the next race coming up is TKM Extremes. Green flag will go up, and it's their time to head out the circuit. Of course, Johan Cadet managed to hold on to a very defensive victory there. First couple of laps, really coming away from the rest of the pack, and then as the race unfolded, Jake Cox managed to close in. But we all thought that Cadet got the win just through the pace, but due to his very good battling, managed to hold on to victory. Jake Cox in second place. From William Bloom, Charlie Whitehouse, Kean Bennett from William Bryant, Thomas Shaw, Chris Whitten, Cope rounds out your field of drivers. Interested to see how Chris Whitten gets on, as well as Thomas Shaw, two of the, one of the fastest drivers here this weekend. Thomas Shaw, championship leader as well. Interesting to see how them lot get on as they head into the second heat here for TKM Extreme. So drivers starting to slow it down, and we'll get a nice big puff of smoke as these drivers will start to head off nicely in the tram lines. Drivers will go. Will we get going for the first time? Asking Denny here in TKM Extreme. Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. Cadet part onto the brakes now, nice and hard into turn 1. Charlie Whitehouse trying to go round the outside. He's got third place, it seems. I might even go for second place. Amazing start from Charlie Whitehouse. And he's going to have to try and look at move for William Bloom for second place, but Cadet decided not to defend and go full send on these first couple of heat before, just to get that gap, and then he can conserve and manage afterwards. But William Bloom, who we have to say on the final couple of laps in the first heat, absolutely was flying. One of the fastest drivers out on the circuit. But let's see how he gets on, of course. William Bloom for the RSR team. I also don't think we should. I was running as a privateer outfit. Always great to see with the TKM drivers. Very rare you see most of them in a team. But that same more community-friendly environment is the TKMs. A lot more accessible to get involved with. Let's head into Derek's corner. Jake Cox there in 4th place. He's trying to have a look through on Charlie Whitehouse, but at the moment still no way through. I mean, I think it's always hard to do it in this situation because you want to try and make going and overshooting yourself and going for all that second overtake. But Jake Cox very nice move on the inside of Charlie Whitehouse. Does he have the exit speed to hold on to position? Yes, he does, and he will head down in 3rd place now into turn 1. William Bloom there in 2nd place still. Question is, will he have to close down Johan Cadet? Of course, as we said, the first few laps Cadet was very much on it, but we're just starting to see now. It'll be interesting to see the lap times actually after this next lap, and see how they compare to Cadet. Virtually on your screens now, the gap is starting to close for the lead in this race. Bloom and Cox starting to work together now, and might even include Charlie Whitehouse in this. Kean Bennett's there as well. After Chris Whitten losing another spot. Now, interesting to see really. Chris Whitten, of course, reigning British champion, but doesn't seem that he had, the last times he was here, he was always usually the front runner, but quite struggling this weekend. Of course, Chris Whitten, who is his own engine builder as well. Come through. Down Weldon. Down, back straight into Kestrel corner. In the TKM car, it's always important to try and keep that minimum speed up as you head through in, of course, into Kimbolton corner. And I think that's the main characteristic, especially with these long straights. You really got to keep your momentum up through the corners, all about keeping that minimum speed nice and high. And of course, try not to scrub the tyres too much. Of course, that is another factor to key in. Drivers need to look after these tyres. They can only have one set of tyres for the whole day of racing. So from the second to to the final lap in the final. They'll be using the exact same 4 tyres. And of course, all controlled and managed by the brilliant scrutineering team. We always make sure that they of course are using the same tyres, because it's very interesting between running a new tyre and a used tyre. Now, I mean, you can see it more on your screens. The gap is closing. Jake Cox in second place. And just having a little look. Jake Cox much quicker. 1/10 faster than Johan Calichurn. William Bloom just a couple tenths off Calichurn's time. But all the drivers lapping within about half a second of each other, which is very, very impressive. Especially with the wide range of experience on this circuit. William Bloom, of course, we've seen him take a victory here in one of the finals this year. He's always been up there when it counted. And of course, Johan Calichurn, you have to say, he has had a few. He's had a rough couple of months trying to get back up to speed in this car. Of course, being powered by the Classic Motorsport squad, we are of course sponsoring this race as well. We do thank them very much for sponsoring this in the live stream. And of course, yeah, Johan Calichurn, of course, he had a match end of last year, and it really knocked himself quite a bit, confidence-wise, performance-wise. Has taken him quite a while to build that back up to speed, but it's really good to see him fighting up at the sharp end once again. But Johan's always been a great driver in the TKM class, through senior ranks. Of course, won big races out in the international level, British Kart Championship victories. So he's definitely been up at the front end, can do it. But look at this in your screens. Jake Cox right on the tail now of Calichurn. This is a move that is bound to be made, but when will the move come? Cox will know once again that Calichurn knows how to make a move or two. Of course, when it comes to this stage, it's not about who's the fastest, it's all about who can hold on. And of course, if they start battling, it's going to bring the rest of this pack in. William Bloom, Kean Bennett, Charlie Whitehouse, Thomas Shaw. The lead battle is still on, and look at this, they're already there. In a matter of one corner, but of course that, I think, was more Johan Calichurn backing him in to the rest of the pack. Jake Cox in probably the worst position now, because he's got to make a move, or else he'll be squabbled up by these 4 drivers. He's there in 7th place. Could be closing in. They head down into Kestrel Corner once again. The E-plate driver, Johan Calichurn, still leading the way. Move for 3rd place. Kean Bennett on the inside of Will Bloom. Kean Bennett makes that move. That comes flying through. Thomas Shaw up in place, past Charlie Whitehouse. I really don't think these guys need to be defending right now. They need to work together, get onto the back of these top 3 now, because they all start to pull away. And look at this, Jake Cox trying to go around the outside, getting the cutback move. Try and get the speed into Dan Walden. There's always a hard place to make a move. But he's going to stick behind, just keeping the slipstream, waiting for more opportunities. Of course, Kim Bolton Corner is a very big opportunity to make a move. One more corner to go, heading into the final lap of the race now. 6-car battle for the lead. Who will take it? I mean, could be Kean Bennett. Kean Bennett has a really good opportunity here on the inside to turn. Well, look at Kean Bennett around the outside of Jake Cox. That was ever so close. But Jake Cox manages to hold on to 2nd place. That was a move that could have been done if he had some speed. But Jake Cox, he's having to stop the battle, defend now. That's going to lose him time to Johan Calichurn. He's going to have to really use this slipstream now to close in. 2 more corners to go here. And look at the pack. Kean Bennett won't be scared to make a move. Too far back to go for the move. Oh, he had a look. He had a little look. Around the final corner comes Johan Calichurn. And it's 2 wins here in Kim Bolton so far this weekend. Jake Cox there in 2nd place yet again. Bennett rounds out your top 3 from Blue. Thomas Shaw, Charlie Whitehouse from William Bryan, Chris Stafford and Sam Cope rounds out your field of drivers. Brilliant racing there in the end. All the drivers came through to finish the race. The top 6 all finishing within a second of each other. Brilliant stuff to see as this comes to an end. Time to get going for the second heat of the Junior X30 categories. These are the final results. 4 TKM Extreme on your screens. Brilliant stuff from Cadet, who yet again showed his defensive driving style. A very solid victory in the end. Now it's time for Junior X30s as we head on to the circuit. Of course, Zach McDonald, championship leader, took victory in the first heat. Flying at Dorian Harriet there in second place. He'll be starting alongside Zach McDonald. Finley Allen there in third. Jack Baker in fourth. From Louis Barker rounds out your top 5. The rest of the pack comes flying through. Sorry, my apologies. Louis Baker starts from fourth. Jack Baker rounds out your top 5 minutes from Onion Meta. James Backwith, Lily Shaw, Tom Fox, Harley King, Isaac Chan, Finley Cass rounds out your field of drivers. And of course, Zach McDonald. What can he do from the pole spot yet again? We're going to find out very, very shortly. We've got 7 minutes plus a lap. And are we going to go for the first time asking? Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. This is Parrick's final opportunity to find a way through. Provides Jack McDonald. He's very good at getting to the lead and getting away. To be his clear message now. I think Allen really struggled to get out of the Willow section. That opens up the opportunity for Dominic Parrick on the inside for second place. But look what it's done to Zach McDonald. Zach McDonald amazingly. A couple of drivers take it to the grass as they head through the chicane. But Zach McDonald at the front, feeding the power in. Down back straight now. A big gap already. That's like probably about half a second. A few kart lengths definitely from the drivers behind. Jack Baker running out your top 3. Louis Barker having a few struggles, losing out a couple spots. As he head through to finish the first lap of the race, Zach McDonald leads the way. Dorian Parrick second place. Alexander Bennett on the inside of Finley Allen. Oh, a bit of contact made, but they all managed to keep it rolling. Number 24 finding a way through as well. That is James Backwith, who, of course, are very interested in the first heat. Up and down the timing screen. They head through. Down on them yet again. Zach McDonald getting the head down. Feeding the power in the final couple of corners. Zach McDonald's very consistent around the circuit. Of course, Ashstead took the final victory last month in very, very fine style, as we said, in wet conditions. A lot of questions going to be about Dorian Parrick. We'll be able to fight out against him. At the moment, it wouldn't say that he's just got the pace like McDonald has. Of course, McDonald's really come alive this year. And of course, not just at the Bolton circuit as well, in the national stages, British Karting Championships, up inside the top 10 very regularly as well. So definitely someone to watch out for the future is that McDonald. Come through the finish of the circuit. 4 minutes 40 seconds left on the clock, and Backwith decides to make a move on Alexander Benetitus. Gets that move done. Let's go through the Willow section and down into Derek's corner. Derek's corner, very couple of corners to get right. Got to try and use the first curb, rotate the car, keep the speed up as you head through the right. And onto the brakes, nice and sharp when you're heading into Kestrel Corner. A lot of characteristics, as we said, with the circuit. It's a circuit that drivers like. Of course, every driver has their own preference for the circuit they don't like and like, but it seems to be most of the drivers enjoy racing here at the circuit. Of course, if you are watching away or here at the circuit, Make sure you put your comments in. Let us know who you're rooting for, and we'll try and shout you out throughout the day. What's that, McDonald? Certainly through the screens. 1.2 seconds so far is the gap, and that is sure to increase as he head through. Looking at the time difference, 2 tenths separates McDonald and Parabic. So the times are still very close. I mean, fastest lap set on that lap. Zach McDonald still keeping the pressure on himself to keep performing. 41.74. So the times are very quick around this second. Of course, this can also be a very fine condition for some quick lap times when it's nice and cool. It's been a nice air mixture for the course. The nicer they can be running, the more performance it can bring. There's Jack Payne just back up on the screens, heading into turn 1. He's the first driver sitting out of the podium spots. Let's head into Derek's corner, but Benedito's still there waiting for an opportunity. Of course, we'll not let that one down without a fight. Of course, Finley Allen will be trying to score many points as he can this weekend. And if he has a pretty dominant weekend, that could move up to second place in the championship. But still at the front of the field, looks pretty set for Zach McDonald. And as well for the championship, he might be able to finalise his championship as well. But of course, we won't really speak much about provisional championship victories until the next round. Of course, we need to make sure that all the statistics are correct. Of course, his IAME expert used quite regularly, not just in the British scene, but more the European, the World Series as well, as the move from Benedictus. Tries that with James Backcliff, couldn't get that one done. Backcliff decides to defend, but Benedictus still finds a way on the inside. And that was a very smooth move behind. Of course, Vignano trying to score as many points as he can. There on the front of your screens, though, is Zach McDonald. I think we haven't really spoken much about him. Well, I say that, we don't really need to, because he's that far ahead. It would be a real shame if he makes a few mistakes and loses this lead. So far is incredible. And the rest of the pack was flying through. Interesting to see Jack Baker hasn't really put any pressure on Barabic. Baker just thinking that, you know what, this is a good place to be going out of the second heat. You can stay here, set up really nicely for the final. Of course, these drivers more focused on the final result than anything else, because of course finals where you win your trophies. And they come through golden corner one more time. 10 seconds left on the clock. It's been quite tight to see. Will Zach McDonald have to complete another lap? Last lap board will go out, so he's going to go on to the last lap of the race now. One final lap now for that man on your screens. The number 8 is Zach McDonald, but there is the battle for second place. That is still going on. Dominic Parabic versus Jack Baker. Benedictus. James Backcliff. Finley Allen closing in on M2. But on the screens, here's Zach McDonald. He's starting to really be smooth on the steering wheel, trying to look after the tyres as much as he can. He really does need to push on this final lap, because he's got the gap he needs to secure this. As they come through the final couple of corners now, through the left, through into the right now, and out the final corner comes Zach McDonald yet again. Another victory to add to the board. Very consistent drive as well. Was that Dominic Parabic in second place and was very close across the line with Jack, who really had a look for second place. Jack Baker, who actually set the fastest lap at the end. So Baker really pushing that last lap. Alexander Benedictus rounds out your top 4 from James Backworth, Finley Allen, Louis Barker, and Tom Fox from Harley King. Onion Meta, really short, and Philly Cass. Isaac Chang rounds out your field of drivers. Some very good driving at the end of that race. And of course, Zach McDonald, a very consistent victory, and he'll be trying to carry that momentum into the final. Up comes up the KZ UK category. Of course, as said, different to the Super 4. Obviously, 2 championships that are going on at the same time, but this is the club round. And of course, Josh Price, who finished off in the 5-star in the first heat, he'll be starting from in the second heat from the pole spot. Lee Robinson alongside from James Beecroft and Ella Stevens, from Alan Kenyon and Isaac Smith, Ben Phillips, and Luke Senegal from Hannah Lang, Jim Robinson, Brad Calder, Ryan Green, George Barker, Rich Smith, Luke Senegal, Harvey Milash, Nick Aitken, Hugo Haynes, and Sylvius Kilmas rounds out your field of drivers. Yeah, get interested to see how Josh Price gets on. Battle between him and Leo Robinson. Of course, Leo Robinson managed to hold on to James Beecroft. Ella Stevens rounding out your second row. Running through the grid one more time. That's George Robinson, who came from the senior Rotax category. He'll be interested to see how he gets on. Experience in the KZ Racing field after that first heat. A bit more different racing in KZ than it is firstly driving it and racing in any other category. Definitely a different style of play style you need to have to front end of the field. And it's going to be an exciting race to watch. Josh Price starting from pole. We'll be able to hold on. We'll wait and find out.
Yeah, it'll be interesting in this one because quite a few of the fancied names this time are starting towards the front of the field. Likewise, of course, Josh Price in this heat, and the likes of Lucas Ellingham, Hannah Lang, Ella Stevens, all very well placed. So they'll be looking to take advantage of that and start from the front of the grid in this heat. This is the KZ UK, the Club Championship taking place right now. The Super 4 Gearbox Championship taking place in 4 races' time. So for those drivers doing the double duty, this is another opportunity just to get some more track time and get themselves all dialed in with the track as the drivers take their place on the grid now for heat number 2 of KZ UK. As you may remember, the karts using the full length of the Imitsu straight, they cut out Derek's corner, and this is the fastest race category of the weekend. The karts in both, same karts, but they all in the S4s and in the Club Championship, all topping out towards 100 miles an hour along the end of the straight. So have seen the opportunities for some outbraking manoeuvres as the lights go out and we're away once again. Leah Robinson with a good jump, but Josh Price getting the jump this time into the first corner. You can see him scrambling for braking into the first corner. Everyone just about squeezes through Stowe Corner unscathed. Close for the first time, but Leah Robinson getting away reasonably well, but a brilliant start there for Josh Price.
Leah Robinson's definitely learned from last time that you can't go until all them lights are off, and managed to steal his spot in third place, and Charlie Cole right behind him now might have an opportunity for that podium spot. Will you have a look? No. Wait for another lap, definitely. As that got up and over. That was who was that?
That was the Kenyon, just
side by side down to turn 1. Charlie Cole, my apologies, Isaac Smith on the inside. Alan Kenyon trying to go around the outside, and will he hold on to that car? Yes, he does. What a move from Alan Kenyon, who manages to hold on to 4th place. That comes flying down, and look at this, Isaac Smith trying to get through. That's going to be ever so close. Contact made. And they've both managed to keep it going. Amazing.
And it's all working into the favour of Josh Price and James Beecroft here. That battle for 4th position. They're all getting a bit close. They're banging wheels. They're slowing each other up. And it means that Josh Price, James Beecroft and Leah Robinson are all starting to pull away. 1 or 2 of the warning flags. Trouble there for Josh Price going out of contention. And that's a big moment there. The shoulders slump there. He knows that he's out of contention. Real shame for him after running so strongly, and that means that James Beecroft now takes the lead. second. Everyone else moves up a position, and still there, banging wheels here, the 123 Isaac Smith. There's a little bit of a tap coming into the Dan Weldon corner from Alan Kenyon. These two have been running very closely for the entire race. We saw a couple of laps ago Alan Kenyon lining up over the wheels of the 123. So Beecroft into the lead. Robinson second, Kenyon third from Smith. Bo Phillips up to fifth position. Lucas Ellingham moves up to sixth. Then it's Ella Stevens, George Robinson, Ralph Youngling, Hannah Lang and Bradley Calder.
That's a big spinner into turn one there. Couldn't see there was one of the energy course carts, but a big shame for Joshua Price, who has a biggest opportunity to take a victory here once again in the final, but has got a lot of work to do now. He'll be starting from the mid-pack of the field as they come through to finish another lap. Of course, as you said, moves James Beecroft up into the lead of the race. Yellow flags for that driver. That he's had a few issues. Struggled to get going. And as we said, Joshua Price out of the race. Now, was that a mechanical issue? Because Lee Robson wasn't that far behind. Of course, didn't look like any contact was made. So definitely something going on with Joshua Price. And of course, he had the end last time out, so it would be a shame if it's another one, but just to come through to finish another lap of the race. Lee Robson there in second place. Nothing moves going on. Ella Stevens on the inside of Hugh Phillips, but into turn one, still moves going on, still good battles going on. Isaac Smith having a good battle with Alan Kenyon. This is the podium now, so Alan Kenyon, the guy in the orange cart, and of course Isaac Smith, the red and white cart, black helmet.
A little bit further back, you see the driver just coming into screen now. The number 99 of Lucas Ellingham has set the fastest lap of the race, 35.57, and is to close on the remainder of the top four. He's put some very neat laps together here and potentially seem taking a nice tight line as Bolton corner, getting the grip nice and early. Still James Beecroft that leads the way. Robinson second, Kenyon third, Smith in fourth, and there's Ellingham in fifth, closely followed by Ella Stevens in the number 2 cart as they making their way down the Amitsu straight. Carts topping out towards 100 as they make their way towards the end of the straight. They carry a lot of speed into the Dan Weldon corner, flying through the 180-degree right-hander and back down towards the finish line. And we are watching the 146 here of Alan Kenyon having that brilliant battle with Isaac Smith. Lucas Ellingham trying to get involved in this one, but Ella Stevens starting to put the pressure on just a little bit further behind as well. And Stevens, she's looking for the smoother line going through the willows, keeping the pressure on Lucas Ellingham, who can't shake off the number 2. Youngling and Hannah Lang a bit further back, with George Robinson rounding out the top 10 as the 123. Isaac Smith trying to put the pressure on, back to the front though. And Leo Robinson is keeping that pressure on the race leader James Beecroft as they make their way out to the final corner and over the line. Just over 2 minutes remaining in this KZ UK heat number 2 as we look a bit further back. Oh, as Ellingham steams down the inside and Stevens follows as well, so it was a good move on Isaac Smith there from Lucas Ellingham, and Ella Stevens sees the gap and she goes down the inside as well, tagging on to the rear bumper of the 99. And they make their way down the TKM straight, and still at the front James Beecroft still remains under pressure from Leo Robinson.
That's definitely not the first time we've seen Lucas Ellingham make that sort of move. We've seen him plenty of times throughout the year making that strong move to the inside of turn 1. Such a great opportunity, so to think. Sometimes hasn't worked out, and of course has lost podiums and bits and bobs doing that move, but it's very useful to have, very useful to do when it's right. But Leo Robinson here, look how close he is now behind the back of James Beecroft. This is going to be a lead change coming up. James Beecroft now looking behind thinking, wow, well, this is not what I wanted to do. Yeah, last couple of laps. We have got a minute left on the clock, plus the additional lap. Leo Robinson now is just going to try and get momentum, find a way through, but round this track in a KZ kart, never ever an easy thing. Lucas Ellingham going on the defensive line from Ella Stevens now, trying to cover off. Ella Stevens trying to find a way through, can't get that one done. Holds on yet again, down the back straight we go once again, James Beecroft. Now, he's going to be in the mix here. He's going to try and go defensive, but keep the speed up and try and keep the pace on as well. You see that sometimes drivers try to defend and of course to start slowing themselves down even more. But with these KZ karts. Always a difficult thing to get by anyway. What can Leah Robinson do down into turn 1? He's just sitting behind waiting for an opportunity, and I think he's going to try and plan for somewhere in the final sector. I mean, it doesn't look like he has the pace for that turn 1. So, well, he's only got this lap and another lap. 2 more laps to go in this race, but look how much he closes on the braking zone into Dan Weldon. Down the back straight yet again. 2 more corners to go before the final lap will commence. Number 36 versus the 72. Who will take the victory? 1 more lap to go here. Heat 2. Beecroft versus Robinson. Robinson trying to find a way through, trying to get the speed on nice and early, keep the speed up as we head through the Willow section. 72, James Beecroft trying to get his head down. Will be able to hold on. He's built a bit of a gap. Look at Leroy trying to close in on the brake. So good, and then breaks into the final sector.
Took a wider line into the Dan Weldon corner there, which increases the exit speed. Here they come up to the line then. It looks like Beecroft may have done enough here as they come into Kimbolton for the final time. But Leah Robinson hanging on in there, keeps the pressure on out to the final corner, but it's not enough as James Beecroft takes the second heat. Leah Robinson brings it home in second place. Alan Kenyon, Lucas Ellingham, Ella Stevens, Isaac Smith. Then it's Bo Phillips, Ralph Youngling, Hannah Lang and George Robinson rounding up the top 10 as the rest of the field comes screaming through. Bradley Calder, Ryan Green, Nino Piculli and George Barker, James Harvey, Luke Fleming all further behind in a very closely fought KZ UK heat number 2. The drama coming up with Josh Price spinning out of contention. Don't know if that was a mistake or if it was down to mechanical failure, but whatever the reason, he was unable to get back into the race. And James Beecroft it is that takes the checkered flag in what was a very closely fought KZ UK heat number 2. Junior Rotax is coming up in just a few moments' time. Their second heat, the finals for all of these classes taking place a little bit later on this afternoon here at Kimbolton, where the temperatures were forecast to get into the teens. Still bitterly cold out there, and the track has come towards the drivers, but we have seen a few instances where the grip isn't quite there despite them working the tyres and looking for lines. We have seen a few drivers spinning out and making mistakes today, so a tricky day here, but Junior Rotax is getting underway in just a few moments' time. Callum Sims in the number 69 will lead them away from Ryan Rapini and Samuel Aston and Blake Southern on row number 2, but drivers making their final preparations before they get underway for the second heat today. Race number 18 of 31 about to go. X30, Rotax 177s and the KZ UK Championship getting underway shortly, but Callum Sims and Ryan Rapini, Samuel Aston, Blake Southern on row 2, Stanley Williams, Oscar Keane on row number 3, Max Wheatley, Archie Ray Watson, number 95, is on row number 4. Then it's John Richardson from Maximilian Braskov, Lucy Wheeldon on row 6, Daniel Butcher, Miles Burton on row number 7, Alex Shepherd and George Cole sitting on row number 8. On row number 9, we have the number 112 of Oliver Walker, Tobias Johns, Aidan Hammond, Oliver Barton, Izzy Wykes and Theo Hamilton on row 11. George Archie Buchanan sitting on row number 12 in 24th position in this Junior Rotax heat. And then the rest of the field made up. Jacob Aston from Bo Winsley, Toby Farthing, Gastier Lacha on row 14, Christian Kavanoff, and Jack Corser, Nathan Edwards, Laurie McVeigh on row number 16. Away out onto the formation lap with Logan Hartstorm, 33rd place, rounding out the field on row number 17. So a big group of drivers, and once again I think the first corner will be very important indeed. Drivers just getting some temperatures into the tyres as we see. So the track conditions here quite cold. Quite a bitter, cool autumnal wind breezing through the Kimbolton circuit right now, and you can really see the drivers working hard on the TKM straight to get that temperature into the tyres before we get underway with heat number 2. There's a couple more heats to go after this one before later on this afternoon. Junior Rotax heat number 2 with Callum Sims 69, Ryan Rapini leading the front row and controlling the field as they get those tyres warmed up and bring the field almost to a walking pace as they make their way through Kimbolton Corner. The grid forming up quite nicely down there as they make round the final corner. They wind it up, and heat number 2 is underway.
Lights that way, we go down into turn 1 then. Callum Sims on the inside, and it was Blake Sullivan trying to go around the outside, couldn't get one done, but Ryan Rapini having a little look as well, and a couple of spinners. Oh, big contact there, number 39, and the 152, that's 39, a bit further down the field, getting into contact, but look at the lead, trying to go for a move. Oh, Ryan Rapini, Callum Sims to the grass. Oh, he got very close to get back onto the circuit with no big concerns, but Callum Sims has got very cold tyres for the rest of this lap. Interesting to see how Logan Hartshaw gets on. He was disqualified due to a Venturi issue, which also gives a performance advantage. Ryan Rapini now leading the way as they head down into turn 1 for the second time of asking. Callum Sims drops into second place. Blake Sullivan into third. Stanley Williams fourth, and a big move there. The Cosmic drivers on the inside of an Advantage Racing carts, that looked like Oscar Keane is having a very good start. Back past Sam Aston, as the rest of the drivers come flying through. Hayden Fisher there in 8th place as well. Had a good start. He's made up 3 places to start off the second. As I said, keep an eye out for Logan Hartshaw, one to watch out for in the next few laps as we get further into the race.
Yeah, we'll see how he gets on as the race goes on. Look out for that Logan Hartshorn a bit further down the field. Currently down in 20th position, but has made up already 13 positions in the opening 2 laps. But that is not of a concern. So Ryan is your race leader as they make their way through the willows. Once again starting another lap. Callum Sims now well recovered from that off-track excursion at the start of the race when he outbraked himself coming into this corner here, Derek's corner. And 1 or 2 incidents on their opening lap proving that the grip isn't quite there when the drivers are expecting it. And then Stanley Williams making out the 4-driver train here at the front of the field. Oscar Keane, number 37, just a little bit further behind as Callum Sims now coming under a bit of pressure from Blake Southern as they make their way down into the first corner. Sims having a peek on the inside and goes down the inside. Nice little move there from the number 56, and Rapini holds on to second place. Oh, banging wheels there with Blake Southern as they both go for the same bit of track, and Rapini just about keeps it on the course, but a brilliant bit of fortune there for Callum Sims, not a lead, but then the ensuing fight for second place means he already builds quite a bit of a gap.
Very, very good from Callum Sims. That's definitely the opening eye he needed to get away. Blake Sullivan losing out of spots. Stanley Williams could be Oscar Keys' opportunity as well to get pie. But yeah, Blake Sullivan, he needs to think out the championship as well, not just as the race, because any mistake he does, it's just going to lose him more points, more vital points he may need at the end of the year. Sam Aston there in 6th, right behind now Blake Sullivan. Blake Sullivan drops near on out of the top 5. Callum Sims now with a gap and a great opportunity to fight for this victory, but Ryan Rapini, don't count him out just yet, has the pace to close up. Stanley Williams, his teammate as well, could be one to watch out for. Oscar Keane, Blake Sullivan from Sam Aston, and who is that into 7th place? That is Maximilian Braskov, who haven't really seen much of the sharp end of this field, but is definitely someone to watch out for. Hayden Fisher closing as well, and soon enough we're going to get a 9-car battle for the lead here. That drops all the way down to Dan Butcher, and could open up more opportunities for Max Wheatley. Archie Watson's there inside the top 10 as well, but I definitely want to count out the rest of the drivers in the next few minutes. I would start to battle up to the front. Brings in it could bring in a lot more people.
Yeah, this has got the potential to go either way, really. Ryan Rapini just starting to break away from the train of drivers, taking us down to the remainder of the top 10 as he tries to close back up on Callum Sims. As having a look down the inside there, Blake Southern with a nice move, and looks like he's made it stick on the number 37 of Oscar Keane, who drops down. And immediately he goes defensive on Keane, who tries to fight back. It's all getting a bit close behind. In the midst of all that, that was Hayden Fisher finding an opening. When drivers are fighting for position on that, just leaves a gap open. And Fisher very through into that position. Ryan Rapini still charging. He set the fastest lap of the race last time round, 41.4 on the button, and brings it down to 0.7 of a second. The good news for him here is this group of drivers behind are all starting to squabble for places now, and you can see 1 or 2 drivers just pointing, saying work together here, because on the lead group. Stanley Williams in third place, number 84. There he is with the Dayglow yellow and blue helmet. Is just starting to pull away from this fight now. Southern and Oscar Keane there, 37, all squabbling. You can see they're just holding each other up now through the willows, and it's really allowing the top three to break away to close the gap. It goes down to 0.6 of a second. Stanley Williams hanging on in there in third as this battle for fourth place gets really intense, and they're just starting to push each other back a bit now.
Interested to see how Blake Sullivan gets on now. He's got the help of Oscar Keane from behind. Would he be able to push together, get back up to the... something to watch out for in the next minute or so. Of course, time is ticking down, minute 20 seconds left on the clock, and it's a retiree for Jack Corser, who you just saw out of shot. Let's see, number 11 car, he is out of the race. The double 777 there, Hayden Fisher now behind Oscar Keane, trying to find a way through, but of course Sam Aston's there. He's going to try and find a gap through. All these drivers really putting it to the very end of this race here, all trying to find those little points to find a way through, because of course all these drivers battling for their own spots in the championship, going to each weekend knowing where to be, and Sam Aston finds a way through on the inside of Hayden Fisher. Bit of front to rear bumper contact, but they've all managed to keep it going. They head down into turn one once again. Body shots here covered by the TNL Sports crew. Dan Butch having a little battle with Roscoe, but Max Wheatley's trying to find a way through as well. Max Wheatley, who we know from the Cadet scene, had a battle for the Mini Inter Championship last year. Only just about losing out, but look at Max Wheatley trying to go right outside. What a move that was from Max Wheatley. Dan Butcher manages to come back on the outside, but this is brilliant racing. This is only for outside the top 10.
This will be 10th position. A wake-up call there from Daniel Butcher, I should say, getting a wake-up call from Max Wheatley there, but very swiftly able to reclaim that position. Here they come. There's Wheatley on in the number 12, currently sitting on the edge of the top 10. Over the line they go. So the drivers now moving on to the final lap of the race. 77, Daniel Butcher leading this position as, wheel banging there with the 251 of Aidan Hammond. Having a look down the inside of Maximilian Braskopf in 10th place. And that battle goes on. The leaders now making their way down the TKM straight and towards the final corner, getting a little bit close there, but it looks like Callum Sims will hold on as this great rages away. Leaders now making their way down towards the final corner, and it looks like it's going to be the checkered flag for Callum Sims, who takes the win. Ryan Rapini charges over the line, keeps it to 0.6 of a second as he goes through in second. Stanley Williams holds on to the third place, and great position, all very, very close indeed. Sam in fourth, Oscar Keane, Samuel Aston in sixth, Hayden Fisher, and then Max Wheatley, Dan Butcher, Maximilian Braskopf, Nathan Edwards, Aidan Hammond, Logan Hartshorn fighting through 20 positions, as well as Nathan Edwards. Both drivers coming through quite strongly from the back of the field. Nathan Edwards made up 20 positions from 31st, and Logan Hartshorn from last to 13th, so a good fight back through the field for those two. But there are your results. Callum Sims from Rapini in second place, Williams, Southern and Oscar Keane, Samuel Aston rounding up the top 5. But look at the gap from 8th down 12th position, all incredibly close indeed, less than 1.5 seconds. And yet again, Junior Rotax throwing up some very close racing.
Yet again, we're seeing really consistent drives from the front pack. I mean, drivers not really tending to battle as much, and that's because race at the end of the day, you know, the prizes come in the final, and I think we're going to see a real turn of events when it comes to the finals. Drivers are going to start to fight a bit more for precision than sort of just letting it go, and, you know, thinking more about the final. So I think, yeah, we're ready to see a big change in race battles and spots coming down to the wire. Cino 30 coming up next, and of course in the first heat it was all about Hayden Eldridge, Jack Dan. Those two in a 1v1 pretty much to the end. Josh Jones, who managed to clinch a final podium spot for Katie Ashman, Peter Jurevich, Jack Stewart, Lucian Joyce, Bailey Brooker. Rounds out your first 4. And of course, someone to watch out for at the back of the field is Monty Breathwaite. He had an issue when he was sitting in third place for his father, Patrick Bagley, from James Workman, James Reynolds. Of course, there's Monty Breathwaite, starts from 13th, and Jessica Fitchall, who had a retiree on the formation lap. So, as I said, grid we've had of senior X30 drivers, but plenty of action that went on throughout the first heat, and we've only got more to come now into the second heat, and of course into the finals that will come up a bit later on today. Of course, these drivers only having 2 heats to score as many points as possible to hopefully get a good starting position for the final. But of course, Jones, watch out for Katie Ashman, but really the 1v1 still coming together between the S8 Racing, Hayden Eldridge, and the Ben Maxim Motorsport kart of Jack Dan, who will take it.
So here we go, Hayden Eldridge and Jack Dan leading them down into Kimbolton Corner as the grid forms up of the Senior X30 second heat of the day, penultimate heat race. We've got these KZs added onto that as well, but over the line they go. Senior X30 gets underway, and no, it's a didn't look like a good start there. It is a full start wave around close at the marshal points. You've got the green flag with the yellow chevron, so that indicates a full start. So the starter not happy with the grid positioning. Drivers not really going on to the tram lines as they go through. There we see Derek's corner as they make their way through. It's almost like a bus stop style to bring up quite a few good overtaking opportunities into there, but drivers can't afford to be too aggressive into Derek's corner. It is very easy to outbrake yourself and effectively oversteer off the circuit. So we are going to try and go again.
Just to see as well, Jessica Fitz is coming out of the pitch. She's finally got out of the pits now, but will be quite far off the pack. Whether we'll go green this time will be another question. So, second time asking then, will we get going? It's 62, number 10 on your front row, and we're off for the racing, down into turn 1 now. S8 Racing, Hayden Eldridge on the inside, Josh second place, he has a go, but Jack Dan holds on to second place, round the outside, through the Willow section, down into Derek's corner. Hayden Eldridge with a perfect start, already has a bit of a gap. Jack Dan, number 62, been very aggressive on that car, heading into Derek's corner, trying to keep on the tail now of Hayden Eldridge, number 11. The first couple of corners through, Dan Weldon corner as well, and the battle of course for third as well going on. Josh Jones, Katie Ashman's in there as well. Katie's trying to find a way through. Josh Jones runs wide, that's going to open up the opportunity round the outside for Ashman, and that may turn into the cutback, the overlap manoeuvre. They'll go side by side and down into turn 1 to finish the first. Jones right on the defensive now, and it's going to bring in Lucian Joyce, but on the inside, a bit of bumper rubbing, but Katie Ashman's through to third, Joyce into fourth, back to front. Hayden Eldridge with a bit of a gap, leads from Jack Dan.
Yeah, those two just starting to break away. We see once again the opportunity that arises when a driver leaves the gap open on when they're defending like that. All running very closely indeed, as we see Katie Ashman just trying to break away from Lucian Joyce and Rhys Barber. Monty Braithwaite's on the move, though he has had a black and white warning flag. That is for driving conduct, so it's almost like your equivalent of a yellow card to let them know that the stewards are on them, but Braithwaite's still making his way through the field. There he is, number 19, just leading this little group of drivers. Number 17, Jack Stewart, just behind him, and Braithwaite slowly but surely picking his way through the field. He is up now to 7th position. You may remember he outbraked himself on the TKM straight, some kind of mechanical issue. The kart just shot off the circuit in the first race, and the first thing he did was step out of it, so it was pretty evident there was some kind of fault with the machinery. But he's back and fighting his way through, but that won't be of concern to these two drivers at the moment. Hayden Eldridge and Jack Dan, number 11 and number 62, your two race. They look to try and break away with just under 5 minutes plus the 2 laps to go. Just starting to break away a bit now from Katie Ashman, who is clear in 3rd place. Josh Jones still in 4th. Lucian Joyce, Monty Braithwaite now moving into 6th position from Rhys Barber, Jack Stewart, James Workman and Sasha Bagley in 10th place. James Reynolds, Jessica Fitch Hall right at the back of the field. She was a good half lap down, so she is getting closed on by these two leaders at the moment. She's still in 13th, and the unfortunate Peter Jurovic did not take to the start, so we are down to 13 drivers as Jessica Fitch Hall just goes over the line now, and Hayden Eldridge and Jack Dan, fastest lap of the race, 4/10 of a second separating those two drivers.
Let's see how these two get on. 3rd and 4th place, Katie Ashman, Josh Jones. Katie with, of course, the HKRC Racing team in that black and pink suit, the white helmet. Just kart as the privateer entry. Just running him and his dad. Always great to see the Dan lads out there on the in the paddock. Of course, not everyone in that team outfit. As of course there is that financial back set to it. On the corner just come Josh Jones, and look at this. Is that Jack Dan starting to close in a bit on Hayden Eldridge? Have a little look at the times as they came through that time around. Jack Dan actually is the fastest out of the two. The gap between them is 1/10 of a second in the lap times. 3/10 covers them. So realistically, it would take 3 to 4 laps for Jack Dan to really be on his back bumper. Of course, Hayden Eldridge, if he makes a mistake, that will just close the gap even more. They are closing in to the back of Jessica Fitch-Hall, and Jessica will be given the blue flags, told to move out. And this is the battle still going on for third place. Kate Ashman, number 53, Josh over fourth, and Monty Braithwaite, of course, spoke about him, into the top 5 now, closing in. Might even get a podium spot here at this rate. The way he is he's going, looking set maybe for one. Of course, he got back now, and look at the gap now. Jack Dan slowly closing in now, and of course, if he can close in just a tiny bit more, he will be in that overtaking radius. You know, a move could be on for Jack Dan, and I don't think he'll be too scared to try and take one.
Yeah, just over 2 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining, and Jack Dan saying not quite close enough to go for the move just yet, but he's certainly getting close to within striking range. Katie Ashman still there in third place. There's Monty Braithwaite still on the charge and just closing up a few tenths on that previous lap, so he's got his work cut out here to get amongst this battle for third place. But if these two start scrapping for position, then there's every opportunity that Braithwaite could get involved in this one as well. Is driver out of the race. I think that's James Reynolds on the side of the track by the Willows. We just saw the yellow flags on the screen there a moment ago. Driver okay, but evidently some kind of mechanical issue there. Is the number 70 as the marshal very quickly moves to the tyre wall to get the kart towed. There are only yellow flags on the Willows at the moment. The race goes on. Hopefully the marshal should be able to clear that before the drivers get through, as they make their way over the line around the first corner. And looks like we are now under a clear track, so we're just focusing on the number 53 of Katie Ashman in third place, getting up to third, and Josh Jones still there in fourth. That's pretty much how they've been for most of the race here, with just over 1 minute plus 1 lap remaining. Monty Braithwaite not too far behind in fifth place, but not really able to get close enough to challenge. There's Jessica Fitch-Hall. She's of course been lapped place, with James Reynolds dropping out of contention as she looks to circulate and grab some points in this second heat. Hayden Eldridge still leads the gap just under 0.4 of a second. Here's the battle for third, and just looking again on the previous lap, it looks to me like Braithwaite's maybe just pulled another few tenths of a second. Slowly but surely, as Fitch-Hall moves to one side, should be able to get Braithwaite get through as the battle for third hots up a bit here. Braithwaite will need to get past Fitch-Hall here to get with these two. Oh, they're going wheel to wheel here. Josh Jones just about forces through, and Ashman drops to fourth.
That was a great move round the outside. Number 8, brilliant move to get to third place. Of course, Kate Ashman's going to try and fight that one back. Up at the front end of your field then. 5 seconds left on the clock, so we've got this lap and one more lap as the rest of the pack is flying through. Jack Dan looking at the times once again. Hayden Eldridge did take back that fastest lap on that last time around, 200 fronts, but look at Jack Dan now, really on the back, of course, getting into that slipstream radius, and as we said, could be an overtaken opportunity coming up for the last lap down into Kestrel Corner, and of course round the final corner. This one's going to be quite close. Canada's number 62 just enough to make a late move, or will Eldridge be able to hold on for one more lap? Now, as it's just a heat, you would think he might just sit there and wait for the final result, but this is Jack Dan, of course, not trying to take anyone out of contention, not trying to take any prisoners, that's for sure. I mean, it looks like he's just a bit too far back for this move. It would have to be a big error from Hayden Eldridge to give him the best opportunity. Number 11 on your screens for the S8 Racing Team, the Fullerton chassis, round Kestrel Corner into the final corner. Jack Dan just a bit too far back around the final corner. It's 2 for 2 here at Kim Moulton in this second heat. Takes victory from Jack Dan in second place. The time still staying very close till the very end. And very quick lap to end off. Josh Jones in third for a brilliant drive from Monty Breathwaite to fourth and last on the grid. Key Ashman rounds out the top 5. And Reese Barber, Jack Stewart, James Wortman, Sasha Bagley, Bailey Brooker, Jessica Fitchell, James Reynolds, and Peter Jurovic, who didn't start the race. James Reynolds has unfortunately retired. Brilliant race in there in the Senior 30. And yeah, again, for them two, it's going to be about who can be as consistent as each other till the very end. That 1v1 still going to be coming to full effect. And will Monty Breathwaite get involved into the final? That'd be something to watch. Yeah, great race there in the Senior X30s.
Yeah, some good fighting through the field for Braithwaite there, but a brilliant race between Hayden Eldridge. And we have 2 more races to go in the second block of racing. We've got the KZUK S4 Gearbox Championship heat number 3 coming up a little bit later on. But firstly, the final heat race for the Rotax 177. Once the heats have been completed, as always, we move straight through to the finals, the Cadet final, just a little bit later on. And that'll be after the KZs. But right on cue, 177's grid as follows. Liam Ferguson from Chris Thomas, Ben Hitch and Sean Rudge on row number 2. Alex Jones and Adam Sadler on row 3. David German and Daniel Walker on row number 4. Row is made up of Gavin Petty, Mark Taylor, Richard Ball, Stavros Athanasopoulos on row number 6. Colin Walker and Andy Chenery on row 7. John Davis and Chris Emerson on row number 8. The 9th row is made up of Johnny Kent, Lyndon Newitt, and then the final 2 drivers, Bamford and Rob Church, making out the 20 driver field here in Rotax 177 heat number 2. The first heat saw Liam Ferguson looking very strong indeed as he made his way towards the checkered flag. Can he make it another win? Well, it's all very competitive out there, and as we've seen today, this first corner can be quite tricky as they race down on potentially limited grip on a cold track. But here we go. Green flag goes out, they get underway, and Rotax 177 charging down to the first corner. Start looks good, and here they go. Ferguson with a good jump on the field. They all fight for grip into the first corner. A bit further back there, we saw that was the number 78 there. I think it was Alex Jones spun out and collected several drivers in there as well. So that really spreads the field out in these opening stages. Liam Ferguson gets to the lead, but it looks like Ben Hitch has had a good jump and is right on his...
Yeah, Ben Hitch is going to have a really good opportunity to try and fight back at these two. Of course, Liam Ferguson as he heads into the final corner to finish the first lap of the race. Now, if he needs to make a move, it's going to be nice and early. He's got to try and do it now if he can. Great drive to by Sean Rudge, just up into third place. Amazing start from fourth on the grid. Chris Thomas into fourth. Running in top 5 is, of course, Adam Sadler. He's a bit further down in that orange cart. You see there on the screens, it heads on chassis, but at the front, still Liam Ferguson, who, of course, took victory last time out. Ben Hitch in second place. I think Ben Hitch has taken this year. Of course, Sean Rudge could be on for his first podium of the weekend. Around the final corner, finishing another lap of the race. Still got plenty of time to go. 5.5 minutes left on the clock. 2 laps completed here, and this race, of course, last heat race coming up for the second heat, and of course the KZUK for having their third heat. We head into the most important finals. Try a bit further down the field, through 171 on your screens, just heading through. That is.
It's Lyndon Newitt, who had a difficult first race, got in the first corner collision, but much better outing this time. Liam Ferguson not quite having things his own way at the moment, the 165, the race leader, as the number 41 of Ben Hitch just trying to close the gap, keeping an eye though on the fight for third. And you'd say that Sean Rudge and Chris Thomas not too far behind there. Adam Sadler in 5th place, Daniel Walker the 97 we just saw going through a moment ago. Here are the top 4, only covered by just under 1.5 seconds, so it's all very close between the top 4. But crucially here, it'll be interesting to see how and Chris Thomas, the two drivers we are looking at now, how they will go about things here. They're not too far behind the leaders, but they can ill afford to start trading paint and fighting for position, slow each other down. They could really have a potential race win on their hands here if they can just work together, find some good lines, and just try and close up on this lead. Liam Ferguson fastest lap of the race, 41.34 from Ben Hitch. They pull maybe just a tenth of a second from Sean Rudge and Chris Thomas, so not much in terms of overtaking going on here, but there's a very fast-paced field at the front here. We've got Adam Sadler in 5th on the number 67. Moment from Daniel Walker, Richard Ball, and there was a bit of shuffling in the back with that first corner incident. We've seen Richard Ball moving up to 7th place, breaking into the top 10. Colin Walker up to 9th as David German drops a position, and Stavros Athanasopoulos, number 55, breaking into the top 10 with John Davis also on the move as well. And an eye on Alex Jones as well, the driver who spun out on the first corner, who has recovered to 12th position with just under 3.5 minutes, plus the 1 lap remaining in the second heat of the Rotax 177's penultimate heat of the day. The KZ UK Super Balls coming up next. But 165, Liam Ferguson coming under pressure from Ben Hitch here, but he's controlling the race well at this stage.
165 here, of course, really high for the championship as well. We'll have a little look at that in just a moment. Ben Hitch in second place. I mean, the gap hasn't really closed, hasn't really changed much. I think it's more Liam Ferguson, a bit of a gap as they come through to finish another lap off the race. And Sean Rudge there for the Advantage Racing team. Driving for Chris Thomas, starting to close in. Still look at the championship, Liam Ferguson does lead the championship, and to be fair, the points are quite close between Hitch, only 7 points. Covers Ferguson and Hitch. Of course, Ollie Goodyear isn't here this weekend. Alex Jones is 4th. He is 210 points, so about 200 points off the top 2. So really, the battle for the championship confers against Liam Ferguson and Ben Hitch. Really, it's going to be about those. I like to call it the one weekend battle. You know, whoever scores the most in that one weekend does take the crown. And I think going to the final round, that is what it will be. As the moving third goes on, Chris Thomas gets past Sean Rudge, and now we'll start to chase down the top.
Yeah, let's see if he can get up with Liam Ferguson and Ben Hitch. Neat little move there from Chris Thomas, number 56, on the approach to Stoke Corner to take that 3rd place. The leaders now making their way through the Dan Weldon corner, heading towards the closing stages of this second Rotax 177 heat of the day, with just over 1.5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. Ferguson makes his way out of the final corner, still closely followed by the number 41 Ben Hitch. The gap safe at the moment though, 0.8 of a second between those two, as Chris Thomas tries to break away from Sean Rudge. Adam Sadler still in 5th place, and then we've got Daniel Walker, David German, Richard Ball, Colin Walker, and a bit further down Johnny Kent currently under investigation, 76. No indications yet as to what that's about, but that's down in the midfield so far, as we see Alex Jones, incidentally, has gone into the top 10. That's the driver towards the front of the field who span out on the first corner quite well with some damage limitation in the second heat. But Liam Ferguson over the line, 43 seconds on the clock. So realistically, we're going to have 2 more laps to go here, unless all of the front 4 drivers really do hit some major trouble, which doesn't usually happen, but at the very fast pace as the rest of the top 10 go through. We've got Richard Ball going through there, Alex Walker, there's the number 24 currently in 8th place, then Richard Ball, Alex Jones, Colin Walker just a little bit further behind, as the race leader Liam Ferguson makes his way down the TKM straight, closely followed by Ben Hitch, still remain to the second down. Chris Thomas, incidentally, the driver in 3rd place, number 56, has set the fastest lap of the race, 41.2, trying to close up in these final stages. 2 laps to go here, as the 165 Liam Ferguson just squeezing through before the clock went down to 0. So 2 laps in on, maintains that half-second gap at the front, so he's under no direct pressure from Ben Hitch. Half a second doesn't sound very much, but in karting that is at least a decent cushion to be able to run your own lines, not have to worry about defending the line there. And Liam Ferguson again just checking the shoulder, but knows that he's quite comfortably second gap moving in towards the final lap of the race.
Brilliant drive so far by Liam Ferguson. Just going to hold on for one more lap now. Into the final lap of the race we go, and Chris Thomas running at your top three. I think Sean Rudge is having a couple issues in the near end of the race, so just couldn't hold on. So, who's that in 5th place? That was Adam Sadler, who went flying through, of course, in that orange car. But on your screens, the white helmet, the white suit, Liam Ferguson, the veteran of this championship. A veteran in Rotax karting as well. Well over a decade now, not trying to make him sound old, but around the final corner, still keeps his championship hopes alive. Victory here in the second heat from Rotax 177 sets him up very nicely for the final. Ben Hitchell second place from Chris Thomas. Sean Rudge rounds out your top 4. Adam Sadler was at your top 5. Then it was Daniel Walker from David German. There should be Alex Jones and hopefully Richard Ball. And Colin Walker should round out your top 10. Then it was Stavros and John Davis. Then Chris Emerson. Mark Taylor coming through now. Johnny Ken. And then Lyndon Newitt. A nice little battle to the very end. Gavin Petty from Gary Bumford. There was Andy Chenery. Rob Church rounding out your field of drivers. And it was good battles all the way to the end in this Rotax 177 race. Results there. Beans. And it's now time to get into the third heat of the Super 4 KZ. Of course, the final heat they will have. Of course, these drivers, the only championship to have 3 heats here this weekend. And just trying to work out the point situation so far. So there's no Heat 2 results just out just yet on the timing screens. But Charlie Cole, after the first heat, sitting on 679 points. Oliver Stewart on 602. Damage is 644. So at the moment, I think Damage is probably mostly out of the championship now. Just the one we want to be in top. Of course, Stewart looking so good so far. But really, whoever finishes in front of the other takes the championship.
It pretty much boils down to that now at this stage, you would say, because we've got the heat race coming up very shortly. 30 points maximum for a win. Final has added importance. There is double points in the final as well in each of these championship rounds. So the season for the Northern Karting Federation, the S4 Gearbox Championship for the KZs, has taken in quite a few locations, predominantly, as the title suggests, in the north. This, along with it's the most southerly based grounds, you would say, starting out in March and in May at Three Sisters up by Wigan. I went to Rower in June, Fulbeck on the 24th of August, then all the way up at Crail in Scotland, 7th of September. Shennington, not too far from here, just under a month ago, and at Kimbolton as Sam Johns will lead them away with Reith Duffy, Brian Garvey and Alan Kenyon on row 2, Greg Moore and Charlie Turner on row number 3, Miles Murphy and Charlie Cole on row 4, so he's about in the midfield. Oliver Stewart starting a little bit further mid-pack, so that could be an interesting little subplot in this race, as well as the drivers completing their second formation lap. As always with the KZs, it is a standing start, so the drivers will bring it down onto the grid very shortly. And 27, Sam John sitting on the pole position on the inside line. The number 37, one of the Scots contingent in the barrel cart, number 37 in second place, just going through there. We just saw Ryan Garvey, Alan Kenyon. Number 4, who ran very well earlier on, Charlie Turner, starting towards the front of the field on the 4th row. And just ahead on 6, Charlie Cole. There's the number 7, a bit further down there, of Jake Weston. So you should see Oliver Stewart. There he is, the number 1, just in the midfield. And he's just ahead of James Gleinster, who very unfortunately span out on the previous race. Just out of shot will be the team of Josh Price, who had trouble earlier on as well. They're getting another wave round, so we're going to go on. There's a cart that's stranded on the grid, so I think that's the number 55. Hopefully they'll be able to get that cart started. Alex Mackay getting a bump start at the back of the field, so having a wave round here, Charlie, so they basically abandoned the start the lap because they don't want to be, there's good reason you don't want these karts to be standing around for too long.
Yeah, and exactly that. I mean, when it comes to a driver not being able to get going, that's the last thing you want to do is start a race when a driver can't actually get going and you know, cause a pile up, because you know it's very easy to do, especially these grid slots aren't the widest things in the world. You know, if one kart doesn't get going, then you know you are in for a real treat and a real shock when someone doesn't go anywhere. But yeah, as we said, championship looking very strong. First couple of drivers, of course, Oliver Stewart has a lot of work to do. He has got to really fight through in this race. Charlie Cole just great to see a bunch of drivers, as we said before, about drivers who have come from car racing. Another driver, Harry Walsh, competed in the first round of the Fiesta STT40 Championship this year. He's come back to karting as well, but of course has jumped up actually to Cadet kart, any race in the categories. Of course, your front row being Sam Johns, Rhys Duffy, who in that orange car, he is actually one of the Scottish drivers here this weekend. Now, lights, will they come on soon? They'll be coming on in just a moment's time. We're going to have one light, two lights, it's 4 lights, all the lights are on, and it's lights out, and away we go, and a brilliant start from the front row. Looks like Rhys Duffy had an awful start, started dropping down the field, and all the drivers
all came piling down at the edge of the top 10. One of the drivers caught up in that is the 37 Rhys Duffy. Had a bad getaway and then got caught. Quite a few drivers further back struggling to get going. There is a kart on the infield at the Willows as well. Charlie Turner caught up in the melee and I think is out of the race. That's a real shame for him after he ran well earlier on.
Look at Oliver Stewart's start. Can we just jump in there? Oliver Stewart up into about 7th place at the moment. Only a couple of spots behind Charlie Cole. But of course, whoever finishes in front of the other will take it as we come down to finish the first lap of the race. Sam John leads the way. Lee Ward in 2nd place. Miles Murphy in 3rd. Charlie Cole, Ellis Bourgier, Jake Weston. Oliver Stewart up 11 places on the first lap. Jumping up 30 to 8. Josh Price up 9 up. So a couple of drivers making big strides through the field. And this is big for the championship.
Quite a few drivers in the right place at the right time there. Oliver Stewart, Ralph Youngling and Josh Price, all behind that little group of drivers who all seem to concertina into each other. Quite a few drivers caught up in trouble on the first corner. We saw Greg Moore, Rhys Duffy, Alan Kenyon all getting involved in that, Harry Walsh and Derek Morgan. So quite a big incident on the first corner. But it worked out pretty well, I would say, for Charlie Cole and for Oliver Stewart especially, as he's made up an incredible 12 positions. And one kart separating Oliver Stewart from Charlie Cole at the moment is the number 50. Ellis Bourchier currently in 5th position. Sam Johns started on pole position, had a brilliant getaway and continues to lead the way. Lee Ward with a very good start here, though, number 105, having a peek on the inside for the lead, but can't find a way through. Miles Murphy tagging in there in 3rd place and starting to turn into a 4-way tussle as Charlie Cole just starting to get involved here, and this could be the move he needs. Oh, he almost passed 3 in one go there. They're all squabbling for the lead. Lee Ward has now gone into 1st place, but Charlie Cole slingshotting through there, having a look on the Amitsu straight, can't find a way through right now as they make their way through. Stewart's in there, he will be in 5th position or possibly 6th. Here they come down towards the Kestrel corner, and Cole takes the lead. Leave Murphy in 2nd, looking for Stewart, who's still around 5th place. All getting very hectic here indeed as they all go screaming through, and driver under investigation 58 Ellis Bourchier is going through there, still with a bit of a investigation hanging over him there.
Brilliant racing here from Charlie Cole as well. Now into the lead of the race. That's going to help out his championship. Oliver Stewart trying to find a way through. Both drivers making big moves, but of course have to be careful. Can't do anything too stupid, otherwise that will time in the championship. But at the moment, Charlie Cole will lead the championship if he can stay where he is. Oliver Stewart there, now in 4th place. Ellis Bourgier, I think that is in front of him as he head down into turn 1. Yes, it is. Ellis Bourgier up into 3rd, or is it because Oliver Stewart's on the inside of 3rd place? Brilliant move by the 58, drops back a spot. Jake Weston just there behind as well. But it's going to be the question now, will Miles Murphy close down on Charlie Cole? Could Oliver Stewart close in on Charlie Cole?
This is the moment here, I think, where Oliver Stewart really needs to get to work on the next 2 or 3 laps to get past Miles Murphy. He needs to get with Charlie Cole. ideally needs to be ahead of him at the end of this race to get any kind of advantage in the championship. As Cole will continue to build the gap. It's all been a very fast, hectic start here, but it's really settling into a closely fought race here. Charlie Cole from Miles Murphy, Oliver Stewart third. Remember, both Charlie Cole and especially Oliver Stewart have had to races here. Ellis Bourchier in fourth, Jake Weston from Josh Price, another driver who has fought through very well up to sixth place. Lee Ward, James Glenister in eighth position, Ralph Youngling. Those drivers all making positions up after that incident on the first corner. But Charlie Cole just trying. Miles Murphy is not letting him get too far down the road here in second place, as Oliver Stewart just trying to find a way through. Stewart setting the fastest lap of the race as the number 7, Jake Weston, fighting with Ellis Bourchier for position there. Oliver Stewart, though, 35.52, fastest lap of the race, less than a second, covering the top 3. Has a straight there for Miles Murphy, but Murphy's got the line. I think he's just throwing the pressure on the second place, just letting him know that he's there. It's just that I almost think he did that a little bit tactically there. I don't think he knew the overtake wasn't really on there, but I think it was just going to wheel alongside him, just pressure the second place driver to let him know.
Yeah, exactly that. And look at this for the move for second place. That is superb stuff from Oliver Stewart. And now it is the real 1v1 between Oliver Stewart and Charlie Cole. Over 6 rounds of the championship. It's going to come down to the final stages. Of course, this is only the third heat. We still have that final race to go. This is going to be close. Of course, Oliver Stewart will lead now in the championship standings because of them moves he's made. Charlie Cole, ever so close. This is going to be it till the very, very end round this Kim Bolton circuit. The laps round here very quickly done. Eddie Fourgier, Josh Price trying to get the both of them. That's a mega move from Joshua Price. Josh Price had a good race so far. He's up 30 places to 6th. And we're seeing that from quite a few drivers in the field, especially through that lap 1 melee. A lot of drivers making up some lost ground. But Oliver Stewart there in second. Look at the times. Let's look at the time. Charlie Cole, last lap was a 35.6. For Oliver Stewart, 35.62. So the times are super, super close. But that last time around, actually, Charlie Cole's quicker that time. So
500th of a second. So they're running pretty much pace as well. Both drivers being closed on slightly there by Jake Weston in third, but not by very much. 1 second covering the top 2. Weston again just starting to close up on Stewart here, though. He's found some good lines on the previous lap. We've got 1.5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. And Jake Weston, I think he is ever so slowly starting to catch up on Oliver Stewart in second. Not quite close enough to go for a move. Stewart just checks his shoulder to cover the line. He can ill afford to lose his position in terms of the championship because his main rival, Charlie Cole, who he really needs to be ahead of right now, is currently leading the race. He's ill afford to lose another position here, and the momentum at the moment appears to be with the number 7 of Jake Weston, who makes his way down towards the TKM straight. Charlie Cole at the moment comfortably out at the front. I think the gap over 1 second now. There'll be 2 more laps after this, then the 1 lap, the 70 further down, getting a warning flag as he fights his way up to 11th position. And bit of bumper banging there, banging the wheels as Jake Weston starts to ask some questions here of Oliver Stewart for second place.
The best bit is, though, Jake Weston ain't got no championship to worry about, so he's just going to be the bottom, throw some silly moves in just to throw Oliver Stewart off guard. And of course, that's bringing in Josh Price and James Glenister as well, 2 drivers who are really fine up at the sharp end. James Glenister actually has the fast lap of the race, 35.14. On to the second to last lap then, and look at Charlie Cole's lead. It's very big place. That's a big hit from behind. Weston.
It's damaged the rear bumper as well. Will that be a technical issue there?
That could well be a technical issue. If that brings him into the pits, that could be big for the championship. Now, because it is going into the last lap of the race, I don't think he will receive a... Might still do, but look, 7 on investigation there.
Yeah, Jake Weston on investigation. Keep a close eye. I think the technical flag would have come out by now, wouldn't it? I think we might just let it go for the last lap of the race.
Yeah, that'll be all good to go. And of course, if it drops off, then there'll be a bigger issue. Actually, he's slowing down. It's Oliver Stewart going to the pits.
seemed to lose momentum down the straight there. The kart is struggling for pace and everyone else getting by, so this could be a crucial moment for the championship as Oliver Stewart loses valuable position. He's back on the pace now. This is great news for Charlie Cole, who has pretty much led the entire race, and this really could be crucial for him in the championship. Jake Weston still there in second, but he is under investigation, so we shall wait and see once the provisional results have been confirmed. But it's a checkered flag though for Charlie Cole, what could be a crucial victory for the championship. Jake Weston second, Josh Price third, Glenister third, Bourchier fourth, Miles Murphy fifth, but Oliver Stewart in seventh place. That race went south rim right at the very end.
This is really going to come down to the very, very end. And, yeah, excited to see. So, I can see. I'm going to try and work out the championship standings, see if we can work out the points. We're going to bring John for a couple of the races. Great to have you back as well, John. I'm going to shoot off for a bit, try and work this out, and we'll bring in John.
So as Charlie Ellis goes to do the number crunching, we're going to welcome in John Richardson, who once again is combining the racing with a little bit of as well. We'll just recap the results there. Charlie Cole, Jake Weston, Josh Price, James Glenister, Ellis Bourchier, Miles Murphy and Oliver Stewart crucially there in seventh. So Charlie's going to work out the permutations with that in terms of the championship. In the meantime though, we are moving through into the finals now. We've got 22 getting underway now, the cadets, and as they make their preparations, we welcome John Richardson to the microphone. And how's your day gone so far?
I don't think I want to talk about that. We've been, well, plagiarised by mechanical issues, thanks to the greatest mechanic in the world. So it's been problematic. We've had a pretty decent race overall. We've been really quick, but starting near the rear end for the final, but hopefully I can get something done there.
So we'll see how we get on later on today. In the meantime, we'll recap the starting grid for the cadets. Soy Henderson from Keane Delaney, Henry Colborne, Arthur Murfitt in fourth position, Marcus Cooper, Alistair Saunders, and a bit out for there, Bradley Sutton, Shaylan Sweekanton, James Murfitt, Oliver Ratton. Looking a little bit further down the field, we have our Metrokit drivers as well, who will be starting a little bit further back. But Sawyer Henderson, the K-plate holder, who has been on top form today. But look out for the likes of Keane Delaney, Henry Colborne, Arthur Cooper. All could be in the shout, but not quite yet, because having another way round, the start has been called off. And the Metrokit's still not in position either further back round. So we're going to go round for another lap. We've seen a few drivers today, John, with difficulties, especially coming into this first corner. Drivers struggling to make conditions. It still seems bitterly cold out there, and is the track tyres, is the grip being a problem at times?
I believe at the very start of the race, it is very, very difficult. Obviously, we see many drivers going off at turn one and ultimately on the first lap, but that's when the tyres should try and warm up their tyres and to hopefully get heat in them. But it'll be very interesting to see what happens in this race. Obviously, different compound of tyres here in the Hondas. They use the Dunlop tyres instead of the Mojos or the Comet tyres. So it's will be very interesting to see what happens in turn one.
So here we go. The cadets getting underway. We see the Hondas there. Final call of the Metrokits. We saw them making their way up towards the Dan Weldon corner a few moments ago. We'll keep you up to date with some of the positions as the race goes on. So here we go. Let's hope it's second time lucky. The cadets get underway, and the K-plate of Soy Henderson leads them away as they charge over the line into the first corner. Henderson inside line, guarding that corner, but Delaney going for the momentum on the outside line, and it looks like he's made it through. So great start there for Keane Delaney, who sweeps through into the lead.
That was an absolutely amazing move there by Keane Delaney. You rarely see drivers go round the outside at turn one on the first lap, but that was a crucial move there for the 91 of Keane Delaney. But now all he has to do is get his head down and just try and drive away from the rest of the field. And this is a pretty big Honda field. This is, in full honesty, one of the biggest Honda grids I've actually seen recently. And it's great to see the Honda cadets back into action. They were absolutely massive. They were the Honda 160s instead of the Honda 200s that we see nowadays. And it's really interesting to see this big of a grid, and it's really interesting to see the action going on here. We obviously have the top 7. They've got away from the rest of the field, but when the K-plate of Sawyer Henderson will go in on Cian Delaney.
Yeah, it's all very tactical here because we've got the top 6 drivers just breaking away slightly. We saw a little bit further down there, I think there was 1 or 2 shouts from the likes of Ben Bowes and Alistair Saunders all trying to work together. Work with the leaders as they make their way down towards the final corner. Delaney still holds on to the lead, but Henderson just trying to keep taps here. We've got Henry Colborne and Arthur Murphy further down with the Metro Kids. It's still Raith Owen that leads the way from Hendricks Fallat, Zach Andrew, Mason Munster in there as well. The Metro Kids all running very slowly, but a bit further down the field, just running with the half-lap disadvantage here. Very closely was the word I was looking for, my apologies. But they're running their own race, running very closely indeed as they go over the line. Raith Owen, Hendricks Fallat and Zach Andrew all running closely for those. And at the front here with the hot, we'll have Cian Delaney coming under a lot of pressure here from Sawyer Henderson. Henry Colborne third. We've still got just under 7 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. So in these early stages here, John, I don't think anybody is wanting to be too rash at this stage, just looking to count the laps down and stay in position.
Yeah, this on the cadet races, obviously when they're young and very new to karting, the teams tell them to work together, and you'll see this really often in Honda cadet races and the younger races where you'll see the top 5, 6, maybe even the top 10 just sitting there nose to tail, pushing the driver ahead to build the gap. That's why we're going to see a pretty boring race at the very start, but the action always kicks off at the end, and that's what makes Honda Cadet a really interesting class to watch.
And it's getting a bit closer further back because that group on the edge of the top 10, the likes of Ben Bowes, Mason Becker, Shailen Sukantan and Alistair Saunders all working together quite slowly, starting to catch up with the lead group of drivers. So Cian Delaney, who jumped to the front after a brilliant start, ran the outside of Sawyer Henderson, continuing to lead the way. The top 3 just momentarily pulling away from 4th place Arthur Murphy. So they'd be very well advised here, these top 3, just to maintain that. A very small gap, not much at all. I'd say it's around 0.8 of a second. But in karting terms, that can be quite big. We've got 4th, 5th and 6th then being Arthur Murphy, Marcus Cooper and Ben Bowes, Mason Becker, Shailen Buchanan, Alistair Saunders, Bradley Sutton a little bit further behind from Cian Doherty, Oliver Ratton, Cian Doherty incident. Harry Parker up to 13th position. With the Metro kits, we've got Raith Owen still leading the way from Zach Andrew, Hendricks Fallat in 3rd place, Mason Munster and Thomas Laidler rounding out the top 5. Those drivers starting half a lap down. Conor Ratter, unfortunately, is out of the race as the leaders make their way over the line. Just under 5 minutes plus as they go over the line, and Cian Doherty then under investigation. We just saw on the virtual marshal board when they go through over the line. Cian Delaney, though, still continuing to lead the way. The top 3 here, John, just starting to pull out ever such a small gap between the chasing pack.
Yeah, and that's going absolutely well for the top 3. Interesting to see that Cian Delaney has slowly but surely been pulling away from Sawyer Henderson, and that's a pretty big surprise. Sawyer Henderson has the K-plate. He's definitely won races here in the past, and he's a really good driver around here, and he's getting slowly but surely pulled away and pulling away from the very difficult to do here, especially with our battle. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens in these couple of laps. The lap time there for Cian Delaney, 48.3. So they are gaining a little bit second and third, but it's going to be interesting what happens in the closing stages of this race.
Just under lap remaining, and he would certainly say that Sawyer Henderson and Henry Colborne are within striking distance of Cian Delaney, but no one who wants to make a move just yet. Still plenty of time to go, and Cian Delaney is setting a very strong race position at the front here, lapping very quickly, 48.3 last time. They're pretty much matched for pace, and they are pulling away slowly on the 4th place drivers. A whole train of drivers from 4th down to around 15th. Oh, there's trouble further back going into Kestrel Corner. As the driver hits some trouble, there's a kart out of control on the infield, so we're just going to keep an eye on that off the field. And, well, it's...
I think the throttle's stuck.
No. Here, so just keep an eye on the race action at the front here. Will the marshals keep an eye? So the race has been stopped. I think it was...
it's the 53. The throttle was stuck on. I just saw it. Honestly, I took a step I saw a car and that go centimetres away from each other. That was very
Bradley
scary.
Sutton, who lost it coming down the TKM straight. The car's out of control. The driver very wisely chose to bail out of that one. He's on the infield. I think he's a bit shaken up, but the driver okay. The kart just carried on. Barely see that happen onto the infield, and the marshals trying to stop it, but there was no way of stopping that kart. Fortunately, it hasn't hit anybody, and it's gone straight into the tyre wall of its own accord. But luckily, the drivers were reasonably safe. It was heading in the same direction as karts, but one or two of the marshals and photographers with a bit of trouble. There is the understandably the rather shaken Bradley Sutton there on the infield. Driver, as you can see, is okay. He had to bail out of the car, so he did very well there. I've been on a bike when the throttle stick's open, and I can tell you for nothing, it is not a nice. You back off for the corner, and it increases in speed.
I don't think anyone would like that, but I'm really glad that no one hit the cart, and at least everything's okay except for the cones there, sadly. So
yeah,
rest in peace, cones there. But at least he's not hurt, because when the throttle gets stuck on, he doesn't end well. But at least he's walking, he seems fine, so that's really good to see.
Just looking to see, though, it's walloped the tyre barriers. The timing officials have been out onto the course as well. I'm just wondering if it's taken out part of the transponder unit, so it's going to be making sure that the system's all okay. As you can see, the rest of the drivers, the race has been halted with just over 3 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. And when the red flag came out, Cian Delaney leading from Sawyer Henderson, Henry Colburn in 3rd, Ben Bors in 4th position, Marcus Cooper in 5th from Arthur Murfitt, and Shailen Srikantan up to 7th place, Alice in Doherty in 9th place from Mason Becker. So as you can see, the drivers have been held on the grid. The red flag coming out because of a rather unique and scary looking incident there, where the throttle stuck on the number 53 of Bradley Sutton. As we saw walking away on the infield, he had to bail out, and appears to be okay, the driver walking away, but as you can imagine, it would be quite a nerve-wracking moment. The finish sign is up on the virtual marshal, so whether they've would assume they've called that, so that'll be a race win. I'm assuming a race win anyway, because the checkered flag sign is coming up on the finish board here for Delaney, number 91, and the karts are being put back into the paddock. So that was towards the end of the race. I wonder if that's going to be called results. So that'll be, assuming that's the end of the race, that'll be a race win for Cian Delaney from Sawyer Henderson, Henry Colburn, Ben Bors, Marcus Cooper, and Arthur Murfitt in 6th place, Shailen Srikantan in 7th place, Alistair Saunders in 8th, Cian Doherty 9th, and Mason Becker rounding out the top 10 in the Honda Cadet. It would be a race win for Raith Owen for number 21. 27, Zach Andrew in 2nd place, Hendrix Fallat, Mason Munter, Thomas Nadler, and Mason O'Connor. I do stress, though, that they are provisional race results, so I'm just looking at this, though, John. I'm a bit concerned to add, but the point the kart hits the tyre wall, it is, for point of reference, just below our commentary booth on the racetrack, and the point where it's hit the wall, I'm just wondering if it's also affected the timing systems, because there's a lot of activity down by the finish line right now. There's quite officials out on the track as well, and they're normally working in the race control, so they wouldn't normally be trackside. So might be a little bit of a situation here with the officials working hard to make sure that we're all ready to go racing again.
Yeah, I'm curious though, because if you look closely at the start-finish line, you see a little camera or sensor. You see one there, and there'll usually be one on the other side. And obviously, I don't think we can visually see it here from our commentary booth. So maybe it's hit it at such a way.
I think it did hit it. It looked like they were picking it up a moment ago, and they're just making sure that everything's all okay. I think it's a bit unfortunate, because at least if it hits the tyre wall, it's better than hitting another competitor or a driver. So yeah, very rarely seen that happen in karting, a throttle stick open. That's happened to me on a bike before, and it's usually in the worst possible location when the throttle sticks. It's not nice at all.
Luckily, it didn't end. Luckily, it never badly for me, but I don't want to jinx it, so I'm going to disregard that. But at least no one got hurt in that very, very scary incident, so it's great to see that.
I have to say full credit to the track officials and the marshals there. They kept a cool head and were able to get the situation under control. And Stratton's down there with his camera, and he was routed to the spot with the kart kind of aiming vaguely in his direction, going any direction he wants to. You think he's showing off some of the footage of that incident there, so he can afford a smile, fortunately. The next race coming up is race number 23 in our 31 race pro. Inters, like I say, there may be a bit of a pause here before the next race gets underway. Track officials working very hard. We haven't been told anything officially yet, but judging by the activity down by the finish line right now, it looks like they are making sure the timing system is working. That out-of-control kart hit the tyre wall at the point where the transponder is, so I think they're just making sure the timing systems are all working okay. If not, I suppose they'll have to go old school here, John. I think we'll have to get the lap scorers out, although yeah, they're working hard trying to repair that. So Mini Inter's getting away and heading now towards the final part of the season. What are your plans so far for the end of the season moving into next year?
I honestly don't know. We've done some X30 races, and I've been doing pretty well in that, so I'm considering doing a bit of X30, maybe here, maybe do both in it. Very interesting to see, because I've been doing pretty well recently, but saying that, I've had mechanical issues recently, so I don't know. But performance-wise, we've been doing not too bad, but we'll see, I suppose. Maybe do some Miami races, do some Rotax races, but I'll probably be when I'm racing here.
So I look forward to seeing you in action here once again. And the one thing with Kim Bolton compared to many other karting venues, especially in the UK, when we look at a lot of other circuits, Wilton Mill as an example, is very big on the corporate side of things. It's almost like and this is a old school traditional racetrack in the sense that there's no sort of corporate karting or events taking place outside of the race weekends, which means that there's only these race meetings once per month that take place here. Very limited chance to test and get used to the Kim Bolton circuit or testing outside of race weekends. Is that preparation for this venue in any way? I suppose it's the same for all the drivers. It's not like anybody else can practice here more than anybody else, really. So it's is there any scope with that? Is it more difficult to race here at Kim Bolton because of the lack of track time available?
I'd probably say yes, because obviously you've got many other tracks, like, well, you've got PFI where you can Tuesday and practice day. You've got Wilton Mill, we go every Wednesday, and I think Kim Bolton's one of the only tracks where you can't actually go there and, well, practice, obviously. So it makes new drivers struggle, but once they adapt to the circuit, it definitely makes them get a lot more. I like it like that. It really shows you the difference between good drivers and great drivers and how they can adapt quickly. So I like how they don't do prep testing, but also you can get, well, bad stuff on the circuit and makes the circuit not good at the start of the weekend, but it doesn't really matter in the end of the day.
We're just under preparation for the next race getting underway very shortly. Mini Inters, drivers in the holding area, and we'll be underway in just a few moments.
Oh, let's do it. What are they? That's my favourite. That is my favourite.
So we're currently under pause. We've got Charlie Ellis, who's been number crunching for the KZs. He saw some of the situation happen, and there's been that. I believe that we were correct. It has gone into the timing unit, and it's knocked things out of kilter somewhat. We are still under a red flag condition. They're not able to get things working again at the moment. So you may have to bear with us here. There will be. We are under a red flag situation after that incident in the Cadet group. Anybody who's just starting to watch this now at the red flag, there was an accident out on the circuit due to a throttle sticking open on one of the karts, but the driver is okay from what we can see. We saw the driver bail out and very quickly took refuge in the marshal's area. But the more practical problem here is that the kart You're on the start line right now next to the Digi flag. Just to the left of there, you see our timing officials down there. That's where the kart hit the tyre barrier. It went across the infield. Fortunately, it was going in the same direction as all of the other karts, so they weren't... if it had gone to the right, that would have been a bit scary. That's what the tyre barriers are there for, so hopefully it would have hit some of those barriers on the way through just to arrest some of the momentum of the kart, but it eventually came across the finish line, went into the tyre barriers just to the left of where our marshals and race officials are right now. And what's that? Well, that's done is just bad fortune in that sense. Good fortune didn't hit any, but it has taken out the timing loop right now. So the timing officials and the HKRC Kart Racing Club track crew down here very earnestly looking to try and get the computers back up and running. I'm not too sure. Perhaps we'll have to speak to Charlie in a minute to see what the protocol is here. I'm wondering if they have to get the old notebooks out. Old-fashioned way by manually lap scoring with the numbers, maybe.
I think that's probably got to be one of the worst jobs in motorsport, just constantly timing and timing and timing. But it's interesting to see here what's going to go on, because on this side of the screen you can see the first timing that's been successfully repaired, but where the impact was, it looks like they are slowly but surely repairing it. So hopefully we'll go under racing shortly, but luckily, hopefully we don't see any major contact into that
job to that loop down there. It's potentially damaged loop, I'm assuming, looking at the timing equipment. This is the sort of timing loop that stands above the ground. Sometimes you get the loop sunken in underground. I know certainly in the motocross you have to literally dig a trench and sink a plastic pipe down there to run the transponder loop through. Is the only issue though sometimes, if there is an incident on the start line, if it damages the transponder loop, it means a bit of work to get things up and running again. The important thing, I know it sounds like a cliche, but the important thing, it is important to say that this accident that's brought out the red flag has not, we believe, resulted in any injuries. For the driver walking away from the incident and the kart out of control on the infield due to a stuck throttle, it managed to collect some of the tyre barriers. Luckily the officials able to take cover as well, so it's caused no injuries fortunately, but as you can see down by the start line at the moment, just looking to get the transponder loop up and running. So that is the delay here. This is round number 9 of the HKRC Kart Racing Club Championships here at Kimbolton. I'm Chris Ora, joined at the moment by John. Hopefully we'll be, assuming we get this up and running again, hopefully be out racing a little bit later on. He's come to give us a bit of an insight as well. But if you're just joining us, we've just completed the Cadet final. Delaney, the provisional race winner of the Honda Cadets. But at the moment, there was an incident. Throttle stuck on the kart coming off the TKM straight, which, if you're not familiar with the Kimbolton layout, is a fair bit behind where we are right now. It went right across the infield, it collected the barriers and eventually went into the finish line barrier here. So it has unfortunately at the timing units for now, so we're just working hard just to get things back underway. And you can see them hard at work, just looking to get everything back going. And this is unfortunately one of the things that happens here. But with the course today, we were talking with Charlie earlier about how the conditions in the morning were quite slippery out there. We saw quite a few karts making quite a lot of errors down there, and the grip not quite there occasionally when it's these cooler temperatures like this. As a driver, what sort of things are you doing to... you've got to keep the pace. The kart's going to make the corner if you slam it into the corner at speed. What sort of things will you be doing as a driver in conditions like this to try and make sure you can maintain a good pace but stay on the course?
Well, on the opening lap, we usually warm up our tyres. There's about 5-ish, 6-ish corners. You warm up the tyres, and you've obviously got the TKM straight and the Yamitsu straight to really weave and try and warm up your tyres. But it really helps the bigger drivers in these type of conditions, because obviously they don't have to work their kart that much more, and obviously the little drivers are going to struggle in these conditions. But interesting to see though, because it really does differentiate a good driver between a great driver and who can really warm up the tyres and who can't really. So it's really interesting to see them in these type of conditions, and it really does show who can get their tyres switched on and getting the laps in.
And is it cold enough today, would you say, to warrant any different line choices? We saw earlier on when it was a bit colder, one or two drivers taking a deeper line into the corner, almost squaring the turn, going for a sharper turn and trying to get the exit speed out there as he would maybe in a wet race, but that seems to have died away today.
Yeah, it has. It's that type of weather where it's not that cold where you have to bolt on a pair of really, really old Inters, but also it's not that warm where you can go full push and slam. But that's the fun of karting. You always have to adapt and change your lines, but I believe 347, and I think the track's completely fine now. You don't have to do weird lines into corners, but it really has changed quite a bit since the beginning of this morning.
And the thing with Kimbolton as well, this is one of the oldest kart circuits in the UK, much like its neighbour about Road Shennington. It's got military origins. This was an old US Air Force bomber base on one of the access and storage areas, and it's got that airfield kind of feel to it. It reminds me a bit, there's a track I've raced at over at Shropshire at Rednall, which is also an old airfield circuit. It's very straight corner, straight hairpin, very flow in the sense of many gradual corners. It's all very point and shoot, and it involves a certain kind of driving style. It tends to be a bit more aggression sometimes, I've found, and flowing into the corners, especially with these chicanes as well.
Yeah, it really does change a driver's driving style. If you go to track and you watch some of the senior X30 races where you see some of the great drivers like Gus Lawrence and Frey Lloyd, they barely turn the steering wheel around there. But if you watch them around here, they are completely jacking the car up just to make the corner, and it's really interesting to see how drivers who are usually like pinpoint smooth like this, where there isn't that much grip to be like that, and it just makes this kart track a little bit more special and interesting to come to.
It's got that old school feel to it. And the one I compare it to as a complete opposite would be sort of Glanigorse in North Wales, which is, that's obviously, there's not really a straight on there, it's one big corner, that place, whereas here school layers with straights, hairpins, chicanes, really does bring up some exciting race on this old school airfield style layout. So as you can see, it looks like the track crews, the timing crews have been hard at work, and already a few drivers having trouble on the sighting lap here for the Mini Inters. One, the steering wheel in frustration. Oh no, it's this, I think the stub axle, something's broke on the front there. That kart is evidently out of the race before it's even started. I can't tell you the number.
I think it's the 89.
Possibly the 89, a good spot there. Yeah, you're quite right there, number
George
89.
Wheeldon.
George Wheeldon, who was towards the back, but looks like he's out of contention. So, Mini Inters, are we going to go this time round?
A bit quick.
They're very fast, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's a full start there. So, it looks like we're about to get ready underway. So, John Richardson's going to call us through this race as the drivers complete their warm-up lap. Who's been doing some of the paddock reporting down on the scene. Charlie Ellis will take us over and take us through the Mini Inters.
It's been a very interesting Mini Inter race. We've had many interesting drivers climb through the fields. The driver currently starting third on this race, Elliot Bork, is his debut race in Inter. So as we see the drivers start to slowly but surely form up into those double column lines, into Kimbolton corner we go. The drivers who should be at tiptoe pace, here we go, rounding out Kimbolton corner. When will Lewis Herbert? Oh, he goes now. Will the lights go out? Lights are off. We're off and racing. Who's going to make it into turn number one? It's
whoa, big
that
contact there. Looks like one of the drivers a bit further down the field having a little spin there. They all managed to find their way through the first couple of corners, but up at the front, still Lewis Herbson leading the way then. Second place, Elliot Bork now looking for second place. That was a brilliant move from Elliot Bork. And Herbson, that's got an amazing start from Lewis Herbson, number 53, into the lead of the race. And this is also very important for their championship. Of course, the championship coming down to the line between
Ian Townsend. Of course, not the start that Townsend would have wanted, but as they come round the first lap, Herbson still leads the way with a pretty strong margin so far.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was a crucial start from. We obviously saw a pretty scary incident at the mid-pack, but the front runners are going out cleanly, and James Roots on Ian Townsend. Up the inside goes James Roots. The other global teammate makes past the Cadet driver, and that is a good move there from the number 21, who will eventually, or well maybe, catch up to his teammate of Elliot Bork. But a good start there from Lewis Herbertson, who away from this field. But will we see the number 141 of Elliot Bork catch up to the 53?
There's all going to be questions to ask, and we've got 7.5 minutes till we can answer them questions. Still plenty of time to go in this race. Watch out for Teddy Higgs as well. Elliot Bork throwing hands, and I think that was to his teammate from Bitford. Some work to do as well. Number 40, he's further down the field now, down in 5th place. Got a bit of work to do, try and get back onto the podium spots. But we saw there Elliot Bork throwing hands to his teammate James Root, saying, come on, let's get going now before Herbson pulls away, because we've seen it before. When Herbson gets into the lead, when he's done them first couple of laps, it's very hard to try and catch up to him. Very consistent driver as well is Lewis Herbson. Elliot Bork now there in 2nd place. This could be his opportunity maybe for a first win in the mini interclass. He's definitely on for his first podium, that's for sure. But it's all going to come down to teamwork, and I think, John, you've known it time and time again, can be quite effective in these races, especially in the finals where they're a bit longer. And I say that, James Bruce down the inside of Elliot Bork for 2nd place. But how important is it, the teamwork in these finals, especially when it's quite long and you've got a bit of a gap for drivers in front? How effective can it be?
If it's done properly, it can work. And teams have proved it. Fusion, Synergy, they've done it beautifully, and you'll see them just climb through the fields. But will we see the two global teammates here? Will we see James Roots, who's just overtaken his teammate, and Elliot Bork push together and try and catch up to Lewis Herbertson? But it looks like Elliot Bork's losing a tiny bit of the number 21 of James Roots. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the pace of these two teammates are. And there are the lap times on the bottom of the screen. James Roots at 53.98, Lewis Herbertson at 44.1. So will we see James Roots slowly but surely catch up?
There is a yellow flag out. Down. A little look to see who that will maybe. Might be Jake Hansford, who's had a few issues into Dan Weldon complex. So of course no overtaking in the sector. There is the driver off just on the barrier as you enter into the corner. Quite an unusual spot to head off, but this is interesting here. 2nd place here, number 21 starting to close in on Lewis Herbson, and Jensen Sales up into 3rd place. That makes some move for the teams working together, both for the Global Karting League drivers, not together now, so they're going to have to work in groups of 2 to try and catch up. Of course, Ian Townsend there as well. He's there in 5th place, and I think count for as they come down to finish another lap into Derek's corner now. And look at the gap now between Roots and Herbson. Of course, no yellow flag overtaken, so no overtaken into his sector. But as they exit, this is a good opportunity now. But I think move now, or else he'll be clobbered up by Jensen Sale. Will Jensen Sale go for the move nice and early? No, he doesn't. Decides better off it. Herbson now leads, but for how long? Because down into turn 1, James Roots, will he go to the inside? Oh, he had a look, but he's messed up his braking, and that runs wide, and Jensen Sale's going to go through to 2nd. That was a superb move from plays James Sell, and another 44 Edwin Munns and Battenbergs are now shown out on circuit. So safety car procedure here at Kim Bolton in this interfinal. Drivers will slow down behind Lewis Herbson. We're going to have a little look around, try and see if we can work out what this. Now, of course, we did see that driver.
I think it's Dan Weldon.
Yes, it might be the driver who did go off at Dan Weldon. That was Jake Hansford. Now, the drivers are going slowly, which is always great to see, following the procedures of the Battenbergs. Now, we did go in at a bit of an angle. That Jake, the driver who is in a bit of a discomfort, is just here. Now, he's got past the barrier, so that's the good thing, because he's out of the way. But interesting to see how he is. Of course, he's still in the cart, so the marshals will take it nice and gently, get him out of the cart. And of course, if any further work needs to be done, they may well throw the red flag, which would be the second red flag we've had today. And of course, we do wish well for the driver who was involved in the Honda Cadet accident. Reen Townsend. Now, what on earth is Reen Townsend?
I've got to say,
Maybe an
He had to
accident.
move. He had to. Well, he drove a bit more forward, telling the drivers, "Come on, let's hurry up." And I wonder if he was just starting to overload the engine a bit with fuel. And of course, that's the issue with going so slowly. There's always that issue. Now, I don't think we're going to go green this time. We're still going to go around Battenberg for another lap. Up at the top of the circuit. They're still in a bit of discomfort, not moving as much, so they're going to go around once again. Battenberg flags still out, and of course it does work well for Herbertson. The timer will keep ticking down, so there's going to be less opportunities to make moves when the green flag back out, if it comes back out. And of course does well for his championship. Will still keep him in the lead going into the final round. But I think you've probably seen it time and time again. I know I have as well. But when you get in these sort of Battenberg conditions, you see the lead driver really slow it down, trying to. It's cool. It's more like time wasting, how you see it in football.
Yeah, I'm a little bit the opposite here. When I was at PF, I was going a bit too quickly, but luckily no penalties there. But what Lewis Herbison should do is literally stop that car and just time waste as much as he. A, it will probably flood the other engines of the other karts in the grid, and B, there'll be less time for Jensen Sale, James Roots, and Elliot Borg, and maybe even Ryan Townsend to come at him. So it's going to be very interesting to see here what Lewis Herbison does here.
Well, we've already seen it was sort of overslowing. A couple of drivers getting a bit annoyed and trying to throw hands at him. As the rest of the drivers come through again now, there is still no real update up at the top of Dan Weldon, so the Battenbergs will probably still stay out for another lap. And actually, let's have a little look. Now, the green flag might be coming out. And there's checker flag is out. So they're calling the race early. Lewis Herbison will now take victory here at Kimbolton in the mini interclass. So not the way we wanted to go out, but it is victory for Lewis Herbison. Jensen Sale finish up in second place from James Roots, who ran out your top three. From Elliot Bork, Ryan Townsend, 5. A couple of drivers a bit annoyed about that they didn't get to go properly racing, but we do have to worry about the safety of these drivers. Noah Hammond finished up in 6th place from Toby Wortley and Jack Freeman. Odyssey Hole, Alex Nieskis from Ryman Komatsu, Teddy Higgs, Finley Bills, Seki Komatsu, Will Eden, Adam Corser, Eddie Mae Bumford, and Munns, Jake Hansford and George Wilden in that race. And of course the ambulance crew now heading out for what we believe is Jake Hansford. We are seeing George Wilden just walking across the grass. Now I don't think he was involved with the accident, so glad to see he is okay, but look like maybe a bit of discomfort maybe for Edward Munns as well. Obviously we don't really know whereabouts Edward is, but there is the ambulance crew heading off to the driver, Jake Hansford. Now, I think that was Jake Hansford's kart, so that might say quite a lot. So, Hansford gets well soon. Hopefully, he should have been the worst condition. We hope not that he is all good enough. Of course, this is a perfect opportunity to thank the marshalling crew yet again, because, well, they've really had to work for it. That is Jake Hansford's kart all the way from the scene, and big well done to Dominic Harris for that.
That's
Dominic,
not too damaged.
No, do you know what? It doesn't seem damaged, but you always see that sometimes. Carts that don't seem damaged mean the exact opposite. We do hope that isn't the case. But yeah, brilliant job by Dominic, who is one of our incident marshals, and incident marshals tend to be the ones who are out doing the dirty work, pulling the carts away, and you can see he's definitely struggling a bit, and it means he's going to have a bit more assistance from one of the marshalling crew, and great to see a bit of teamwork going on there. Junior, the next one's out.
I'm going to be a little bit concerned if it is Junior Rotax.
Oh god, yeah, no, I just worked that out. Senior Rotax. You know what?
Scared me so much, mate. I honestly, my heart literally skipped a beat.
It's because I saw Joshua Smith there, and of course he won the championship last year in a very close battle between him and Joel Dixon. Yes. And you forget to think that they all grow up now into senior Rotax and go up through the ranks. So, of course, let's have a little look at the senior Rotax grid. Jake Fisher, who, of course, is pretty much a front runner this weekend, has been a front runner all weekend long. Great to see him. The Dan Holland Racing team, with the livery,
but with Evolution.
Yeah, with the Evolution squad. William Ray's been up there as well. Very good to see him up at the sharp end of the field. We'll try and get the full grid up now and try and see if we can run through it. Of course, for James Tester here, this could be a championship victory here. If he gets the victory, from what he was definitely saying and what we could try and work out, he could take the championship around early, which would be very impressive indeed. So definitely watch out for James Tester. Number 27 here, starting from pole position. Joshua Valance there in third place. As I said, Joshua Smith there in fourth. Fifth place will be Ethan Martin. Ethan Martin will be joined by William Ray. Tobian Alvarez there as well, just behind Ethan Martin. We'll get the rest of the grid up and see how the rest of them line up. Harvey from Archie Flint. Charlie F. Grave in the top 10 from Adam White, Michael Morgan. Horion Edge, Declan Luff, Toz Pryor from Liam Tate, Dan Renton, my apologies, from Sam Cook, Elliot Rice, Charles Sutton, Isaac Reynolds from Alexander Gerges, Ryan Sayers, and isn't actually racing the rest of the weekend due to a bit of wrist injury. Finley George, Joseph Orton from Daniel Kelov, Angelica Kennard, Aminus Zabiskus, and David Williams rounding out your field of drivers. And so these lot get on in a few moments' time, because the marshals and the medical crew have done an amazing job of bringing Jake Hansford back to the medical centre. Of course, the most circuits now, and of course that's a brilliant thing to see. The way they've taken safety on, more places now getting the medical centres put into place, and provides a bit more enclosure for these drivers, especially when they go through quite a traumatic experience as well. So the cart's been retrieved, and so should be all good. Driver just been walked to the medical centre, so at least he's walking. That's the best thing. I think it's just a bit of arm, a bit of an issue with the arm or the wrist, maybe. It seems to be one of the main areas that crashes the wrists, and I think that's more due to because that's where you're actually feeling all the force of the cart, and where all the impact is going to be. You feel it through the steering rod, and then obviously that fights with the steering wheel, and that's when you rip. You can the steering wheel can flick 360 and rip or something like that. So Class C is all right, but
it's always been my leg for me. It's at the same corner at PF as well, and it's been a bit unfortunate for me there. It's always been bad luck for me, the chicane section of PFI, and well, luckily I've had no accidents there though this year, but I don't really want to jinx it. Yeah.
Green flags are out all around the circuit now, so that can only mean one thing. That means we're hopefully going to get racing in a few moments' time. As I said, championship deciding victory could well be for James Tester. Now, I won't really speak much about it. We won't clinch it straight away. Go back and actually look at the rest of the championship order. But from what he can work out, from what the others can work out, a dominant victory so far in Heat 1 and Heat 2. And if he could take the final win, would set him up perfectly for that championship crown. But still plenty of other spots in the championship. So I know Ethan Martin's trying to get up as high as he can in the championship. I think Joshua Smith hasn't done many rounds this year, so won't really be in a championship fight as much. But soon enough, we should be able to get going racing. And of course, some of the drivers who I think feel might not be that far up in the championship. Of course, drivers do tend to have a lot of bad luck, good luck as well. Luck is definitely sometimes maybe a big factor in karting. But that's with everything, not just with racing as well. But most sports out there, you've got to have a bit of luck as well as a bit of talent as well. But yeah, this front row, very, very strong. And I think the whole field as well. We've seen a lot with the senior Rotaxes, especially in the past couple of years. The amount of competition, and I think you may see it as well in the junior Rotax, a lot of competition in these races as well. A lot of pretty strong drivers, and of course these drivers go out to Europe and race. Let's get this final underway then. It's senior Rotax time here at Bolton, and we've already gone through the good ones. Let's go through it once again. James Tester could take the championship home today after this final. In second place from Joshua Valance and Joshua Smith, Ethan Martin from William Ray, Tobian Alvarez, Harvey Williams from Archie Flint, Charlie F. Grave from Adam White, Michael Morgan, Declan Luff, Ryan Hedge, Tom Pryor, Neil Matei, Dan Renton, Elliot Rice, Charles Sutton, Isaac Reynolds, Alexander Gergis, Finney George, Neil Kellogg, Angelica Kennard, Amiris and David Williams. Rounding out your field of drivers. We're down to 9 minutes plus a lap for these finals, but still plenty of time to make some moves. And let's see a bit further down the field who could be fighting through. I'm going to say Alexander Gergis. He has a good opportunity to make some moves up. Thomas Pryor is going to be trying to fight his way through, as well as Declan Luff, who we've seen in the heats make some moves. But can James Tester take victory? And will it be 2 times in a run-in? Of course, took victory last month. Can he do it again this month? There's only one way to find out. Out with green flag racing, down into turn 1, and look at the outside line. Look at William Ray trying to go around the outside. Aidan Martin having a cut. The first corner again. A couple of drivers having a little spin. Near the tape getting involved there. Michael Morgan getting involved again as well. Michael Morgan's having no look. This is a bit, well, Ethan Martin leading the... But did cut turn 1, and of course this isn't the first time Ethan Martin has done that. We have seen him a month or 2 ago doing the same thing. Now, of course, yes, he is trying to avoid the incident, but he has cut a bit of the track and he's not gave those places back. So that could be something to watch out for. James Tester to the inside. That do for his championship. Josh Valance in second place. What a way to finish the first lap.
Yeah, that was a very, very interesting first lap and a very, very controversial first lap, if you could say. The top 3 here comprised of James Tester, Joshua Valance and Ethan Martin, who is currently under investigation. A very controversial moment there going into turn 1, but sometimes you do have to cut the corner to avoid a major accident. But the top 6 here is going to be very interesting to see the battle between these 6. The battle between these 6 here of James Tester, Joshua Valance, Ethan Martin, Tobian Alvarez, Jake and Joshua Smith, and down the inside goes Tobian Alvarez on Ethan Martin. A good move there from the Ben Maxson Motorsport team, and it's going to be a very interesting race to watch.
I think the main man who lost a lot of time was Jake Fisher, down in 6th place at the moment. He had from the outside right at first was looking quite good, but then obviously into turn 1, a cool mishap. Stat drops him down to 6th. But James Tester, we've seen it in the heats. He gets away in those first couple of laps and you can't touch him afterwards. But Joshua Valance is still there, and all it needs is a mistake or 2 to give Valance the opportunity. Joshua Smith on the inside now. An issue for Neo Matei. We're just looking outside the commentary box. He's a bit further down, not really getting going anywhere. Josh Smith getting the head down. He's got Ethan Martin to company now, who is currently in 5th place at the moment. James Tester still leading the way. Valance in Alvarez. First time we've seen him on the podium this weekend. He's into 3rd place as they head round. Finish another lap. They're into the down 1 and complex now. Very hard section to get right. You've got to be really smooth and consistent with the kart and use as much of the tyre as you can without using too much. That it down into the final corner, get on the power nice and early. Joshua Valance doesn't have any sort of slipstream into turn 1. He has a little bit, but I think the gap so far just isn't enough to make an overtaking opportunity. You've really got to be at least under a 10th to have a good chance of opportunity, and that's not ideal for Declan Luff, who might be called into the pit lane in a moment or 2, because he has no Nazoo panel, and that is a very important part on a go-kart, so he might be called into the pits. Now there are yellow flags out down at the bus stop chicane. might be fourth, but at the front of the field. Still is, well, that's a good move, a bit further back on, but James Tester still leading the way. Josh Valance there in second place. No real moves at the front so far. Thomas Pryor having a good race. He's trying to close in one of the Vantage racing cars, and number 4 receives the mechanical flag. He will be entering into the pits. That is his race done. James Tester leading the way. And, I mean, you've seen this as well. The top 6, no real change at the moment. I mean, no one's really losing time. No one's really gaining time either.
No, that's... It's not the problem. It just shows how good all these drivers are. That none of them are making mistakes, and they're all so evenly paced. No one's actually gaining on anyone, and it just shows you how competitive this sport can really be. And it's going to be really interesting to see here who will make that daring lunge, and whoever does make it, what consequences and actions will that have? And it looks like here between the number 28 of Joshua Valance and the number 27 of James Tester, there's a bit of a exit and entry dynamic going on here. It looks like here, going into Kim Bolton corner, Joshua really late and he's losing on the exits, but James Tester is braking early but pulling on the exit. So that's what makes it difficult here for the 28 of Joshua Valance, but it's going to be interesting to see here who will make that daring lunge.
Well, it can't be James Tester. He's got nothing to make a lunge. But Joshua Valance, well, it's annoying because he's not too far close to make the move. He has got Toby and Alvarez starting to close in. I mean, we'll look at the times. James Tester, the fastest lap of the race on that last lap, actually, a 40.42. 100th off is Joshua Valance. Another 300. Toby and Alvarez. So, I mean, the top 4, lap time-wise, all within, well...
7 thousandths.
Yeah, 7 thousandths of a second, which is unbelievable. So, another lap commences here at Kim Bolton. And the number 55. Number 55 got a technical flag for Martin, who was there in 5th place. He will be coming into the pit lane, and I wonder what that might be for. We'll have a little look.
I think it's his
try
rear
and see. Yeah, it might be the rear bumper that is hanging off that go-kart, and that is not ideal, especially for his championship. He is one of the drivers fighting up at the sharp end of the... Oh, look where he is in the championship, but that is not ideal at all as they all come through once again. I say that Ethan Martin down in 15th place. Of course, I've had a couple of exclusions this year, but down to turn 1, of course, if Martin won't be going through turn 1, the pit lane.
Yeah,
that is going to hurt, definitely.
Absolutely. It's been a very disappointing season, I'd say, for Ethan Martin. He's been quick, but he's had some very interesting moments, I think that's the way to put it. And, there's a bit of a scuff. The number... on the background, getting a little bit of a spin, a bit of an interesting moment there, I would say. But the front 4 here comprised of James Tester, Joshua Valance, Tobias Alvarez, and Josh Smith. It's going to be very interesting to see when one gains on the other. Well, obviously, but that's a nice, neat little move there by Archie Fitting, the Cadet Motorsport team. As I'm not sure about something there between 2 drivers. I'm going to keep big quiet about that. But it's very interesting to see what's going to go on between this top 4.
Yeah, for those who didn't know, out of the commentary box, just saw a bit down the field, the number 121 getting involved, Finley George getting involved with David Williams, and I think Energy Kennard was involved with that one as well. Number 18, Ryan Hedge, receives the technical flag. He will be out of the race as well. As we said, top 4, nothing happening much because, they're all setting identical. The driver in 3rd is actually the fastest man out there, Toby and Alvarez, 40.40. He is, 200s quicker than James Tester on his best lap. Another 100s quicker than Joshua Valance. Times are starting to tick down. So the track is definitely getting slower, and I think the drop off as well. So really, it's going to be who can hold on for a minute plus an extra lap. And that's a very late move from Toby and Alvarez on the inside of Joshua Valance. That was for 2nd place, and I think that was Toby and Alvarez saying, watch me get up to James, because that was definitely one for the 8. from Joshua Smith as well to third place. But, well, what would Tobian Alvarez do? He's in the second place now. Could he be chasing a victory of what a victory would be in a very long time?
I think, though, the gap is just too big. Obviously, the move was absolutely amazing, but I think that's compromised a bit too much of a gap. But it looks like he's really gaining here on James Tester, so it's going to be really interesting to see. Is Tobian Alvarez quick enough to catch up to James Tester? 10 seconds on the clock now. We're on the penultimate lap. The battle for third reigns on. Joshua Smith in third against the number 28 of Joshua Valent. This is his first ever race in a senior Rotax machinery, so it's going to be very interesting to see here how he's going to cope with a very veteran of the senior Rotax sports here, and I think Josh Smith is backing it up here now, so it's going to be very interesting to see how this evolves.
Yeah, I think both of them know that their win is pretty much gone, so they'll battle for third place, and I think Joshua Valence really wants that third place back because he's got to try and take something at the end of the day. What could have been a near victory. Final lap of the race now, James Tester. Now, he did say if he was pretty dominant this weekend, this could winning race. We won't confirm it officially, but provisionally, if he can hold on for one more lap, this could be the first champion we crown here in the Club Championship. And with a round early, James Tester, who's been all year long, 2 heat victories here this weekend, and he's going to round it off with the final corner in what was a very dramatic race. James Tester victorious here at Kimbolton, and what would provisionally, as he slides his way into Parc Ferme, secures him the championship. We won't confirm it just yet, but James Tester could well be your 2025 HKRC Senior Rotax champion, and what a drive to finish it. Tobian Alvarez in second place, from Joshua Smith in third, from Joshua Valence, Jake Fisher, William Ray, Thomas Pryor, Harvey Williams, Archie Finn and Adam White, rounding out your top 10 from Elliot Rice, Joseph Orton, Michael Morgan, Dan Renton, Charlie F. Grave, Daniel Kewell, Charles Sutton, Amiris, Isaac Reynolds, Angelica Kennard, rounding out your top 20 drivers. And of course we lost Ryan Hedge, Nia Matei, Finney in Declan Love and Alexander Gerges at the very end. Wow, what a race that was. I mean, the top 4 never really changed until the last couple of laps, and Tobian Alvarez really licked the stamp and sent it. And, well, what a victory for James Tester as well.
Yeah, that was an absolutely perfect race for James Tester, I'd say, because, well, he wasn't that much in the battle. He kept the gap perfectly where it should be, where he wasn't, well, that far ahead. Well, I think every driver would love that, but he wasn't that close where Josh Valence could go. It'd be very interesting to see how the TKMs go.
Yes, time for some TKM Extreme racing here at Kimbolton. Time for the TKM Extreme final, and we're all good to get underway. It's going to be a very interesting race between, of course, the top 2 here, Johan Kanichern and Thomas Shaw. Of course, second row being taken, I think, by Charlie Whitehouse and Jake Cox. A bit further down, William Bloom, Chris Whitten as well. Watch out for Chris Whitten, I think had a few issues. He want to fight through for this final victory. But as we've seen before, Johan Kanichern hasn't really had the pace to win, but with his racecraft manages to hold on to victories. 2 heat wins so far this weekend. Final victory. There's only one way to find out. We're going to find out in the next 9 minutes, plus that additional lap. The smoke will arise. Will we get racing for the first time? Asking, yes, we do. Down into turn 1. Johan Kanichern defends to the inside. Jake Cox with not the best start. Thomas Shaw trying to go round the outside. This will be an amazing move. He can get that one pulled off. Sticking on the outside, but Johan Kanichern still leads them away as they come through the first few corners. And a couple drivers into the wall there. Charlie Whitehouse and William Bloom, 2 drivers who had a very good contention for Podium Sports, both out of the race. But Johan Kanichern still leads the way. Thomas Shaw there in second place as the rest of the pack comes flying through.
Calachurn with a great start. The stricken drivers seem to have got going again, but there is some damage to the tyre barrier, so there'll be a yellow flag on, presume, heading down towards the Willows as Calachurn leads them through for the first time, making their way around that final corner. And Calachurn looking quite strong in these early stages as they cross the line at the end of the first lap. Heat number 1. And Calachurn with the E-plate there, just looking to hold on to this in the early stages as they make their way through. Waved yellows coming out of the Willows. You may see on the right-hand side there may be some marshals there just repairing the damaged tyre barrier. No one down there yet. Not safe to get down there to affect things, but they... Calachurn still holding on to the early stages. They make their way through the towards the TKM straight once again. Tries to break away towards the front of the field here as TKM Extreme. 7.5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining in this final. We have up next we have the final for the KZ UKs. So they'll be coming up a little bit later on as well. Calachurn making his way through that corner, and the Thomas Shaw number 42 just dropping to third position as the number 26 Jake Cox moves into second place. So something of a repeat of what we saw in the heat races earlier with Jake Cox and Johan Calachurn going head to head with Thomas Shaw right in there as well, and the top 3 just starting to pull away towards the front now as Calachurn just starting to control this race. 7 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. Calachurn leading, and we've got Cox in second, Shaw in third position as they cross the line, but just slowly but surely Jake Cox trying to close that gap and put Calachurn under some pressure.
It's not the first time we've seen this, when Calachurn has a brilliant collapse and then starts to get reeled in. Jake Cox now right on his bumper as he head through Derek's corner, and of course don't watch out for Chris Whitten just yet, because Chris, if these 3 start battling, could be enough one to watch out for. Driver in second place then, and takes the fastest lap of the race. Actually, this is a bit further, and that's the last race. Don't look at the timings just yet. We'll still watch TKM Extremes going through though. Jake Cox still in second place. And the rest of the pack was flying through. Johan Calachurn still on the pace line, but he's going to miss out on his inside because Jake Cox trying to have a look. Managers hold on. Jake Cox trying to get that move done. There's going to be side-by-side action. Thomas Shaw's going to have a look as well. This is a proper 4-car battle for the lead now. They're going to be 3 wide as they enter into Derek's corner. I got very close with Chris Whitten. Made the most of it. He's into third place now. Jake Cox now probably in the worst position possible. He needs to find a way through in Johan Calachurn, because otherwise Chris Whitten way through. The reigning British champion is here to win this race, no matter what it will take. As they come through into the last corner, will he go for second place? Yes, he does. On the inside, Chris Whitten to second place. He is picking these drivers off one by one. He's only got 1 driver to make up now. That is the lead man, but watch out for Jake Cox. That's back for second place. Will he get that move done? Yes, he does. Chris Whitten drops back to third. This is an amazing race we're seeing.
Yeah, fantastic so far. We saw in the previous lap that Willows complex the drivers have just gone through. It really does throw up some great racing sometimes. There's a variation of lines through there, and you see drivers going wheel to wheel. What it does sacrifices the exit speed, and that is what's allowed Christopher Whitten into the reckoning. So he drops to third momentarily, but he's just gesticulating there to Thomas Shaw to work with him here to try and close up on the drivers in front. Johan Calachurn has pretty much led the entire race. 4.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Calachurn still leads the way. A little bit further back, battle between the 72 William Bryant, Cian Bennett just a bit further behind this battle for the lead. As Whitten holds on to third place, Calachurn still leads the way, has a very small gap. At the moment he can afford to run his own line into the corner, chooses to go defensively though, heading into... And Jake Cox, that will bring him in slightly as they make their way up towards the Dan Weldon corner. Whitten and Shaw, number 1 and 42 respectively, close behind as Jake Cox potentially lining up Calachurn for a move here, but Calachurn sees it coming and blocks the line through to Kimbolton corner. Just over 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this TKM Extreme final. Calachurn going full defensive now, and this could allow, that allows Whitten into second place. So Calachurn, I think he's getting his elbows out in, trying to defend to the line by the looks of things.
Well, He's getting his elbows out big time. That was a very strong pass to second place. And nearly went for the lead. He's going to try and go for the lead, making rear contact with Johan Kalichern. Nearly put him into a spin. But Chris Wooten definitely taken no prisoners. He's here to win this race, no matter what it takes. Jake Cox still there in third. Sure, just sitting there watching this and thinking, well, you guys can carry on battling, because when you guys all crash into each other, I'll take the lead of the race.
There is a driver warning for Christopher Witten there.
Are you surprised?
Yeah, he's... Again, you see Kalichern full defensive. That forces Witten to go wide. Almost went into the back of the machine. And Kalichern, this is the kind of the tactics that you can play here. You can either run your own race, use your own lines into the corners. But Kalichern here is going full defensive, making himself as difficult to overtake as possible, which will help him to defend the lead. But what it does mean is it'll be very slow through the corner entrances, in particular, sacrifice corners, which means that he's got no chance of building a gap up here. So he's just going all parking the bus, really, just making himself as difficult to pass as possible over the remaining few laps.
He's having to make that car look like a double-decker bus, the way he's having to defend from the rest of his drivers behind. And let's just not forget, we've got a reigning British champion. I mean, he's got some proper competition to keep behind him, and Chris Wooten's going to go alongside. Will this be a lead change? Yes, it is. Chris Wooten to the lead. Jake Cox round the outside to second place. What a move from the 26. Now trying to have a look on Chris Wooten. This is the perfect opportunity now for Chris Wooten.
They're just slowly starting to bring in Bennett and as well, because these four trading positions, Kalichern with those defensive lines, have slowed the pack down somewhat. And look at the back there, the 5th and 6th position. They're starting to get involved. They can see a sniff of victory here as well, with 1.5 minutes plus 1 to go.
It's going to be very, very close. Chris Wooten, oh, let's be the run for Jake Cox, or is it? Circuit literally using the concrete was 42 Thomas Shaw heading into turn 1 once again. And look who they brought in as well. Ian Bennett, William Bryan. This is a 6-car battle for the lead with third place. Thomas Shaw, number 42, making their way through. There's only 10 drivers in this race, but we're having an amazing battle for the victory here.
Now we see what Christopher Witten's doing. He's doing exactly the same as Kalichern was doing a couple of laps ago. He is driving full defensive, blocking all the corners going into Derek's corner. And we'll see in a moment when they go down, assuming it stays as it is, when they go down Hines Straight on the finish line down towards Stowe Corner. Don't be surprised to see Christopher Witten and it's brought the other two drivers into this. We've got a 6-way fight for the lead now. Here they come, heading towards the final couple of laps here. And again, you see Witten Extreme. Oh, but look at that on the outside. Great move there from Cox to take the lead. And Shaw's getting involved with this one as well. 6-way fight for the lead. And let's see what Cox does here. He's taken the lead. He's going to defend as well. Everyone just being as defensive as... Oh, but he got caught.
Cut the chicane. That has ruined Jake Cox's run. He's got to drop to the back of the field. Or does he? Because he comes out in front of the rest of the field. He thinks that that is where he should line back up.
I think it's... What happens there? Because I think he got nudged a bit there rather than outbraking himself.
Yeah, that was a contact with the 42, Thomas Shaw. But it's going to be close once again. Will they have to go around and do another lap? Or will this be the last lap board shown? Now it's the last lap. One more lap here, and it's a 6-car battle for the lead. Number 1 under investigation, Chris Wooten. He may lose this race after the race, but can he take the 26, Jake Cox, versus Christopher Wooten as they head into Derek's corner? Will he go defensive? No, number 26 thinks he's got enough of a gap, and yes, he had. He had a bit of a gap just to keep the momentum going. Chris Wooten, though, right on his tail. He's done the one-off this weekend. That means he's got nothing to lose. Potentially got a championship to lose. He does have to think about it. What is Chris Wooten going to do? Will it be a last corner move from Chris Wooten? It'll be a late one if he tries to go for it. It won't be enough. Jay Cox round the final corner will take victory here at Kimbolton with Christopher Wooten on his comeback drive up to second place. Rounding out your top 3 from Kean Bennett, William Bryant, Thomas Shaw, William Bloom, John Stafford, Charlie Whitehouse, Sam Coop. Rounding out your field of drivers. And can we just say that the top 6 all finished within, well, half a second of each other.
Very close indeed. Way under a second between those two, I think. Separating the top 6, so that's barely the width of a cart when they drive through, really. It's very close indeed. Just goes to show, really, how quickly those 5th and 6th place drivers came into the reckoning. As soon as the leaders, the likes of Kalichern, Witten and Cox, started getting defensive at the front, it brought in Kean Bennett, who snatches snatching the 5th place. The unfortunate Thomas Shaw finishing 6th, but just over half a second down. William Bloom, John Stafford, Charlie Whitehouse and Sam Cope rounding out the field. So Whitehouse, of course, one of the drivers caught up in the incident on the first lap, meant that he was realistically out of contention place. As we move on now to one of the headline events of the day, the KZ UK Super 4 Gearbox Championship Final. And this is all boils down to this race.
So the Super 4 Final. Now I've done my digging. I have tried to work out the championship. So, down the tube of the championship for the lead. He settled for 3rd place on 687 points going into this race. Oliver Stewart had 736 points going to this race. Charlie Cole, 738 points. So what needs to happen then? Oliver Stewart needs to win the race. Cole needs to finish 3rd or lower for Oliver Stewart to win the championship. If Charlie Cole finishes 2nd, he will win the championship. Besides that would be Charlie Cole needs to finish in front of Oliver Stewart to claim the championship. It's as simple as that.
Assuming as well if both scored, then this wouldn't be a factor, just purely an out-and-out fight on the track.
Yeah, because these are the points with the drop points included as well. So it's literally going to come down to who will finish in front of the other. But if they finish up at the front end, Oliver Stewart needs to have a car between him and Charlie the championship. Over 6 rounds, this is going to come down to literally the final race of the year. Amazing.
Nothing like a last race decider in a championship. So these are the 2 drivers to look out for. So Charlie Cole will be on pole position. And as Charlie said, Oliver Stewart, give him number 1. And crucially needs to have a gap, a cart between him as well to be able to take the title. So still all to play for. The equation quite simple for Charlie Cole in that instance. He needs to win.
And just to put in as well, they are teammates as well. So what's the number 1 thing you don't do is definitely don't take out your teammate. Really? Runs into a bit of it, that.
Might get amnesia on the last race, the last quarter of the season possibly.
Calling up Senna and Prost in that way.
There's hints of that, I think, but the thing with Oliver Stewart here, you would say, the driver's 2nd coming into this race, in some ways the pressure could be off him here. He just needs to the lead. The pressure's off him, really. That's all he can do.
At the end of the day, he's still going to settle for 2nd place in the championship. I don't think McCune's going to have to close up that much. So if it's going to be that move, he's got nowhere to lose, really, if he goes for it. But he's got to be very smart, as well as Charlie Cole. Both drivers on your front row are going to have to play the long game at the very end. Will we get going then for the first time? Doesn't seem to be anyone having any issues. 4 lights are about to go onto the board. And for the final race of the year, it's lights out and away we go. With a brilliant start from Jake Weston trying to go through, but Dan McCune into the lead of the race. And let's see how they all file through. Charlie Cole on the inside of the ship going round the outside. Both drivers have filed through, but Oliver Stewart in front of Charlie Cole leads the championship at the moment.
Now, yeah, didn't get the best of starts there, number 66. So this is good news here. Well, Oliver Stewart knows that he'll be ahead of Charlie Cole. He just needs to get to the front, stay there, although I am sure that after that brilliant start, Morgan up there, down the inside goes Stewart, so this is where he needs to be. He takes the lead. So now for Oliver Stewart, the pressure is off in that sense. He just needs to stay there now, and essentially what happens behind him happens in the virtual. He would be the champion if things stay as they are, but we've still got a long way to go in this race. And now for Charlie Cole, he had a bad start. He's down in 5th place. I believe that would put him in 2nd. Oh, that's
Josh Price.
Josh Price in the wall.
Big issues there for Josh Price. But as you said, Oliver Stewart in to lead the race now. What he needs to do is keep between him and Charlie Cole at the end of this race. If that's how it would, he would finish in front of him. There is Josh Price once again carrying that cart back to part of Ferme. That is pretty much him out of the race. Out of conclusion for this Super 4. It wasn't really pretty much him done for this race. Oliver Stewart doing everything he can now, and you know what else can he do?
This is the good thing now. The pressure in some ways is off Oliver Stewart. He just needs to run his own race here, stay at the front, just drive as fast as possible. If he takes the checkered flag and loses the championship, he's got no complaints really, because he's done all It's all down to what happens behind him, and that looks like Cole has got up to third, so if he can make this pass
for the championship.
For the championship.
On the inside, Charlie Cole for second place. That was him back into the lead of the championship. That is what he needed to do, and that is his perfect opportunity. Now, got to go and chase down Oliver Stewart. How hard can it be? One of the fastest drivers in the country, of course, British champion from last year. How hard can it be to chase him down? The number 75 looking for him. That is Dan McCune. So what a way this could be as well.
Into that, Cole is under investigation, so that could be post-race. Just call the race as it is, but Charlie Cole in second place, sitting on the championship title as things stand as they are, but the race control say that he is under investigation. We didn't see anything there, did you? Or something must have happened on the track, evidently.
Of course, they have better eyes than we do down there. But here's Dan McCune in his white helmet, the red and white car. Miles Murphy just behind, trying to have a little battle with him. Of course, this would be quite nice, actually. Like the top three in the championship will finish in the top three. Hopefully, if they stay this way.
Although, look out a bit further down, a driver who's making inroads at the moment. You should be seeing, there he goes, in the middle of that little group of drivers, is the number 36, Glenister, who's made up 10 positions from 19th on the grid. Had set the fastest lap of the race, although Charlie Cole has just usurped that with a 35.7. So as things stand at the moment, just over 6.5 minutes remaining. Oliver Stewart on course to win the race at the moment, although Charlie Cole is starting to close up. Cole in second place, so in results this would give Cole the championship, although we did see a note there saying that he was under investigation, so that could potentially be controversial after the race, depending on how that decision goes. Dan McKeown still running strongly in third place. Miles Murphy, Derek Morgan. Alan Kenyon moves into fifth place with Derek Morgan. Ralph Youngling place, and unfortunately we seem to have lost the very impressive start for James Glenister, who seems to have hit some trouble on the approach to Kimbolton Corner, so he drops out of contention. Oliver Stewart continues to lead the way, the gap half a second. He looks over his shoulder. I'm sure that he noticed who it Glenister's also under investigation, I saw, but that's academic, because it looks like he, unfortunately for him, is out of the race. Over the line they go, 5:40, and Charlie Cole starting to close the gap here.
That was an amazing lap from Charlie Cole. 2 tenths faster than Oliver Stewart. Definitely closing in now on his championship rival. Of course, he's already got the championship. Would he know about it at this time? That's another question, because of course they're probably not going to be thinking too much about it. They're just going to be thinking about running the race and seeing how it plays out. But from what we can understand, he will win the championship, but if do it, that will help him out even more, and that would really settle the deal.
I think under the circumstances here, I think Oliver Stewart must know who's in second place behind him. He'll hear the cart behind him. He had a glance over the shoulder, but I don't think he'll need to look too closely to realise who that is behind him. So the big question mark here, Charlie, is that on for Charlie Cole, we under investigation there, Charlie. So that's not necessarily to say that he will get a penalty. That just means it's going to be reviewed after the race.
Yeah, obviously something that he's done out on circuit will get reviewed. Whether it will be questioned, whether it will get a penalty or not is another question. But of course we're going to call this provisionally. But look at this. This is a proper ding-dong battle. The flag, 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Charlie Cole trying to go round the outside. Will this put back to the inside? Hasn't got the momentum. But this is going to be, well, the championship fight to the very end. And Oliver Stewart is going to try and keep him behind as much as he possibly can to the very end. Of course, you want to know about the champion staying out.
To be fair as well, if Charlie Cole's under investigation, this is far from academic right now, because say, hypothetically, if he was to get like a 5-second penalty, he could do with getting past Oliver Stewart in, trying to pull away here, because if he was ducked 5 seconds at the moment, he would go down to around 5th position. So Cole... So that's all academic after the race, but realistically you would say at this stage he really needs to try and get past Oliver Stewart. I'm sure we'll have other ideas about that one, of course, and he needs to try and build a gap on the chasing pack. Dan McKeown in third, 1.6 seconds behind. Miles Murphy in fourth, and he's 2 seconds down. Alan Kenyon fifth. Jake Weston passed in sixth position from Charlie Turner, and Ralph Youngling, good comeback here from Charlie Turner, who had trouble in the heat race earlier, fighting back well into 7th position.
Funny to see that when Charles Cole, now he's behind Oliver Stewart, he's really calmed down his driving, and I think he's starting to realise now, right, I can't make I'm just going to be really sensible when I do it, because of course Oliver Stewart's not going to give this one up. You know, even if they're teammates, Oliver Stewart's going to take this to the flag because he knows maybe the situation, and of course they've probably been trying to calculate it as well. You know, trying to get into the right mind of what they need to do. Of course, everyone just wants, but realistically, what is the main target? For Oliver Stewart, it is to go and win, get as high up as he possibly can. For Charlie Cole, it may as well be to just sit down and just sit behind him and take that championship home. But of course, he's a racing driver. He's going to go for the win.
He wants to win. He's going to be the champion. At the moment, sometimes the logistical thing would be to stay where he is. He knows he's done enough here as things stand at the moment, but I'm sure Racer's instinct may well kick in here, and he will be trying to find a way through to the front in these closing minutes. 2 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining, but Oliver Stewart doing a great job here of holding on to the closing stages of the KZUK Super 4 final, not only for the day here at Kimbolton, but for the 2025 Championship. This is the final round of the series. It's taken in rounds predominantly across the north of England and into Scotland as well, down here at Kimbolton for the finale. We just had a brief glance there at the number 27 of Sam Johns, currently in 15th place. Quite a few drivers dropping out of contention, down to 19 drivers left in the race, and they're all running a very fast pace so far. Only 6 seconds covering the top 8 drivers as they go over the line once again. Continues to lead the way by a quarter of a second from Charlie Cole. Dan McKeown, Miles Murphy, Jake Weston with another fastest lap of the race for the number 7, and he's putting on a late charge here.
Minute and a half left of the clock. Charlie Cole going for the move anytime soon. Well, most of us would say no. I think the better opportunity and best just sit behind and wait. And of course, these guys are going to have mechanics and whatnot throwing hands on the side, saying what they should be doing. Well, Oliver Stewart, he needs to just defend this line. But look at this move. It could be the move for Charlie Cole. Will he try and go around the outside? No. Going to try and go for the cutback.
Didn't he?
The championship right, but they're going to be side by side. What will Oliver Stewart do? He loses the place. Charlie Cole takes the championship and into the race lead. That sets it up perfectly for his championship. He looks set to take victory. He's got to hold on for half a lap.
Took a wallop on the number 1 there. I think he got damaged the kart, so that's okay as they make their way around towards the final corner. Tried to square the turn off there. Stewart thought he had the line covered there, but not quite, so that allows Charlie Cole into the lead as the rather disgruntled looking James Gunnister spectates on. As Stewart's having another look, trying to repay the favour there. Seconds left in this race. Next time they come around, it will be the last lap, and as these two start to squabble, might be academic at this stage, but McKeown, Murphy and Weston are not too far behind now. These two squabbling for the lead. It has brought them into contention here with 1 lap to go.
It's really going to come down to the final of the championship. They've travelled all up and down the country through 6 rounds, and it's all come down to this. Oliver Stewart making contact with the rear of his car, trying to go for the cutback move. Can he get the move done? Charlie Cole covers off perfectly. Number 66 still in the lead in this race. Dan McKeown there as well. The top 3, all in the top 3 positions. But Oliver Stewart's got to make a move. Where will it be? The number 1 versus the 66. Charlie Cole leads the championship, but Oliver Stewart needs to make a move, and will it be into the final corner? Number 1, will he go for the move? No, he can't. Charlie Cole round the final corner, victory, and his champion here in Super 4. What a drive from Charlie Cole, number 66, takes victory and is the champion here in the KZUK Super 4 and takes it in fine style. Oliver Stewart in second place with Dan McKeown, who rounds out your top 3, the top 3 in the championship, finishing the top race.
Yeah, fantastic stuff there, and Charlie Cole elbows out on the final lap. He really just dug deep and defended for all he was worth. He knew that Oliver Stewart was right behind him, bringing Dan McKeown into the mix as well, with Jake Weston not too far behind in 4th. Charlie Cole, the provisional champion, as I say, that result is under investigation and will be determined after the race, but provisionally for the time being at least, Charlie Cole wins the race, wins the final, and also the 2025 championship. From Oliver Stewart and AEC, Dan McKeown less than 0.4 of a second behind, 1 second or thereabouts covering the top 4 drivers.
There is Charlie Cole. Stewart there. Great to see all the sportsmanship, drivers congratulating each other. But there is your provisional champion in the Super 4 KZ class. What a drive from Charlie Cole to take it in, well, fine style by taking victory in what was a very dramatic race to the very end. And congratulations to Charlie Cole. And hopefully he'll be able to hold on to that. Of course, still got the investigation afterwards.
Yeah, we'll call it provisionally for now as the champion, but certainly a very well-deserved race victory. Hard fought, bit of wheel banging between all of the top drivers as well, but went down to the wire. And in association with the ADM paddock, the Junior X30 final as the drivers make their way out onto the grid. It'll be Zach McDonald that leads them away from Dominic Parabuck. Alexander De Benetis in third from Jack Baker, Finley Allen, James Backworth, Louis Barker, Orion Meta, Harley King, Tom Fox, Lily Shaw, Finley M. Cass and Isaac out the field. There's one or two drivers straggling out of the waiting zone. They're a little bit further behind, so there's a few drivers strung out here. So whether the start will go ahead here, they're going to bring them right down though, so hopefully we'll be able to get this underway. Zach McDonald has been the driver to beat today. His heat races quite comfortably, but he'll be hoping to make sure it all counts for something in the final. He's handily placed at the front here, looking for a good start as they make their way over the line, but there is a wave round. It was still a bit strung out there, so we'll go around once again. But Zach McDonald, number 80, on the inside line with the white helmet there, blue and quite a distinctive blue and yellow nose cone on that machine, easy to pick out on the track. And well, there he is at the front. He, as close as it's been today, I would say, to being a dominant driver.
Yeah, he's obviously taken both heat wins with pretty big margins. The final win last month, over a 10-second gap in wet conditions. Trying to do the same here. Will he go back to back? Let's find out in 9 minutes plus a lap. But Dominic Parabuck seems to be the only man who can challenge against him. Of course, Jack Baker, very quick as well. Watch out for him as well. Alexander Benedis, he was up at the sharp end throughout the heats. Just had a bit of unluckiness, having a couple of spins in the heats. But it's all going to be about them first couple of laps. Yet again, what we've been talking about the whole day. Them first couple of laps. If Dominic Parabuck's going to make a move, it's got to be now. Are we going to go racing for the second time asking? Yes, we do. Down into turn one. And we'll start. Dropping down a couple of spots. Parabuck will try and go around the outside, but look at the move. Zach McDonald back into the lead of the race. Jack Baker into second place. Jack Baker had an amazing start. Got into the lead going into turn one. Had a couple of issues and struggled to get through. Zach McDonald trying to defend now from Jack Baker. But if anyone's going to try and Baker, he's got to do it now as a couple of drivers using a bit of the grass as they came through the Derrick corner, but they've all managed to keep it on the road. And Jack Baker, well, he's looking set to try and find a way through, but it's going to be hard when you're trying to get past a championship leader with Zach McDonald.
Yeah, Zach first lap there after a difficult start. He got swamped at the start, got it all wrong. He went down to around 4th or 5th place, but immediately gets himself through to the front once again. Jack Baker trying to get a tow here, get pulled along. De Benetis in 3rd from Dominic Parabuck in 4th. Parabuck not with the start he wanted. He's been roundabout, I would say, the closest to McDonald today, but not with the start here, and he's struggling in 4th to get through. So Zach McDonald with the opportunity here to try and break away, but Jack Baker in 2nd place is not letting it too far down the road in these early stages. He just has to follow the rear wheels of that number 80. He's been the informed driver today. Chin for pace here, try and get pulled away, but I'm sure that De Benetis and Parabuck 3rd and 4th will have other ideas about that. Great start as well for the number 28 of Finley M. Cass, who goes up to 7th position now, making his way from the back of the field. Harley King, Orion Meta, Isaac Chiang, another driver 10th position. Lily Shaw, Louis Baker and Tom Fox rounding out the field in these early stages, just over 7 minutes plus the 1 lap to go in the Junior X30 final. They make their way through the top corner. Zach McDonald 42.47 last time round, just pulling a 10th or so on Jack Baker, get pulled along by the race leader. And on the battle of a 3rd place, De Benetis holding off Parabuck so far as they make their way over the line. Zach McDonald 42 seconds on the button, pulling a 1/4 of a second out from Jack Baker. And once again, Zach McDonald putting in good, consistent laps here. He's not drastically quicker than everybody else, but he's just so time on pretty much every corner.
Of course, Zach McDonald, the main goal for him is just to get away, build that gap, and that's what he's doing at the moment. He's got that gap, but the battle for third place still going on. Benedictus and Dominic Parabic. Parabic trying to find a way through. Benedictus saying, come on, let's just work together here, get onto the bumper, let's just work and try and catch it to second place. But the leader, Zach McDonald, slowly chipping away at it, keeping the gap at a nice steady pace. The number 48 Louis Barker receiving a warning flag. Good starts, as you said then, from Finley Cass and as well, both having really good drives. Phil Harlequin actually got most drivers, so of course any driver who has black and white plates in their first 5 races, ever in karting and owner karting, Motorsport UK karting, so always great to see new drivers entering the sport as well. But as well, Zach McDonald, of course, Dominic Parabic's been around for quite a while, known him more for the Rotax category. Recently came into the X30, he's just trying to give it a go. Now he's obviously racing it. Quite enjoying it as well, really enjoys it, but definitely a lot more to do with it. Zach McDonald still leading the way then, and the gap just keeps. And well, it brings a lot on that last lap. Set the fastest lap of the race as well, 41.47. That's 6/10 faster than the driver in second place. So he's looking pretty set at the moment.
Yeah, and he's gone faster again, 41.47 last time round. Zach McDonald just leading from the front, pulling away. Jack Baker putting in a good position, but he's losing about quarter of a second, half a second a lap, which doesn't sound like much, but even over the course of a sprint race, that does add up, and the gap already 1.5 seconds when you consider how faultlessly Baker is driving in second place. It just goes to show what a consistent pace as Zach McDonald goes through again, 41.6, reeling off these very quick laps. The gap goes up to 1.7 seconds. Baker still second, Benedictus, Parabuck battling for third place, James Blackworth, Finley Allen in 6th position, Meta, Finley M. Cass in 9th position, Louis Barker, Isaac Chiang, Tom Fox and Lily Shaw rounding out the field at this stage. If we look at that battle to the Willows, that was Isaac Chiang battling with Louis Barker. Leaders now making their way down towards the Kimbolton corner once again, and Zach McDonald leading the way quite comfortably at this stage. Jack Baker hanging on in there in second place, doing enough so far to stay ahead of the battle for third place, which is Alexander De Benedictus and 74 Dominic Parabuck still fighting for third place. Not really trading positions here, no real battling going on, but they're not really able to live with Jack Baker, who's running a good pace at the front of the field. But Zach McDonald again with the fastest lap of the race, 41.37, and incredibly, when battling going on at the front, not really any chance for the drivers holding each other up. The gap at the front is already 2 seconds.
Brilliant driving by Zach McDonald, of course, when the Sky F1 kids really showed up here. Of course, over the year, he's been just putting in consistent results. And of course, the time when George Parabic going for the move to third place. It's a pretty strong pass, and that puts him on to the final step of the podium. Now trying to chase down second place Jack Baker. But as I said, at the start of the year, Zach McDonald having a great battle with George Edgar. George Edgar now going to car racing now to the but of course, Zach McDonald learnt a lot through that stages. And as he came into the summertime, has just completely been on it. Completely dominant the last few rounds, and would like to take another final victory home with him. That would put him perfectly in the championship going into the final round. Would pretty much seal the deal for him. So would only really need to turn up and race. But the rest of the pack is flying through. Of course, loads of different spots in the championship still up for grabs. I know Finley Allen quite far up there as well. He's running in 6th place, number 14. Of course, to move for second place, that will move Dominic Parabic up to second place. But of course, the driver suppose Adam Bourne isn't racing this weekend. I see he's off to France next week. So plenty of championship movers, but Zach McDonald looking pretty set so far for the championship and for this race win.
The thing with Zach McDonald here, it's the consistency of the pace. He's gone through again for once. He's only about 300th of a second off his fastest lap pace. He's been lapping very consistently at that pace. There's Jack Baker, another one with the Senna-inspired helmet, and I always say if you're running Senna colours as your helmet, you've got to be fast, and Baker's certainly living up to that, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Well, with a helmet. If you're not, then take it off. Simple as that. But number 45 down the screen, very consistent. And he's come a lot as well. Come up a lot as well as the driver as well. I mean, last month, really showed up some true dominant pace, running up at the top, within the top 5. Don't be surprised to see him like that at the next round as well. Could be a driver leading into next year.
James Backworth doing well here. He's not really close enough to battle with Parabuk and Benitez at the moment, but he is slowly but surely starting to close up and try and make place the number 24. He's just been chipping away, just a few tenths here, a few tenths there, so the battle could be on for third position. Meanwhile, Zach McDonald, I think this is going to be 2 laps to go. We've got 45 seconds on the clock, so he's lapping in the 41-second region, and there's about 30 now, so this looks like it's going to be the penultimate lap of the race for the number 80 Zach McDonald, and the gap goes up to 3.5 seconds. The consistency, once again, he matches his best lap pace last time round, 41.37. So it's just the sheer consistency of pace. Sometimes if you're leading a race, and can be difficult to maintain that pace at the front, but he's just keeping it very consistent. Just there's no real chasing point or whatever for him to chase for, so he's just on his own back putting some good laps in.
Exactly. When you lead the race, you've got to really watch out. You've got no one to chase. They're trying to actually follow someone and follow their lines. That's the last lap board just come out. So Zach McDonald's got one more lap. This is a battle a bit further behind. Louis Barker having a good battle with Tom Fox. That's the battle for 9th place. That's a great move from Louis Barker. Can he get that one done? I think he does. But Zach McDonald, the number 80, once again the Skyphone Kids presenter. And I told you last month, I'll tell you again, watch out for this man in the next few years, because he might do. Oh, he's already celebrating already as he comes into the final couple of corners. Absolute showboat, and who can blame him? Around the final corner comes Zach. Yet again, another victory here at Kimbolton from round 9 of the championship. How many more times are we going to see him taking victories here this year? Well, there's only one way to find out. We're going to see him into the final round of the championship, where he'll be probably looking to take the championship home. Jack Baker into second, rounding out your top 3 from Alexander Benedictus, James Backworth, Finley Allen, Onion Mehta, Harley King, Tom Fox, Louis Barker, Liddy Shaw, Isaac Chang and Finley Cass. Rounds out your field of drivers. Everyone came back and came through the checkered flag, and what a race.
Yeah, fantastic stuff there. The thing about Zach McDonald there, he wasn't night and day quicker than the chasing pack. The likes of Jack Baker, Dominic Parabuk were maintaining a good pace out there, but he didn't put a foot wrong at all. That's why the gap was 4.2 seconds at the end. It makes it sound like a bit of a whitewash, really, but McDonald, he just didn't really seem to put a foot wrong there throughout the entire race. It was best lap 41.3. He rarely got below 41.4, I think, and that's only a few hundredths of a second through the entire race, really. So, good stuff.
Yeah, very consistent. Moving on then, Junior Rotax. So, jumping to the other side of the field. Different engine now, the Rotax engine. And, well, what an exciting race we're looking forward to. Blake Southern on the front row. And, of course, these two battling for the championship yet again. Martini standing for the other Sam Aston on the team. Caleb Bishop and Bradford and Edwards, Miles Burton, Logan Hartshaw, Timmy Farvin, Aidan Hammond, John Richardson, Oliver Barton, Oliver Walker, Tobias Jans, and John Richardson, Laurie McVie, George Cole, Thea Hamilton, Izzy White, Archie Buckman, Hugh Winslade, Christian Kelov, Agster Lacar, and Jack Corser rounding out your. Of course, strong grid that we've been used to all year long, and of course, when it comes to the championship, Callum Sims, Blake Southern, your top 2. So, of course, 2 to watch out for, but we've got drivers all the way down the field.
Yeah, as always, Junior Rotax, big group of drivers, very competitive. It's one of the parts for the older youth drivers coming through the ranks. The Junior Rotax tends to be a very popular category, as you can see, as they all come streaming through the final corner. And looks like the start is good. They pile down into the first corner. That inside line going to be crucial, and keeping it brave down the inside. Oh, big one behind though.
multiple drivers in that one. Looked
50s. That's Ryan Rapini getting the jump on the field, but we had the big one behind. There was about 10 drivers, I think, went off there.
Rapini's gone. The lead has gone into a spin. That is not ideal. John Richardson cutting the grass well, and Toby Farthing's cutting the grass as well. Callum Sims still leading the way. Looks like Sam Aston into second place, but looks like we lost Oscar Keane. Stanley Williams also a big loser in that one as well, as another driver went into a spin just coming off turn 3. And Oscar Keane.
251's in trouble further back as well. Aidan Hammond, who got going but spun on the willows. Incredibly.
Keep going.
Incredibly. It's clear. I mean, I don't want to use this is a bit disrespectful, but it's almost like Mario Kart on the first lap there with people flying everywhere.
It's going to happen, you know, especially with this field of drivers. You know, everyone trying to get into the first corner. 30-foot car, it's always not going to be ideal. Now, there was a driver off.
Someone's gone
stop. That might have been. Battenberg flags are out. Driver's going to start to slow down now, and I think that might have been John Richardson. You might have to call me back on this. We have lost Max Wheatley, Aidan Hammond, John Richardson, Archie Butman, and Jack Forster didn't start the race.
There's a driver here in the tyre barriers on the final corner, I believe. There was a bit of incident here. Oh, there we are. There's somebody in the in the barrier.
Max Wheatley, number 12. Wheatley. Issues there for Max Wheatley. Max Wheatley, who recently came into the junior Rotax field. And that's a big hit to the wall, actually.
Yeah, that's not the easiest place to retrieve the cart. So I think the Battenberg flag's out just to give the marshal the time to be able to safely get across to that marshal point, get the cart out of the tyre barriers. So 7:10 on the clock. Okay, which at least will bunch the field back up. It was a bit strung out there with all the trouble at the start. And whilst we take stock here with the drivers going around slowly, let's have a look at some of the movers and shakers in the field. Callum Sims, after all that carnage at the start, incredibly, he holds on to the lead. Samuel Aston making up a few positions. Alex Shepherd makes his moves up to 3rd place. Toby Farthing up to 5th. That's 12th place gain just behind Blake Southern. And Logan Hartshorn up to 6th. George Cole making up 17 places up to 9th. George Fountain and Izzy Wykes. So looking a bit further down, if Rapini's place as well. So yeah, real shuffle of the pack here, and depending on how long the Battenberg flags are out for, the marshal's busy at work on Kimbolton Corner, just getting that marshal point. I think they've retrieved the cart, so just fixing the tyre barriers now. It's the protective barrier just in front of the marshal's point, so at least the drivers will reasonably when to go racing. But as you can see, Callum Sims almost driving at a gentle jogging pace here, one would say. 6 minutes on the clock. And for the race leader, it's as much as he can. It's in his interest, really, to try and bring the pack down. He speeds up again because I'm assuming the track must be sorted out. There we go. So it looks like now the green flag is being readed.
We're going around once again. They went very, very early then. I think Callum Sims, he needs to be told to slow down because that was a bit too early, especially when the driver is off at that last corner. That could have been a bit dangerous.
I wonder if he's seeing the tyre barrier seemingly repaired and he took as a cue to go. So he's going to bring it right down again. So it's the race leader effectively acting. The Battenberg is when the race is neutralised. They are still racing here, I hasten to add. The clock's still going. The race is still taking place. But it is neutralised. And the driver at the front, in this case Callum Sims, number 69, it's his job to control the pace at the front. So it's in his interest here, isn't it, Charlie, just to bring it possible and almost like a football at the end of the match, just run the clock down.
Exactly that. I mean, you know, put it to football terms, it's time wasting, you know. Callum Sims, he can play with the time. If he wants to create less opportunities for people to make overtakes, he can just slow everyone right down and you know, waste the time. For a bit further back, Stanley Williams, who was involved in the lap 1 melee, he's going to try and work from the back of the field. For those who have said that John Richardson was out, he isn't out. He had a bit of a timing issue. There is Max Wheatley walking across, so he is out of the race. We did lose Aidan Hammond as well on that first lap. Going nice and slowly. I think we may go this time of Askin, but of course Callum Sims, will he try and hold on? Of course, he's got Sam Aston for company, and he looks like he's gone a bit early round the final corner. Will we go green flag racing? They're going to come round. I think we are. We're green flag racing. Back racing here at Kimbolton in junior. 10 o'clock. Watch for Sam Aston into turn 1. He's going to try and make a move, but you know, it looks like the rest of the pack's lost a bit of time to him.
Yeah,
good start from Callum Sims.
Callum Sims and Samuel Aston also anticipating that very well. Those two pulling away already. So Callum Sims, good bit of craftsmanship there at the front, controlling the pack, and to perfection. We have to say credit here to Samuel Aston in second place, who second-guessed that quite well and was about the only driver who was able to live with Callum Sims at the start. Sims making his way through. He might have been worried there, Callum Sims, because he did exactly the same thing on the previous lap, and that could have given the game away possibly, but nobody. So what Sims did, he did pretty much exactly the same thing on the previous lap, and only Samuel Aston was really that clever to it.
Blake Summonn just on that last lap, throwing hands to this driver. He's just overtaken now Alex Shepherd. That was the first time I've really seen Alex Shepherd on the podium this weekend, but Blake Summonn throwing out saying, don't defend, we need to. So obviously into third place now. Blake on this open lap has the pace to close down the leaders. Can he do it in the next 3 minutes? That's a different question to ask, but yeah, a few drivers who have done so well so far. I mean, Miles Burton's up there as well, up 10 places. Logan Archer up 10 as well. George Cole up 18. He's Mountain up 14. He's at 10th. As the rest of the pack was flying through. Well to Izzy Weiss, well up 16 places. She's into 12th. As the rest of the pack comes flying through. John Richardson throwing hands at one of the Aston brothers. Goes down the inside of Jacob Aston. That was a good move. Bit further down the field. There is the number 14 on your screens. Izzy White. Great to see more females. And showing it off against men. Ryan Rapini on the inside of Miles Burton. Miles Burton running a different sticker kit this weekend. Usually seen him with the Kato Adams team, but tries on a different one. Logan Archer on the inside. That was a good move there into the down Weldon complex.
Callum Sims is trying to break away here. 42 after the race last time round, the gap around half a second from Samuel Aston. He just needs to drop the hammer here in the final 2 minutes. He's run the clock down as best he can to try and effectively shorten this race. So now it's down to him. He's got to try and break away. He has controlled the pack very well when they were under the Battenberg flag a few laps ago, using the tack to shorten that position, but now he knows he's just got to drive as fast as possible, run his own race at the front here, just put some strong laps in. Blake Southern here in third, 41.71, has set the fastest lap of the race. So the third place driver, you just see him on the right hand side of your screen there momentarily, is just starting to close up air on Samuel Aston in second place. Here they come round the final corner, just under 1.5 minutes to go, so just a few more laps left in this race. And Callum Sims looking strong. The top three just starting to break away now. Logan Hartzell making up 10 positions, has now set the fastest lap, 41.52. Is still pretty strong out there. And when you consider the circumstances of this race, you have the melee on the first corner wiping out a few drivers. It's really shaken the results up here. We've mentioned a few of those drivers there, the likes of George Cole up to 8th place, and Izzy Wykes, George Fountain, Laurie McVeigh. These go to the top 20 before. Quite a few of the fancied runners dropping back. So with a shortened race effectively because of the Battenberg flag, they've got a real opportunity to dig in there and get a strong finish.
Exactly, that means we get to see some good results from some drivers who are coming up the field. Ryan Peany trying to make a move. That was a bit of a of a questionable move by Alex Shepherd, getting pushed wide. Logan Artshaw sneaks through the two of them, but yeah, I think Ryan Peany was trying to find out fight anyway through. That was a very good move on the inside of Logan Artshaw. Ryan Peany really throwing it all at it.
He did well to cover off the number 85 there as well of Alex Shepherd, because he saw the gap, but Rapini, who into this race, I don't know what happened at the start, whether he outbraked himself or got touched. I don't exactly know. He only saw half of the footage what happened there, but whatever the circumstances, he span off on the first lap. So this, I think Rapini will think this is a potential win that's gone begging here, but he's fighting back as best he can here and doing very well place.
For a lot of drivers it would have been a big what if, but the last lap board is out. Callum Sims still leading the way then. This would be a win for Callum that he hasn't had in a few months. It has been quite a while since he's last stepped on the top step. Sam Aston, well, it could have nearly been a victory, but I think someone will be happy with this third place. Still keeps him in the championship hopes, but it will really settle up for Callum Sims. He exits round the final corner, takes victory here at Kimbolton for round 9 of the Club Championship. And what's been a bit of a long time since he stepped on the top step, back in the contention. Victory and in contention for the championship. Sam Aston there in second place from Blake Summonn, Ryan Rapini from Alex Shepherd, George Cole, Logan Artshaw from John Richardson, Toby Farming, Miles Burton, Jacob Aston, George Fountain, Laurie McVie, Izzy White, Nathan Edwards, Oliver Barton, Maximilian Braskoff, Tobias Jones, Theo Hamilton, Williams rounding out your top 20. And, well, what a race that was for the very end.
You have to say well done to Callum Sims there, pulling out 1 second at the end of that race when you consider that several minutes of that were under the Battenberg flag. He didn't have too long to do that, so when he had a clear track, he put the foot down and was able to keep some good, consistent, taking it down to 1.17 at the end. Unlucky perhaps not to fight for second position, but great driving between those three. And Ryan Rapini fighting back after that disappointment at the start of the race to finish in 4th place after that great move on George Cole and Alex Shepherd. So they did think so. Congratulations to Callum Sims. And now we move on to the X30s, Senior X30s. Race number 29 of 31 is about to get underway.
Looking forward to this one, Senior X30. Of course, the big battle at the front is Hayden Eldridge, Jack Dan. Speaking to Monty Breathwaite in that red flag a bit earlier on, he's really looking forward to this one. Really wants to get the most out of those first couple of laps and try and chase down the leaders. Oh, Katie Ashman going to a spin.
No.
That is not how you want to start your formation lap. You saw a lot of the drivers really having to fight these carts on the course. As it's getting darker, it is getting colder now, so it's going to take a bit more oomph to get some heat in these tyres. You can see them really working the steering wheels, getting the cars thrown around. But of course, as we said, the main battle is between Hayden Eldridge of the S8 Racing, the green cart versus the blue cart. Jack down with behind
Katie
Josh
Ashman's,
Jones.
able to get back, fortunately.
Josh Jones, another one to watch out for. He's on for the podium, as well as Katie Ashman, of course, Monty Breathwaite. I think he's a proper underrated driver and a proper underdog to watch out for. Can we get going for the first time? Asking here, would it be the green cart? Would it be the blue cart? Down into turn 1. Jack down on the outside, Eldridge on the inside. Joshua Jones trying to find a way through as well. Jones going full lock, and Kate Ashman into a spin. That puts her opportunity to the podium well off. As they come round the first couple of corners, Katie Ashman with a horrible start, putting her hands up, saying, "What on earth was that?"
Yeah, it's almost like sell the cart and buy some golf clubs sort of expression there, I think, from it.
It'd be cheaper.
Yeah, possibly.
As they come through.
Real shame for her, because she was perhaps one of the outsiders for victory in this one, but a disastrous couple of laps, and she's got it all to do. Meanwhile, at the front here, Hayden Eldridge has made the most of it, and is able to pull away from Jack Dan. So Braithwaite up to 3rd here now. Is it Braithwaite, I should say?
Well, it's hard to say, but look at the battle going on. 3rd place, Josh Jones. Oh, Monty Breathwaite really cutting him off, saying, no, you are not coming through. And Josh Jones sinking to 4th place. He's had quite a struggle this first lap. And I say, Hayden Eldridge, what a start he's had, because the gap so far, well, it was already over about 1.5 seconds after that first lap. So a lot of work needs to be done to close in. Jurovic on your screen sound about with Jack Stewart. Jurovic went a bit wide there, but Jack Dan, there he is on your screens. And you can already see the gap so far just increasing by small amounts. 7.5 minutes left on the clock, and well, it's going to take a lot of work from Jack Dan to close back up.
Yeah, he's doing very well then. Brathwaite trying to close up on the chasing pack as the rest of the field make their way through. The driver we were talking about a moment ago there through the field slowly, getting past James Reynolds, another driver who's had some bad luck today, and he's running well in the final ahead of a couple of extra drivers. But as they make their way through Derek's corner once again up to the top of the circuit, looks like the 19 of Braithwaite there just staying. Lucian Joyce in there, also Jack Stewart also well placed. As we look at the number 57 here, has had a good start. Peter Jurovic, a driver who, a few of these drivers have had a bad day today. Jurovic dropping out of the second heat race. So this is another driver like Braithwaite who's starting a bit further down the field, and Jurovic, number 57, has 4 well here, so that will put him in 4th position.
As a Monty Breathwaite into the final spot on the podium. I mean, what a day he's had. I mean, had big issues in the first heat. It was an engine failure that he did have, so the engine did seize, and that really put him on the back foot. Of course, it was only one of his main engines that he used in Le Mans, and I think that's what he was quite worried about, is not actually having an engine to go out and race. But he's been given the support of the Optimum Motorsport team. I've got him back out, and here the top 2 on your screens, the S8 Racing Hayden Eldridge still holding on to that pretty strong gap from Jack down behind. kart. And great to see more of the Ben Maxim karts out on circuits. It's really grown over the past couple of years from someone who was a driver in senior Rotax, and of course has made his way into being a team owner. We're seeing a lot more of that with drivers who go on, not just trying to carry on their racing careers, but go on different pathways, staying in racing.
Yeah, a lot of people do seem to like to stick around in the karting, and good to see the involvement still there. On the track here, Jack Dan trying to close the gap on Hayden Eldridge, who responds with the fastest lap of the race. He did look quick on the previous lap there, Eldridge. Tenths of a second once again. But Jack Dan just keeping that pressure on. He's not close enough to go for a pass here, not by any stretch, but I'm sure that Eldridge knows that Dan's behind him is keeping that pressure on. He can't afford any kind of a mistake here because both drivers running a very quick pace. Jack Dan did have the previous fastest lap of the race. They are all pace, but crucially here, Hayden Eldridge has that 0.8 of a second gap. He will be determined to hold on to that one. As we've seen in this race, so easy to make a mistake out there. The track temperature starting to cool now as we head towards the final few races. The temperature's dropping as we move towards the end of the sunlight noon. The sun going, well, not really the sun going down as such, but the track temperature is certainly dropping here. There's an investigation flag for James Reynolds a bit further down the field. And looking a bit further down at some of the other drivers, Peter Jurovic with his great drive up to 4th position, still with 4.5 minutes to go in this one, so there's still time for the drivers to make a move past Josh Jones. Jack Stewart at 6th place, Lucian Joyce and Jessica Fitch-Hall, number 14. Another driver who's had some trouble today. She's currently running in 8th position, just ahead of Katie Ashman, who after that disappointing start to the race for her, she had a nightmare start, spinning out on the formation lap and getting caught up. She's currently up to 9th position, which, when consider she was cut adrift at the start, that's a fairly decent comeback.
Yeah, she's definitely trying to fly through the pack. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not going to be the best result she probably would have wanted. I mean, she did have that, the opportunity for a podium, but at the end of the day, it's to take into the final round. This
is where you got to keep your cool head, really, because I made that quip at the start. It's like the sort of day we want to just pack it in and get some golf clubs, but all you got to do there is just get your head down, just race as best you can, and just go for it. Really,
you know what? I think a lot of drivers, especially after the end of the bag weekend, they have that. You can't blame them. You could always have that feeling, especially when you're trying to give it all, give it everything to carry on racing. And when you have those bad weekends, it's really like, why do I put myself through it?
It's one of these things, though, if you're fighting for a championship, it's the bad races that win you the title, usually.
Exactly. I mean, there was a thing from Nick did an interview, many years ago, and he said that, it wasn't, he learnt more from the races he lost than the races he won. Because, what do you learn from winning? You don't really learn much. But, it's the races that you lose that you start to learn the most. As a battle going on here for the final spot.
Jurovic has got through.
He's made it his way into 3rd place. Once the breath rate drops out to 4th now. Joshua Jones still there inside the top 5. He's going to wait for an opportunity to come around. But, Jurovic, we've seen him over the year. Oh, that's a late move there for 4th place. I think Josh Jones nearly making a bit of contact. But, it's Jurovic throughout the year. He's had a lot of times when he's been very, very quick, but, just hasn't had the luck on his side, which, in racing is actually quite important.
Yeah, this is a driver where luck has not been on his side necessarily this year for Peter Jurovic, but he's coming good in the final here, up to 3rd place right now. He had on the grid by virtue of the poor second heat when he dropped out of contention. And as you can see, the top 3 only just going through Stowe Corner, which is a testament to the pace of the top 2 here. And Jack Dan, we've got just under 2 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. He has been slowly but surely chipping away at the lead of Hayden Eldridge. But he's been setting some very consistent lap times. His best lap of the race, 40.45, fastest lap of the race. And he's been pretty much matching that pace over the past 2 or 3 laps. And as a result, we'll just confirm this on the timing charts, 40.45. Another fastest lap for him. And he is now of a second behind Hayden Eldridge, so again not close enough to go for a pass here just yet. I don't think he wants to risk anything just yet, just keep that pressure on. There's still 1 minute left on the clock, so they're going to have 2 more laps to go here. I don't think he's going to want to rush into anything here.
No, there's really no point rushing into it. I mean, Now he's obviously shown it, but it's just about getting that move done. Really interesting, actually. The way he actually just came up to him, like it felt like he was driving a rocket ship for a minute or so. But I think that is the difference in the tyre temperature and the tyre pressures once again. Of course, it definitely looks like Jack Dan set him up a bit later in the race.
It's just coming towards him, isn't it? You can see on that corner, the car looks a lot more settled on the first corner for the number 62.
Obviously, a stable go-kart is always the best way to go, always the fastest way to go as well. So, it's really going to come down to the end here. You've got the green kart here, the S8 Racing, Hayden Eldridge. Number 62, Jack Dan, who to the checkered flag. Will it be the 62? Will it be the number 11? Still leading the way. He's going to have to put a defensive work in.
Here, 12 seconds. It's going to be tight here. I think they might just squeeze through before the last lap board.
So it doesn't help Hayden Eldridge out here. But, it's going to go to the defensive now. That's a big wake-up call now for Hayden Eldridge. Jack Dan on effectively ever go. Contact made. And, that was very, very close. Josh Jones had a little spin on the start-finish straight. But this is it. It's a 2-lap dash to the checkered flag. Hayden Eldridge trying to hold off Jack Dan, but Jack Dan's trying to find any way past. But we do know Hayden Eldridge, he is very, very aggressive when and he will try every trick in the book to keep him behind.
You can see it now, full defensive. It's just he's having to work a lot harder to keep that pace in these closing laps here. The race leader, so out to the final corner he goes, number 11.
He's got the momentum, he's got the speed. Would he go for the move on the inside, or would he go to the outside? Jack Dan goes to the outside, tries to cut back. He'll do that, but they're going to be side by side. Contact was made again, but Rubbing is racing. They carry on going. Down into Derek's corner now. Hayden Eldridge, will he stick to the inside line? Yes, he does. Hard on the brakes. Jack Dan hits the back of him, and he'll carry the speed through. Jack Dan is trying to find every way by, but Hayden Eldridge is just sitting there, will not let him to go in this race. The number 11 versus the 62. What will Jack Dan do? It'll have to be something special. Into this final corner. Jack Dan to the outside, to the inside. He's going to go with the last corner. Will he get the move done? Yes, he do. Side by side. No, he doesn't. What a race that
was fantastic out of the final corner. Second there that Jack Dan had it done, but Hayden Eldridge very aggressively turning out of Kim Bolton corner there, reclaiming the line. He really had to dig deep to win that one.
That was pretty much every trick in the book that you can find. He might have to go onto the last page for that one. That was amazing stuff. Hayden Eldridge managed to hold on to.
So that's as close as that.
Jack Dan hold on to second place, but still really good points tally for the championship, you know. That's what you've got to think about at the end of the day. Well, no matter if you finish first or second, he's still got more points going into the end of the championship.
That was fantastic coming out to the final corner. Hayden Eldridge taking the win from Jack Dan. Monty Braithwaite in third from Peter Put back into third. Jurovic in fourth. Jack Stewart and Josh Jones. The late spin drops him to sixth place. Jessica Fitch Hall in seventh from Lucian joins Kathy Ashman in ninth from James Reynolds. Bailey Brooker, Reese Barber, James Workman, the final finisher. I have to give a shout out there to Jessica Fitch Hall. I think seventh place when you consider she had a difficult lap adrift, so coming back strongly in the final. But Hayden Eldridge, he was so aggressive out of Kim Bolton corner. It looked like Jack Dan had it the pass made, but Eldridge, great stuff there to snatch the victory.
Well, we've seen it time and time again. Hayden Eldridge, he's a racer. He likes to go for a move when he can. But now, next, it's coming up now. And of course, he's crowned the UK Super 4 champion. So, of course, club round coming up now. We're going to have a bit of fun with this one. It's going to be KZ UK. Let's see how they line up. Leah Robinson will start from pole position. Dane Beecroft alongside from Emma Stevens, Alan Kenyon. Isaac Smith from Josh Price, Alf Youngland, George Robinson, Hannah Lang, Ryan Green, Bradley Calder, Nino Coquilio, George Barker from Richie Smith, William Ash, James Harvey, Luke Fleming, Nick Aitken, Hugo Haynes, Sylvius Kilmas, Vanessa Milatis, and I think at the front of the field, Ella Stevens, one to watch out for. She was pretty quick in the Josh Price, who had the issue in the Super 4. I think hopefully has got that resolved. And
this is an intriguing final here because Theo Robinson has been on top form today, and you wouldn't bet against him going on to take the victory here. But James Beecroft and Ella Stevens, like you say, both those drivers have all strong heat races. Alan Kenyon has been there or thereabouts with Isaac Smith. Josh Price has had some bad luck. He's down in what will be sixth position. Lucas Ellingham in eighth from Ralph Youngling. Both those drivers very strong as well. Hannah Lang on the edge of the top 10 with George Robinson as well. But certainly the likes of Beecroft, Ella Stevens, Alan Kenyon, the possibility of snatching a victory, and some of the favoured names around here at Kimbolton, the likes of Lucas Ellingham and Ralph Youngling, both drivers who know how to win here at Kimbolton. They're starting a bit further back as well, and as we saw in the S4 Championship, the start crucial here, and cool temperatures. It's not a given that you'll get away easily. It's very easy to have a poor getaway here, so the start could be crucial here.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously with these Cadet karts as well, so much more to take in when it comes to the race start. You've got to really control your clutch. It's nice and gently. For Lucas Ellingham here, he's just got to hold on, get a good result at the end. 4 lights are upon us now, and we're going to get racing in 3, 2, 1. We're off and away. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Leah Robson, not the best start. As we head down into turn 1, Beecroft to the inside, holds the lead of the race. Good place. Ella Stevens into third as you all come through the first couple of corners, and the rest of the pack. No one off at the moment, which is all good to see, and it's a nice stream of red and white as we head down into Dan Walden corner for the first time. Beecroft leads the way, and Stevens there in third place. Robertson in fourth as the rest of the pack comes flying. No great battling so far at the start of this race.
Yeah, looking at one or two of the drivers on the grid there, the likes of Leah Robinson and Lucas Ellingham just seemed to dump the clutch, but the kart didn't really go anywhere. Noticed here as well at the first lap of the race, there's a bit of a mixture. Some of the always going for the lead here. Number 28, Josh Price, brilliant start for him. He's had a difficult race. Went off in the Super 4 final earlier on today, but he'll be looking to round things off with a victory here. Noticed a few of the drivers with the radiator covers here as well, some on and some off as well.
Yeah, a bit interesting. I mean, it looked like James Beecroft actually let Josh Price through as they head into turn 1. He did give him the finger, just tell him to go.
Get a toe, do you think?
Yeah, it might be, or you know, he might just know that Josh Price is quicker. There's no point trying to battle him. I mean, we've seen it. You know, last time he was here, Josh Price was completely dominant all weekend long. So of course, Beecroft's going to know the pace that he has, and well, he just thinks better off just to sit behind and let him go. Bit of a shield, really. You know, try and keep off from Ella Stevens, and well, we'll see what happens in the next few minutes.
Yeah, we'll see how the pace develops here. It's a very strong start to the race. Isaac Smith, fourth place driver, number 123 with the fastest lap of the race, 36.74. Lucas Ellingham, despite that tricky getaway, 6th place. Ralph Youngling up to 7th, and Hannah Lang into the top 10 behind Bo Phillips as well. That's all finally poised here as Josh Price starts to exert the advantage at the front. 36.08, fastest lap of the race. James Beecroft is tagging him in there in 2nd place, trying to get a toe here and pull away from Ella Stevens, who place number 2. Stevens just ahead of Isaac Smith, who seems to have started off this final quite strongly. So the 123, the driver who's been there or thereabouts for most of the race, as somebody has gone off big style on the infield. So whether that will affect the race, whether it be a Battenberg flag, I don't know, because there's a tyre on the track. I think the debris removed from the track, so hopefully we'll have a clear track in front of us.
Not always the best thing to lose a wheel when you're out on circuit.
I think that was George.
Tyres need to be on the car to make it go.
Sounds like a stub axle or something, isn't it? I think the whole assembly's come off that kart. Unfortunately, hasn't affected the race. That's the number 6 of George Barker that's out of the race. Driver's okay. It looks like the whole stub axle's come off that machine, so evidently out of the race, as Josh Price 35.95, so a sub 36 seconds in this race, this final. Really starting to break away at the front. The gap goes up to Beecroft, holds on to 2nd place. Oh, as Ellingham has a peek down the inside of the 36 of Leah Robinson.
That was a good move, that.
Yeah, difficult to make the pass there, but he made it stick.
Well, that's not the first time Ellingham's made a move on the inside of Leah Robinson. These two have had a few mishaps. Yeah, well, they're definitely not a fan of each other, but there's some really good racing there, really clean as well, so good to see that. Luke Ellingham making the move on Leah Robinson. It's been quite surprising, actually. I don't think we've seen the true potential of Leah Robinson. He just hasn't been where he's been in the heats. Obviously, we saw him at the front end of the field. He had a really good opportunity for this victory, but so it just doesn't seem to be clicking there. I don't really know what it may be.
This seems to happen sometimes in racing. The race doesn't fall your way, no matter how hard he tries. Hanging in there, though, still in that 6th place, but not where he wanted to be. Josh Price fighting back. He didn't have the best of heat races earlier on, so he lost some positions, and having to front of the field, but he dropped out of contention in the Super 4 final earlier on today. So I think Josh Price has got the bit between his teeth here, determined to end the weekend on a high here, pulling away by 1.3 seconds now. He maintains at the pace, but Lucas Ellingham, the 199, the driver we saw move on the previous lap, that great move down the inside of Leah Robinson, setting the fastest lap of the race, 35.52, and Ellingham, 5th position right now, knows that he's handily placed. He's still got under 4.5 minutes plus the 1 lap on the clock. So that's your blue kit there with the 99 there just behind Isaac Smith. Look out for Lucas Ellingham here, because he's got a bit of momentum behind him.
Yeah, Ellingham, who, well, we haven't really seen much of him in the heats. He did look like he had a few issues, but now the pace has really come alive in this final, and when it matters most, of course. So right behind Isaac Smith at the moment, trying to find a way through, but of course, in this, tries to pick him off one by one. It's easy enough to close back in, but making the move, he's got to think a bit more about it. Look at the gap that Josh Price has at the moment. 1.5 second lead to the rest of this pack, and well, when these all start battling, that's just going to increase even more. So, well, unless any other issue, Price seems to have done the deal so far today. And of course, we say about issues, he has had a few issues in his time.
Oh, Ellingham.
Wow.
Look at that, found a gap when there was nothing there. And Leah Robinson, his foe, says thank you very much. He'll take advantage of that as well and nips down the inside. So they stay together. That was a brilliant move there from Ellingham. Up there, but he made the pass. It was aggressive, but it was clean. Well,
rubbing is racing is what they say in motorsport, but well, Lucas Ellingham, well, it looked like he was going to go through anyway, even if there wasn't any room, but Ellingham now into 4th. Now, it's been a while since he's had a podium position, and I think he's going to be trying to chase one. Maybe for 2nd place could be nearly coming on between Beekoff and Ella Stevens, but as you said, I think this could be a look for a podium in a while it would be for Lucas Ellingham.
Any of these drivers from about 2nd, depending on how things turn out, anyone from 2nd down to about 8th or 9th could potentially get on the podium here, because they're a bit now. And if the battle between Beecroft and Stevens, there's a driver in trouble, that's Ryan Green, just outside of the top 10, but dropping out of contention.
He's had a really bad weekend. He's not been like where he used to be. I mean, of course.
So Wade Yellow's here on the approach to the Willows. This is where he is stranded on the infield. You might see the stranded car screen. So until the marshals get that cart out of the way, he's going to go over there now and hopefully get it recovered. So they're under Wade Yellows on the first corner, one of the key overtaking spots. I think the marshals should be able to get that cart into safety, all being well. So we'll keep an eye on that one. But yeah, Josh Price ahead. And this battle, 1:49 on the clock. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th all very close. 7th and 8th are not too far behind as well. We have still got the yellow flag, stationary yellow, goes back in now, so we have got a clear track. The marshals doing a great job of recovering that stranded cart into a safe position. At the moment, Josh Price looking comfortable, but this battle for 2nd place is wide open here.
Yeah, really interesting. I mean, really a shame for Ryan Green, who, of course, has won victories across the year, but something just hasn't clicked this weekend. A lot of issues for Ryan Green, and of course just ended not the way he would have liked. Lucas Ellingham, pressure from Leah Robertson. Of course they've had a few tangles throughout this year, but they're going to be trying to work together now, try and chase down these two who are having a brilliant battle for 2nd place. James Beecroft, Ella Stevens. Lucas Ellingham trying to find a way through. Ella Stevens into 2nd place now. That was a really good move from James Beecroft, and well on Ella Stevens as we head into Dan Weldon once again. Ellingham in 4th place, going to try and find a way through that blue and white cart for the MS Kart, the lead driver, I'd say, in the Jack Dex Racing squad when it comes to the KZ Racing.
I just noticed there, Josh, exactly 35 seconds on the clock, so this is going to be crucial for the battle for 2nd place, whether they've got 1 or 2 laps. Just down the inside, catches the front of Beecroft, who throws his hand in the air in disgust, but I think, a bit of a racing incident there. He had that line covered. So Ellingham loses the position, though, to Leo Robinson. Indeed, so he's up to 3rd, taking advantage of that little collision. Great news here for Ella Stevens, who for the first time in a few laps gets the opportunity to pull away. He's going to keep a close eye a little bit further ahead here on Josh Price, who times it to perfection. The last lap board goes out just before he gets to the line. That went down to 0, so Good news here for Ella Stevens as it gives her just one lap to bring it home in second place, and she has got a cushion between second and third here. So that was very close to going on for an extra lap, but Josh Price looking to bring it home. Ella Stevens looks comfortable in second here, Charlie, so I think the battle could be on for third place.
Yeah, the Vice British champion there, Ella Stevens, will be a nice second place, but yet again in KZ, it's a number 26, Josh Price, with an amazing victory here in KZ, and what a drive. Again, didn't start the day off too well, but comes across the line in the best spot in the business. Takes checkered first spot from Ella Stevens in second place. Leah Robinson with a very nice podium, rounds like your top three, and what could have been for Luke Senningham. That one move on James Beecroft really dropped him down the field, managed to get past Isaac Smith to hold on for fourth place. Still good points for the championship yet again. Isaac Smith rounds like your Beecroft, Alan Kenyon, Ralph Youngman, George Robinson, Hannah Lang running at your top 10, Bradley Calder, Nick Kilio, Luke Fleming, James Harvey, Rich Smith, Nick Aitken, Hugo Haynes, and William Ash rounds out your 18 drivers that finished the race. And of course we lost George Barker in that one as well. Here is the a bit of a schedule, but we've been through most of the races now. We've got one more final coming up. It's the Rotax 177s, and of course going down to the final once again, Liam Ferguson versus Ben Hitch. Who do you think is going to take it?
By the form of the heat races, I think you would have to say that Liam is the favourite going into this race. He has had the pace throughout the day, and I would say realistically, if he can get a good start, Liam Ferguson, he should be able to control it from the front, but you can't write off Ben Hitch in second place. He's been there or thereabouts all weekend, and he's got the potential, you would say, to be able to make a move. Final race of the day here, of course. The track temperature's dropping as we move towards the evening. Liam Ferguson then will lead away from Ben Hitch, Chris Thomas from Sean Rudge on row 2, Alex Jones, Adam Sadler on row number 3, Daniel Walker, David German on row number 4. The fifth row is the number 24 of Richard Ball from Panosopoulos on row 6 from Colin Walker, Gavin Petty, John Davis, Chris Emerson and Andy Chenery on row number 8. Row number 9, we see the number 76 of Johnny Kent from Gary Bumford, Rob Church, and Lydon Newitt, who's had a difficult day at times, but in 20th position. So, yeah, I would say here, Charlie, I'd put Liam Ferguson as the favourite in this one, quite convincingly by his heat form, but certainly would say that Ben Hitch will be fancying his chances.
Definitely don't count anyone out in the top 5. I think, you know, we got Sean Rudge, he's looking pretty comfortable for at the moment. Of course, Chris Thomas there as well. He's been up inside the top 3 as well. Adam Sadler there as well. He could be looking for a good top 5, maybe a podium spot as well. We can make all this up, but there's only one way to find out. We've got 9 minutes plus a lap to send us home, and it's going to be once again, like it always is in the 177s. We're going to go for the first time asking. No, we don't. We go around once again.
And one or two second and third rows very quickly moving out of position there. So no real surprise to see that start was called off. We'll go around once again. Gives the drivers a bit of a... when sometimes you don't want to be sounding cynical, sometimes it's useful for the drivers to abandon the start. Gives them another chance, especially when it's cool like this, to get a bit more temperature in the tyres, although I'm sure these two won't be too happy about that. I think Liam Ferguson and Ben Hitch both wanted to get going. Chris Thomas in there as well. Yeah, just another chance here to get the tyres a bit warmed up as well.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, a few drivers as well using the clear visors. That's something to see. Liam Ferguson there using the clear visor. So obviously, as it does start to get darker, you don't really want to be using a tinted visor because, well, you'll struggle to see out of it.
They're actually they were banned race on certain points of the evening. Driving at night, it's floodlit track, but they didn't like you having the tinted visors at night.
It's just safety regulations. Let's see how we get going then for the second time. Yes, we do. Down to turn 1 to send us home. Ben Hitch on the outside, Ferguson to the inside. Look at Ben Hitch trying to go around the outside. Can he get that move on? He was quick. Ferguson just hold on to the lead then. Ben Hitch, Chris Thomas there in first. Sean Rudge could be looking for a first podium of the year as well as he heads into Derek's corner for the first time. Ben Hitch on the defensive. That's going to help out Liam Ferguson. Pull a bit of a gap so far, and of course he has. But, well, it's going to be a Ben Hitch here. get the hammer down now. These next couple of laps are really crucial for this race. But so far, so good for Liam Ferguson.
Yeah, Liam Ferguson and Ben Hitch, they both had to get a good start and stay out of trouble on that first lap, and that's exactly what they've done here. So Ferguson leads by just over a quarter of a second from Ben Hitch. Chris Thomas, Sean Rudge, Alex Jones, Adam Sadler and Daniel Walker. So all of the leading drivers in this final have stayed out of trouble on the first lap, which we haven't seen in many races throughout the afternoon. There's been a few instances where some of the fancied runners have hit trouble early on, so it's a good clean start from that leading group. They can all get away and start racing quite. Bit of an early shout out here further down the field for Lyndon Newer towards the back there, number 171, a driver who's had a difficult day so far, but staying out of trouble on the first lap and making some positions on the first lap. So Ferguson just determined now to try and break away. The gap goes up to half a second, just pulling a few 10-second, who can't shake off Chris Thomas in third. Quite an orderly start to this race, I would say here, Charlie. There's a bit of a move there down the inside of Richard Ball on David German. But for the top 6-7 drivers here, no change in position here. They've had a good steady start. Everyone's staying out of trouble and just looking to try and race to the finish here.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see actually how much of a gap they've already created between each other. For us, probably not the most exciting stuff, but now we're going to have to really see who has the pace throughout the race, who can stay consistent. And of course, all these drivers have loads of experience, of course, these top senior drivers.
I think this is interesting to watch in its own right. It's not the wheel-to-wheel paint trading action that you get to all the excitement from, but in its own way, this is captivating to watch here because everyone running a very good, smooth pace out here. There's a bit of a gap between everyone as well. There's no real chance here, but everyone running a very smooth pace. What it does, though, it puts the pressure on the drivers. They can't afford any kind of a mistake going into the corners on a track that's cooling down, getting a bit treacherous out there. It just raises the stakes that little bit more.
Well, exactly. The main man who can't afford to is Liam Ferguson, who still leads the way as they head down to finish another lap, plus the additional lap. And, well, Chris Thomas down in third place. Liam Ferguson reacting to obviously Ben Hitch's times. Sets another fastest lap of the race, 41.40. He is your fastest man on track at the moment. David German having a good battle there with a couple of the drivers.
On the edge of the top 10 there, that's Stavros Athanasopoulos making the move on David German. So there's a little bit of position swapping on the edge of the top 10. Gavin Petty making up a few positions, as well as Richard Ball and Colin Walker dropped back slightly. The top 7 still running in that extended peloton, as you were. No one really able to. They're all running a very strong pace. There's no margin of error here. And Liam Ferguson, 0.8 of a second from Ben Hitch. Chris Thomas trying to close up in third, setting the fastest lap of the race, 41.34. And he is closing the gap slightly on Ben Hitch here. Here we go. Look at the number 50 here. Ben Hitch maintaining a good pace out there. But Thomas just starting to find some momentum here. And I think it's going to be crucial. He's got this pace now. He's got to try and get past Ben Hitch to try and get with Liam Ferguson, I think. Yeah,
this is going to be very interesting. Next couple of laps could really decide second place here, because Ben Hitch is down now. The closer he gets, the more that slipstream effect will come in when he can get the better airflow. The engine, of course.
Liam Ferguson setting the fastest lap of the race there, 41.3, just doing enough to maintain that cushion at the front as well.
Yeah, it's been very close. I mean, obviously, Liam Ferguson react to maybe Ben Hitch. He can maybe see him starting to close in a bit. Just thought, you know what, let's put some quick laps in, just try and extend that gap. Great to see Sean Rudge there in fourth place. Now, Sean actually broke his arm not long ago, so he's actually been out of the seat for a fair few months. He competed in the NK throughout this year, running at the front end. And great to see him on what was his debut here this year, running up near the front end of the field. Chris Thomas now really on the tail of Ben Hitch.
This is a very closely fought race here, because Chris Thomas is actually matching. So we're only talking a few tenths here and there, very close indeed, but he's really got to try and get past Ben Hitch now, because he's losing ground on Liam Ferguson. At the moment, Hitch not really able to match Ferguson in battle for the lead, but Chris Thomas has brought the pace up. He's been able to close up on Ben Hitch in second place, but the number 41 in is planting that kart exactly where it needs to be. Not quite, he's not going for the full defensive line here, but that leaves an opening on the inside. Oh, and look at that, nice move there from Chris Thomas. It was a brave move there from Thomas to go down the inside. It was very fast into that first corner, but he...
Of course, that's just going to help out Liam Ferguson even more. Of course, those last couple of laps, Ben Hitch was so focused on Chris Thomas behind, never really thought about Liam up at front, and that, of course, has sealed the deal really for Ferguson. He's just going to hold on for the next few laps. Of course, anything can happen.
I just watched Chris Thomas slightly from Ben Hitch. I'm going to have a look at the lap chart here when they come through. He was matching Ferguson for pace, so it was a technical flag for the number 24. So it's a technical black flag for Richard Ball, who was in 12th place, but he will be disqualified from the race due to the technical issue. Chris Thomas, fastest lap of the race here, 41.24. He is 1.5 seconds down on the leader, Liam Ferguson, but Thomas able to match the race leader for pace here. We have got 2.5 minutes to go. I think it's going to be a tall order here, Charlie, for him to catch up with the race leader, but he's giving it a go.
Yeah, he's going to give it a proper go, but, well, he's starting to close in the gap. I think it's going to be enough. That's another question. But, I mean, you can see what he's gapped so far from Ben Hitch. Only a few tenths of a second, a few kart lengths already being created. Liam Ferguson looks behind just to check where he is.
The gap goes down by another tenth, 1.4.
Last lap as well, 41.24 from Chris Thomas. So, well, there's definitely the wake-up call that needs just to, you know, lock in and get a few couple laps in.
In fairness to Liam Ferguson, he's lapping very close to his fastest lap pace here, so I think he is pushing here. Although, we'll keep an eye on this driver in second place, number 56, Chris Thomas. Ben Hitch dropping behind a bit now in third, just goes to show the pace that Thomas is running here. Jones, Adam Sadler, Daniel Walker. Liam Ferguson still crucially with that gap. He's got just over a second, so here they go, Charlie, and let's have a look as they go over the line once again. Another fastest lap for Chris Thomas goes down to 1.4 seconds.
It's going to get interesting, the 165. Can he hold on? I mean, well, even if he's still got to try and get past him, which is another question. Liam Ferguson, a veteran racer, knows his racecraft, knows how to keep people behind him, definitely. Who also has won a lot of races across the year. I think a dominant year it's been as well for Liam Ferguson, who of course leads the championship as well. Good battles going on a bit further behind, number 72.
Chris Emerson.
Yeah, it's a great move.
Gary Bamford, midfield battle.
That's got Robert Church in that battle as well. A couple of drivers a bit further down. We've only lost Andy Chenery in this race, so great to see the rest of the drivers still in. There's the concentration on Liam Ferguson's face. You can see it in the eyes when he came through turn 1, through turn 2, turn...
And Thomas just losing the momentum on that previous lap, so Ferguson just he's still very close there, 41.2, his best lap of the race last time round, so he's just about doing enough here to hold on to the lead.
Yeah, it's going to be close to the very end, but I just don't think Chris Thomas hold on.
10 seconds on the clock here, so this is going to be tight. I think it will be the last lap this time around. The last lap board is now being ready. He's timed that pretty much to perfection there, Liam Ferguson. 1 lap to go for him. Chris Thomas still charging, but the gap 1.6 seconds.
He'll be loving that the last lap's come out. He was definitely not wanting to do any extra laps, but been so far for Liam Ferguson. Complete domination he's had over the course of this weekend as the rest of the pack was flying through. Here he is on your screens then, the 165. All he's really had to do is just sort out them first couple laps, get away from the rest of the pack, and it's been plain sailing from there. The last couple of corners coming up, had a good opportunity, got past Ben Hitch, but just couldn't close down this man on your screens. Round the final corner to sail it off in the dark. It's Liam Ferguson, another great victory here at Kimbolton, who takes the flag in fine style, and nice and gentle.
It was cool, calm. Chris Thomas in second place. Ben Hitch will bring it home in third position from Sean Rudge, Alex Jones and Adam Sadler, all making their way through towards the end here. Daniel Walker, Mark Taylor, Gavin Petty, Stavros Athanasopoulos goes through just now. The number 55 in 11th position, Colin Walker, Chris Emerson, Gary Bumford. Final corner now, last few drivers making their way off the circuit now. Chris Emerson 13th, Gary Bumford from Rob Church, London Newitt and John Davis with Johnny Kent on the 76, just a little bit further behind. So final race drawing to a close here at Kimbolton. Just to recap Ferguson taking the win from Chris Thomas. The gap 1.8 seconds at the finish. Ben Hitch, Sean Rudge in 4th. Alex Jones in 5th. Adam Sadler, 6th position. Daniel Walker in 7th. David German in 8th. Mark Taylor, Gavin Petty rounding out the top 10. In the final race of the day, the Rotax 177. So round number 9 of Club Championship here at Kimbolton drawing to a close. Big thank you, of course, has to go out to the marshals, medics, track staff here at the Hunts Kart Racing Club for all their hard work today. And thanks, of course, to Charlie Ellis, your expert commentary and insights here today. What are your final thoughts of the meeting today?
Well, what is there not to think about when we leave? Plenty of action that went on today. I like the Junior Rotax, a lot of good drives through the race. And, of course, you know, that Super 4 race. What a race to end it on. And,
yeah, fantastic
what
action
a way
there.
to go down to literally the final lap of the race. Great to see that. And, of course, crown some champions next month.
Yeah.
It's going to be exciting.
Plenty to go. The Northern Karting Federation leave us for 2025. Their championship is now over. But here at the Hunts Kart Racing Club at Kimbolton, there are still 2 more rounds to go in November and December. We move into the winter. The next round is on November the 9th on TNL Sports. Join us then for the next round of the championship.